Hey there, fabulous audience. I've got an exciting story that will leave you hooked from the start. To ensure you don't miss a beat, follow me on my backup channel for all the upcoming episodes. The link is conveniently placed in the comments box below. Thank you so much for your support, and let's dive into this adventure together.
Owen gradually regained consciousness, finding himself entangled with a warm, soft body, his nose buried in dark, rich curls carrying the enticing scent of vanilla shampoo with a subtle hint of something exotic. He drew in a deep breath. The urge to burrow deeper against the warmth of the skin kindled within him, eliciting a deep moan as his arms tightened around the form. However, the figure stirred, emitting a low, seductive sound that made him freeze. Owen's eyes fluttered open, his brain slowly registering his surroundings. He was in his room, on his king-size bed, snuggled not against a pillow but a living, breathing woman with dark curls. Memories flooded back, causing his heart to pound against his chest. Shit, he cursed internally, gingerly disentangling himself and slipping out of bed with as much finesse as possible. Naked, he tiptoed to the adjoining bathroom, locking the door behind him. Really? Owen Hawthorne, a freaking waitress? You've got to be kidding me, he admonished himself in a low, exasperated growl. Glancing down at his naked body, he noticed a trace of blood on his genitals, his heart sinking. Come on, he groaned, face-palming himself before stepping into the shower stall to scrub clean. As the water cascaded over him, he contemplated the best way to handle the situation, realizing there was no nice way out of this mess. The girl was Amelia Jones, a waitress at a rundown diner he'd stumbled upon during his late-night food hunt. She had a sunny and friendly personality, appearing to be a genuinely nice person. Owen viewed her as excessively outspoken and overly kind, characteristics he believed exposed vulnerabilities in her personality, and of course, uncultured. He saw her tendency to be overly accommodating as a potential weakness, making her an easy prey for manipulation. Their first encounter had happened when Owen ventured into the diner just as she was about to close for the day. "Sorry, buddy, closing time," she'd announced as he strolled in, then paused for about a minute when her eyes settled on him. She'd stared unashamedly, which had made Owen frown. "So there's nothing I can munch on?" he asked, hoping to snap her out of her reverie. I can make sandwiches if that's okay," she'd replied, enunciating each word slowly as if she was in some sort of trance. "I'll appreciate that," he'd replied, then turned away to find somewhere to sit. He had spent the entire day in his room working on his final year projects, unaware that Liam had brought friends over who had consumed all the food in the refrigerator. Discovering the empty fridge when he went to fix himself a late dinner, Owen seethed silently in remembrance. He was tired, mentally exhausted and irritable. "If you keep your face like that all the time, you're going to grow wrinkles before you're even in your mid-30s, the diner girl remarked, drawing him out of his thoughts. Well, wrinkles are indeed a result of repeated facial expressions, but they also stem from genetic predispositions and environmental factors. So, while my facial expression might contribute, it's just one piece of the wrinkle puzzle," Owen replied, his voice cool and aloof. He observed as the smile on the girl's face faded, uncertainty gleaming in her eyes before the smile returned in a way that fascinated him. "You're one of those, aren't you?" she asked. "One of whom?" Owen replied, lifting his left eyebrow in a haughty manner. "Harvard assholes," she said through gritted teeth with an overly bright smile. Owen snickered, which earned him a glare. Then she blinked, and the sweet smile was back on her face like a mask. His eyebrows pulled together in a frown. He thought she was weirdly fascinating. "Here is your sandwich." "That would be $10, she informed him. Owen took out his wallet and dropped 5 pieces of $100 bills on the table, giving her a pointed look. "That includes your tip," he rasped, before dismissing her with a shift of his attention, focusing on the sandwich. The girl stood there for about a minute before taking the money and returning with a milkshake. "Thanks," Owen said, not bothering to look at her, enjoying the combination of vegetables and turkey in the sandwich. It almost tasted like something his mother would make, causing the corner of his lips to twitch into a smile. "Are you done?" the diner girl said after about 5 minutes, just as he was sipping his fruit shake. The taste indicated she had made it especially for him. It didn't seem like a regular drink found in an eatery. "Is this how you rush your customers through a meal?" "Doesn't seem like good customer service," Owen remarked. The diner girl sighed. "See, if I don't close now, I'm going to have to walk to my next gig. It's about 2 kilometers away. You may not know, but that's kind of dangerous for a girl like me at this time of night," she explained. "I'll drop you off," he offered without much thought, deciding it would be a gentlemanly thing to do. "What? I'm not getting in the car with some stranger," she replied. "Correct me if I'm wrong, but you are here alone." "I think we could say you are already alone with a stranger," he pointed out with an uppity smirk. "God, I can't deal with this tonight," she muttered under her breath in exasperation before saying more loudly, "Please, can you take that on the go?" she added, gesturing to his milkshake. "Very well," Owen said as he got up and headed outside, but he didn't leave. Her explanation about her vulnerability gnawed at him, so he waited in his car for her to close up. He then flashed the headlights to alert her he was waiting. He watched as she paused for about a minute, checked her time, and then walked to the car. Owen got out of the car to open the passenger door for her, waiting awkwardly for her to settle inside. "Thanks," the girl muttered before he shut the door. Walking around to the driver's side, he slipped behind the wheel. "Direction, please," Owen politely asked. The girl answered, and he programmed the destination onto his dashboard, knowing his Uncle Andrew was probably noting his location. "I'm Amelia Jones," the girl stated, drawing his attention away from what he was doing as he stole a glance at her. With the inner lights on and sitting this close to her, he immediately noticed the color of her eyes. They were an enticing shade of hazel, with a mix of green and gold specks. She had changed into a fitted dress that accentuated her full chest, with a few buttons at the cleavage, 3 of which were loosened, revealing the swell of her chest. Owen looked away, facing forward, wondering why his palms were suddenly growing sweaty, and his heart raced as he maneuvered the car out of the diner parking lot and into the road. Amelia had let down her hair, the rich tendrils framing her heart-shaped face, highlighting her features and long curled lashes. Her lips were alluring, the bottom much fuller than the upper, igniting ideas and images in his mind. He shifted uncomfortably, not quite liking his body's reaction to the diner girl, Amelia. "Are you going to tell me your name? Or are you going to continue brooding and pretending I'm not here?" she teased. Although Owen detected the underlying uncertainty in her voice, he could tell she was putting up an act. A smile tugged at the corner of his lips, appreciating his ability to see through her facade. Owen had enough experience to recognize how people often have a personality switch upon learning his last name. Not wanting any unnecessary drama and to prevent any preconceived judgments or expectations based on his family's wealth, he replied, "Owen Everly, using his mother's maiden name, preferring to protect his privacy." "Did you catch that?" she joked, prompting Owen to steal another glance at her. His eyes instinctively flicked at her chest before meeting her gaze. "Catch what?" he replied, his voice low and husky. "No thunderclap." "It's okay to let your guard down," she quipped reassuringly. "Who says my guard is up?" Owen rasped with a smile, his voice low and deep as he watched her swallow hard under his ardent scrutiny. "That's the spot." She pointed to a bar along the sidewalk of a well-known street lined with bars selling diluted liquor and nightclubs catering to a less affluent crowd. Owen knew many university students frequented the area, but it seemed busier than expected. "I guess if you work around here, walking alone at night might be a concern," Owen remarked as he parked his car in front of the establishment. "You're quite the pessimist, aren't you?" Amelia responded with a hint of annoyance. "Apologies. Working in the hospitality business seems to be your thing. I must say it suits your personality," he added. "Personality? You've known me for what? 2 minutes?" Amelia retorted. "I doubt it requires that much intelligence to figure you out, Amelia Jones," he replied. She glared at him, pushed the car door open and stepped outside. She didn't bother to thank him as she walked away. Owen watched her leave, pondering why she worked 2 jobs, or perhaps even more, and wondered about her role at the bar. The idea that she might be a stripper or even an escort crossed his mind, and for some reason, he didn't like it. Curious, he got out of his car, tossed his keys to the valet, and strode into the club. To his relief, it was a regular bar with dancing and drinking. Spotting the diner girl in the bar area, he made his way there, navigating through the packed club. Upon reaching the bar, he saw the diner girl taking over from another bartender. When she noticed him, she halted her actions and glared at him. Owen watched as she tied an apron over her short dress, noting how attractive she looked under the warm glow of the nightclub lighting. "Are you stalking me now?" she asked as she stood across from him, effortlessly taking orders from customers. "Stalking? That's an amusing choice of words," Owen remarked with a dismissive tone. "I was genuinely concerned, though. I wouldn't want to inadvertently aid someone in escort work," he explained. She paused, her eyes clouded with anger. Raising his hands in surrender, Owen said, "I'm glad I'm wrong." He watched her visibly try to contain her anger. "Have a pleasant weekend." "Diner girl," he said, then turned and left. However, for some reason, he found himself frequenting the place, though he kept his distance from the girl. After 3 consecutive weekends of visiting the club, he decided to approach the bar. The diner girl was wearing a crop top over short leather shorts with knee-length boots. After observing her for all that time, Owen pegged her as a true socialite, effortlessly engaging with customers, charming them with jokes, and maintaining lively conversations. And he couldn't help noting that she was undeniably attractive, but not the type of girl he would normally be drawn to. And thus, he'd asked himself for the umpteenth time what the hell he was doing. He had even tried to gather information about her without seeming too interested, and learned that her parents owned and ran the diner where she worked, and she attended a nearby community college. Supposedly, she had 2 other sisters, but she was the only one who worked at the diner. He wondered why. "A house special, please," he ordered, and she obliged, placing the shot in front of him with a thud, her eyes shooting daggers at him. "I see you've decided to stop being a creep," she said, leaning over the bar to be heard over the loud music. Owen stared into her eyes as their gazes locked for a few seconds, noting how her supposed animosity slowly chipped away, and her eyes grew soft and quizzical before he picked up the shot glass and downed the drink. He remembered it tasted awful. He was used to more refined, expensive drinks, not the cheap stuff they served at the club, but he didn't want her to see him gag at the taste. Swallowing hard, he subtly cleared his throat. "More," he ordered, and she poured him another with a malicious smirk. What happened afterward was a bit blurry, but he remembered her driving his car and taking him back to his apartment. How she ended up in his bed was beyond him. Thinking she must have found out who he was and decided to do something scandalous to extort money from him, he left the shower, wrapping a towel around his slim waist. When he got to the room, she stirred and her eyes opened. "Owen," she started to say in a soft, sexy voice, but Owen interrupted her. "How much?" he rasped. His voice sounded unusually deep and tinged with anger. "What?" she said, bemused. "How much is this?" He paused, gesturing in her general direction with evident disgust etching his face, and added, "How much do I owe you for the sex?" His voice was cold and cruel. "What?" she repeated again. Owen wondered if she was an imbecile as well as a hooker, albeit a first-time one, probably the type who thought selling their virginity was cute. For some reason, the thought got him angrier. "The hell was I thinking?" he muttered to himself in exasperation. But when he directed his gaze at her, he could see her eyes had misted with tears. She got up, pulling the bedsheet along with her, and walked past him to pick up her backpack from a side chair before heading to the bathroom. When she came back, she was wearing a simple dress with a flowery print, and her hair was wet. He didn't fail to notice her eyes were now red, and she went to the bed, starting to pull the stained sheet off. "Stop," Owen ordered hesitantly. When she continued to pull it despite evident difficulty, he snapped, "Leave it, damn it." She did as he asked, then walked to pick up her bag. She came to stand in front of him, opening her bag to make him see its contents. His eyebrows furrowed, not quite sure what she was doing until she said, "Please let it be noted that I didn't steal anything from you. I would really hate to add that to the shitty perception you have of me," she said in a voice that was raw with emotions. Owen felt his heart tighten at the naked pain reflecting in her eyes before she walked past him. "Let me call you an Uber, Amelia," he said over his shoulder, feeling a tad terrible. "No thanks," she replied before she banged the door loudly behind her. It wasn't until much later that a question popped up in his mind like Jack in the Box, making him halt his actions in utter dismay. What if she got pregnant? Shit! Shit! He cursed loudly in exasperation. Amelia couldn't quite figure out how she had made it home. She had no recollection of her commute from Owen's apartment to her neighborhood, but she could see the familiar color of her house at the end of Rogueville Lane. Despite being emotionally destroyed, the sight of her childhood home still made her stride falter. Her heart picked up speed, her palms grew sweaty, and a familiar feeling of apprehension and anxiety clouded her mind. She let out a shaky breath and fresh tears streamed down her face. No matter what she did, she never seemed to catch a break. Everything in her life continued to bring her misery. Having lost her mother at the age of 12, her father remarried a year later to a single mother who came with a girl about 2 years her senior. Amelia remembered being happy, glad that she would have a new mother and a ready-made sister. Things had gone pretty well the first year until her stepmother Barbara got pregnant. The first sign of trouble was when Barbara started making Amelia do all the house chores. When her father complained, Barbara asked him to send Amelia off to a boarding school because she couldn't take care of 2 girls while carrying his son. That was the very first battle her father lost. Barbara knew exactly what to say and when to say it to get her father to do exactly as she wanted. Since her father did not want to be separated from her, he let Barbara have her way. Over time, Amelia's position as the first daughter of the Jones family was taken by Barbara's daughter from her previous marriage, Sophia, and the second position was taken by her half-sister Olivia, who turned out not to be a boy after all. In the Jones household, Amelia found herself relegated to being a domestic servant, handling all the undesirable tasks. Her father merely played a symbolic role, obediently following his wife's instructions. When all the house chores started to affect Amelia's grades, Barbara convinced her father to withdraw her from her private school and send her to a public school, claiming her daughters were smarter than Amelia anyway, and the money wasted on Amelia should be put to better use. Amelia had been heartbroken and helpless as her life started to fall apart with no defense whatsoever. It grew even worse when her father got sick. Barbara claimed she couldn't run the Jones household, manage the diner, Amelia's late mother's brainchild, and take care of her father. She suggested that Amelia quit school entirely to put in more effort, as if she hadn't already been the one running the household while Barbara and her daughters attended parties and wasted money on meaningless social gatherings. Amelia was literally breaking her back for the family, yet she was never appreciated, nor was her efforts acknowledged. She had to tell her father she would pay her own bills and help with his medical expenses, so Barbara could get off her back. But for her father and her mother's legacy, she still had to go home to them every day. There were times Amelia wished she could run away and leave everything behind, including her father, to face the consequences of his negligence. She wanted to walk away from what she had left of her mother, which she had struggled for years to keep afloat. For as long as she could remember, nothing in her life had brought her joy or even a slight hope of being loved. Owen Everly walking into their diner that night had brought a gush of hope into her life. Amelia had read about intense attraction at first sight in books and seen it in movies, but she had always thought it was a bunch of bullcrap, until she looked into Owen Everly's eyes. He had the most beautiful grey eyes she had ever seen. He was tall and mature, and his very presence commanded respect and authority, even for someone so young. He appeared like a literal prince until he opened his mouth, of course. Amelia wasn't quite sure how the attraction at first sight worked, but she had thought more than once about pouring hot coffee over his perfectly trimmed hair. It was disappointing to find out he was a snob, but why she was surprised was beyond her. His groomed looks, expensive clothes, and masculine accessories showed he wasn't just an average Joe. She had let herself be swept away by his looks and ignored his utterly toxic personality. When he helped her that first time to get to her second job, Amelia had been hopeful that perhaps he wasn't that bad. until he made that condescending remark about her, and then proceeded to follow her into the club to insult her some more. She should have been more astute in recognizing the warning signs and avoiding him altogether. However, after enduring weeks of his torment in both her dreams and reality, he showed up at the bar, still behaving rudely until he became intoxicated. It seemed as though a switch flipped in him, revealing an unexpectedly polite demeanor that left her feeling defenseless. "Have I mentioned that you have the most stunning eyes I've ever seen?" he remarked to her across the bar counter, catching her off guard. He gazed intensely into her eyes before confessing, "I dreamed about you. I couldn't resist. I'm sorry," he added with a suggestive tone, his voice low and husky, his eyes conveying exactly what he meant. Amelia was defenseless. Every time he looked at her, her skin warmed, especially when his eyes roamed her body before returning to meet hers. When he began to doze off, she asked if he had someone she could call to come get him, but he had stared into her eyes and said, "Why should we call anyone when I have you?" After a few minutes of back and forth, which wasn't going anywhere, Amelia decided to assist him in getting back to his house. But first, she guided him to a nearby chair, ensured she packed all his valuables to prevent any potential theft, before returning behind the bar. After closing for the day, she drove him back to his apartment in his car, initially concerned about navigating but relieved when a digital device on the dashboard offered directions labeled home, making the journey straightforward. Upon arriving and helping him up to his room, she initially intended to leave. However, she made the mistake of helping him by removing his suit and shoes to make him more comfortable in bed. Seeing him without his clothes only enhanced his appeal. His well-defined pectorals and abs bathed in the room's soft lighting were mesmerizing. His previously immaculate hair had become tousled, with locks of curls cascading over his forehead and temples. Spread out across the king-sized bed, he exuded a magnetic allure she couldn't resist. With the onslaught of troubles in her life, pursuing any sort of relationship with the opposite sex seemed implausible, particularly since she was careful not to provide Barbara with ammunition to use against her father. Yet, at that moment, in Owen's expansive room, Amelia couldn't help but feel a surge of attraction. Caressing his stomach, she traced her fingers over his sculpted abs and pectorals, admiring him as one would a masterpiece, though he was neither art nor an inanimate object. Unexpectedly, he seized her wrist, pulling her towards him as he maneuvered to pin her beneath him, a lazy smile playing on his lips as he gazed into her eyes. "Well, Miss Jones, it looks like you like what you see," he rasped. I'm so sorry, can you let me go?" she stammered, her voice lacking conviction as she felt the warmth of his body against hers and the electric current his touch sent through her. "You want me to let you go?" he asked, a hint of disappointment in his voice. Yes, she breathed. He paused, locking eyes with her, his gaze dark and his eyelids heavy, giving him a sleepy, hooded look. "Okay," he rasped, rolling away from her. Amelia stood up, noticing how his scent now clung to her, as if he had left an imprint on her very soul. But as she reached the door, he called out, "Amy, come on, baby, stay the night with me." The deep, pleading tone of his voice made her look back, and that was her undoing. "Don't make me wait any longer," he added, his voice low and deep. Amelia didn't even realize she had moved until she was on his bed, his breathtakingly handsome face hovering over hers. "My God, you're beautiful," he muttered before lowering his head and kissing her. As soon as Amelia's lips met his soft, full ones, she was certain she had lost her mind. Tears blinded her as she remembered the cruel way he had treated her after their beautiful night together, asking how much her virginity was worth, as if she were nothing. It was like he was two different people, and she had allowed the sweet Owen to make her forget the jerk he truly was. She couldn't figure out how she was going to avoid him now, but she knew she didn't want to see him again. Her heart couldn't handle another blow from him. The sight of a red Ferrari parked in front of their house snapped her out of her thoughts. She didn't need to see the name on the plate to know who it belonged to. It was Joey Sandana's car, the richest guy in the neighborhood and a notorious crook. She wondered what he was doing at her house. Quickening her pace, she hurried inside and used her key to enter. Joey Sandana was in their living room with 2 of his henchmen and her family. Even her father, who had hardly left his bed, was propped up on a side couch. Barbara and her daughters sat on another chair opposite the single seat Joey occupied. "Ah, here she is," Barbara announced as Amelia entered the living room, and all eyes turned to her. "What's going on?" Amelia asked in confusion, trying to gauge the situation. Joey sat there like he owned the place, and everyone else seemed like his servants. Barbara's daughters shot her angry, disdainful glances as usual. Amelia was once again reminded why she hated coming to this house. "What's happening, dear, is that you and Joey are getting married tomorrow," Barbara announced. Amelia blinked, thinking she must be having a nightmare. Her whole life had been a series of horrific events, one after the other. But this one she never saw coming. "See? She's agreeable, Joey. I'll bring her to the court tomorrow, and once you marry her, the diner is yours. You can transfer the money for the purchase into my account. My poor husband. The doctor says the surgery must be this week or we'll lose him," Barbara continued. "Well, I must say this is a good deal." "Fine, you've convinced me. I'll see you tomorrow," Joey said, standing up and walking over to Amelia, stopping just inches away. Joey, of average height and deceptive in his polished looks, was someone Amelia knew well. She had seen him numerous times at the club, trying to recruit young boys to work for him. He had even hit on her a couple of times, but she had politely turned him down, knowing that the last thing she needed was trouble with a criminal. "See you tomorrow, wife," he said, leaning in to kiss her. But Amelia, recovering from the shock and realizing she wasn't dreaming, reared back and slapped him across the face. Shocked gasps filled the room. "What the hell?" Joey cursed, and immediately backhanded Amelia hard across her face, making her cry out in pain. He then pulled out a gun and pointed it at her temple. "Please, please don't hurt my daughter!" Amelia heard her father plead weakly from his chair as he tried to get up and then collapsed to the floor. "Daddy!" Amelia cried out, trying to rush to him, but Barbara pulled her back and slapped her hard across the face, leaving her dazed. "If you're the reason he goes to an early grave, I will make your life a living hell," Olivia yelled at her as she and Sophia ran to help their father up. Joey Sandana stood in front of her, still holding his gun. He brandished it and said, "If you don't show up in court to marry me tomorrow, I will help your father to that early grave," he threatened close to her ear before rubbing his cheek where she had slapped him. Then he left with his men. Amelia hadn't fully grasped what was happening, but some things were clear. Barbara needed money and was using her father's health as leverage to sell the diner. Since the diner was legally Amelia's and stipulated not to be sold, Barbara was once again manipulating her to achieve her own ends. Amelia fixed her gaze on her father, who was being helped to his seat and fussed over by the 3 women. Barbara had instilled her daughters with her traits. They resembled her not only in appearance but also in their deceitful and crafty demeanor. When Amelia looked at them, she couldn't see anything that justified calling them her sisters. As she looked around the house, realization dawned. It will never be over. She would always be the sacrificial lamb for the Jones family. They would never stop taking from her. And her father, one of the reasons she had stayed, was no longer himself. Feeling overwhelmed, she accepted that when her mother died and her father remarried, she was no longer part of the Jones family. Still carrying her backpack, she turned and headed for the exit. "Where the hell are you going, you selfish girl? Get into the kitchen and make food for the family. Tomorrow, you will marry Joey, sell off that scrap you're clinging to, and help your father pay his medical bills," Barbara yelled. Amelia paused. She wanted to turn around and give the older woman a piece of her mind, but she didn't think she could do it without falling apart. Instead, she faced Barbara and her daughters, noting their usual formation as they stood side by side with hands on hips. "If you try to sell this house or the diner, I'll sue you and make sure you rot in prison," Amelia said in a calm, low tone, surprising even herself. The shock on their faces was priceless. Well, perhaps it was time they realized the little Amelia that they'd bullied, starved, beaten, and taken advantage of was all grown now. "If anything happens to my father, other than natural causes, I will ruin you. As the owner of the entire Jones property, I'm allowing you to stay on as tenants because of him," she added, then headed for the door. "Take care, Daddy. I love you, but I am not doing this anymore, she said over her shoulder and left, tears streaming down her face. Amelia, come back here this instant, Barbara continued to yell. Amelia didn't stop or let her steps falter, not even when she heard her father's broken sobs. She knew she had to keep moving. If she stayed, she would end up like her father, just breathing without living. The following weekend, Owen visited the club where Amelia worked. Sitting in his usual booth in the RSVP corner, he waited for her to start her shift, noting the time. But after waiting and seeing another girl take over, he approached the bar and ordered a drink. What happened to the other girl? Amelia, he asked. The new bar girl looked at him, hesitating until Owen passed her $100 bill. She then flashed him a flirtatious smile and said, I can help you with whatever you want. Owen grinned at her, trying to act the way he had seen Liam act to make the girl more amiable. The night is young, hun, we'll see, but first give me an answer, he said, turning on his charm. She quit, she replied. Just like that? Owen probed, trying not to show the alarm those two words triggered in him or the dread swelling in the pit of his stomach. The girl shrugged. I think she's had it with the entire town, poor girl, she replied. Thinking she might give him more information about Amelia, Owen said, Care to join me after your shift? I'd like to hear more on the subject. And placed 3 more $100 bills on the counter. The girl beamed at him. A few minutes later, armed with the full information about Amelia Jones, Owen left the club with determined strides. He knew it was none of his business and he shouldn't meddle. Every single person has their ups and downs, and Amelia was just experiencing her own share. By the following morning, when he found his way to Rogueville Lane, he was still trying to convince himself it wasn't his business. But the thought of what his diner girl had gone through at the hands of her own family kept fueling a nagging urge for retribution. He hadn't even realized he had started to think of her as his diner girl. Arriving at the door of the bungalow, flanked by 2 of his father's guards, he knocked. Shortly after, the door was pulled open. An average-height girl who couldn't be more than 23 stood in the doorway. Her eyes quickly darted down his body, giving him a once-over before glancing at his companions. Hello, may I see Amelia Jones, please? He said as politely as he could muster. He watched as the girl's eyes grew cold and her face twisted with malice. So then it was true, Owen thought to himself. She looked at him again, noting his shoes and his wristwatch before plastering on a flirtatious grin and saying, Oh, who are you to Amelia? She is, my sister, she managed to say. Owen noted the hesitation in her voice before she said the word sister. I'm her boyfriend, may I come in? Owen replied and watched as the girl gaped at him. Boyfriend? She stuttered. Yeah, we are dating, Owen remarked. The girl glared at him. I know what boyfriend means. I'm just surprised. Please come in, she said with a forced smile. Thank you, he replied and strode in with his guards. Present time. Dad, Owen called as he entered his father's office, finding him coming out of his lab and removing his gloves. There you are, he said, striding towards the restroom door to wash his hands before returning, drying them with a paper towel. Miss Chloe said you wanted to see me, Owen said, attempting to hide his anxiety at his father's summoning. Not that there was any reason for it. Owen always strove to make his father proud, and the constant fear of falling short plagued him. His father, Nathaniel Hawthorne, the head of the Hawthornes conglomerate, cast a searching gaze his way, raising an eyebrow and offering a gentle smile as he approached him. Placing a hand on Owen's left shoulder, Nathaniel peered into his eyes. Despite Owen being almost as tall as him, his mirror image and standing 6'3" with similar hair and eye color, still, Owen felt intimidated by his father's demeanor. Nathaniel carried himself with such magnificence, exuding power and authority with his mere presence. Owen longed to emulate that, to be a man who could command attention simply by entering a room, just like his father. It was crucial to him that his father believed he could measure up and trusted him to manage their dynasty and care for their family. This had been a goal he'd known he had to achieve since he was 4. With a distinguished academic record, graduating at the pinnacle of his class in pharmacology, Owen embodied a fusion of traditional wisdom and cutting-edge innovation in the realm of pharmaceuticals. But despite Owen's immersion in his father's world, shadowing him at events and meetings for years, and acquiring expertise in herbal remedies and drug production engineering, he struggled to believe he was becoming the man his father envisioned. While his father's unwavering patience and encouragement were commendable, Owen sometimes longed for more direct feedback, even if it meant facing criticism and acknowledging his mistakes. Nathaniel Hawthorne cupped the back of his son's neck, drawing him close. "Are you okay, son?" he inquired. Owen let out a sigh and nodded. "I'm fine, Dad," he replied. "Are you sure? You seem tense." Nathaniel probed, giving him a searching gaze. "I'm fine," he assured, offering a smile to ease his father's concern. "All right then." Nathaniel patted him on the chest, briefly embraced him, then returned to stand behind his imposing desk. "Remember the upcoming pharmaceutical convention?" Nathaniel began, organizing folders on one side of his desk. "Yes, Dad. It's happening in London. Ms. Chloe has already forwarded me the list of this year's conventions," Owen responded promptly, aiming for a professional tone. "Good," his father acknowledged with a smile, before focusing back on the folders. "Explain to me why we attend these conventions, son," Nathaniel asked, his tone warm yet firm. "The conventions serve as a gathering for professionals in the pharmaceutical industry to discuss new developments, research findings, and industry trends. They offer networking opportunities and a platform to showcase our innovations and products, as well as to attract investors and partners, including notable hospitals interested in purchasing our products directly for patient use or experimentation," Owen explained swiftly. "Well done, son. And I trust you're aware of the 2 products we currently have, and the innovations we're seeking partnerships for?" Nathaniel inquired. "Yes, Dad," Owen confirmed. "Do you feel capable of leading our team at the convention?" Nathaniel questioned, his gaze focused on Owen now. Going to require socializing, dining and such." Owen stuttered. And such. "Do you think you can handle that?" Nathaniel pressed. "Absolutely, Dad. I'm up for it," Owen promptly replied, hoping he sounded confident enough. "All right. Your mother and I are planning to take some time off to go and spend some time alone at Riverview next month for 4 weeks, or more. As you know, the convention falls within that period. I need you to take charge of the office, the convention, and any pending tasks Chloe mentions," Nathaniel instructed. "So, you want me to fill in for you for a month?" Owen clarified, attempting to mask his apprehension. "Yes, son, that's correct. Can you manage it?" Nathaniel inquired, giving him a keen scrutiny. "Yes, Dad, I can," Owen replied with a subtle, resigned sigh. Nathaniel stepped away from his desk and approached Owen, placing both hands on his shoulders. "I'm just heading to Riverview, son. Reach out if it becomes overwhelming or if you need advice." "All right, buddy." Nathaniel's last word elicited a chuckle from Owen. "Dad, I'm 25, he gently reminded him, feeling a bit more at ease. Keep your phone close and call me if you need anything," Nathaniel reassured in amusement. "Yes, Dad," Owen replied, knowing he would rather jump off a bridge than endure such embarrassment. He was going to do this and make his parents proud. A week after his dad dropped the bomb about his impending sabbatical, Owen found himself aboard a cruise ship, tasked with presenting a groundbreaking invention, a mask designed by his father initially for personal use, but now destined for mass production. The innovation stemmed from the rise in lung infections attributed to a disease known as respiratory germ. Owen was flown aboard the cruise ship for the event and was scheduled to spend a night on board before the craft returned for him. Arriving just in time for his presentation, he stepped onto the stage immediately upon being announced by the host. The audience, comprising medical professionals, scientists, and investors, greeted him with a round of applause as he made his way to the lectern. "Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I am thrilled to introduce to you a revolutionary solution in the fight against airborne pathogens, particularly in the wake of the respiratory germ outbreak," he began, proceeding to outline the mask's innovative features, incorporating the latest advancements in material science and filtration technology. "Our mask is not just a barrier, it's a comprehensive defense system. In addition to its advanced filtration capabilities, it incorporates sensors that detect the concentration of viruses in the surrounding air in real time. With a highly efficient filtration system and integrated viral load detection, our mask provides wearers with invaluable insights into their risk of exposure," Owen explained, projecting images of the mask's internal sensors on the screen behind him. He continued, "Furthermore, our mask utilizes a proprietary coating on its filters that releases antiviral nanoparticles upon contact with viruses, effectively neutralizing them on contact." Owen then highlighted the mask's customizable fit, achieved through advanced 3D scanning technology. Each mask is tailor-made for the wearer's facial contours, ensuring a perfect seal and maximum comfort. In addition to its protective functions, our mask serves as a health monitoring device with biometric sensors that monitor vital signs in real time, Owen added, describing the mask's integrated health monitoring capabilities. Throughout the presentation, Owen encouraged attendees to use the company's new app, Pharma Hawthorne Guard Connect, to interact and respond in real time. "Please open the Pharma Hawthorne Guard Connect app on your devices," he instructed. "You can participate in live Q&A, provide instant feedback, and express your interest in investing or partnering with us directly through the app." As Owen concluded his presentation, the app buzzed with activity. Several attendees clicked on the Invest button, filling out forms to detail their investment interests. Others navigated to the Partner with Us section, specifying the types of partnerships they were interested in, ranging from research collaborations to distribution agreements. The app featured a live poll, which Owen referred to during his presentation. "I see that many of you are interested in the mask's antiviral nanoparticle technology," he noted, looking at the live poll results displayed on the screen. "This feedback is invaluable and shows us where to focus our efforts." After the presentation, Owen addressed questions submitted through the app's live Q&A feature. He responded to inquiries about regulatory compliance, testing protocols, and market readiness, using real-time feedback to tailor his answers to the audience's concerns. "I believe this mask has the potential to revolutionize respiratory protection and mitigate the spread of respirgerm. Thank you all for having me," he concluded. "Owen Hawthorne, everyone," the host announced amidst the applause. "That was a brilliant presentation, but I am certain no one here is surprised," he continued, making laughter resound in the expansive hall. Owen left the stage and strolled to the seat reserved for Farmer Hawthorne. Retrieving his phone, he quickly reviewed the data collected through Pharma Hawthorne Guard Connect. The app provided real-time analytics, showing the level of interest in investments and partnerships, as well as detailed feedback from the attendees. Knowing information would be crucial for the company to prioritize follow-ups and capitalize on the opportunities generated by the presentation. Owen smiled to himself in relief, ignoring that his hand was shaking. Owen waited impatiently for the closing remark, shaking his leg under the table in agitation, eager to get the hell out and return to his hotel suite to finally be alone and breathe. Soon enough, the people began to get up, and he counted from 1 to 10 before standing up, intending to leave as quietly as possible. Josh and Mike, two of his father's guards, waited by the sideline of the hall, appearing like mere onlookers. But Owen knew they were watching him and scanning the hall for any sign of threats. The Hawthorns had a long history of bodyguards trailing their every move, but Owen had shown his father and the top security team that he was quite capable of looking out for himself. Besides, he was supposed to be the responsible eldest, the level-headed one who wasn't much into socializing, unlike Liam and their 3 younger siblings. Between the 4 of them, they'd kept the security team on their toes. But this trip was aboard a ship, and nothing he said could dissuade his Uncle Andrew from letting him go solo. Uncle Andrew had assured him that he wouldn't even notice the guards unless there was a need for them. Just as Owen reached the exit door of the hall, a voice called out to him, halting his stride. "So damn close," he muttered to himself before turning around and plastering a polite smile. "Miss Fisher," Owen greeted her with a slight bow of his head as the elderly woman approached, her assistant trailing behind. Miss Fisher was the CEO of a marketing firm, and Owen recalled that she was one of the attendees who had signed up for the partnership with Farmer Hawthorne through the Farmer Hawthorne Guard Connect app. He figured she might want to discuss that until she said, "I was wondering if you could join me and my daughter for dinner later. She's interested in overseeing the business dealings between your company and ours, and I believe it would be beneficial for you two to meet informally before any official discussions," she said with a smile. However, something in her eyes alerted Owen that this was far more than just business. He wanted to refuse but couldn't think of an excuse to decline the invitation when it was structured that way. "Of course, Miss Fisher," Owen replied with a polite smile. "Oh, please call me Anne," she said, beaming. Owen hesitated. His mother had told him that it was rude to ignore people's preferences for how they wished to be addressed, and he had always tried to conform. But Ms. Fisher looked much older than his mother, and he wasn't raised to call older folks by their first names. He thought it was improper and uncivil. Instead of addressing her by her first name, he simply nodded with a smile before turning away to leave. Upon returning to his room, he let out a deep growl, frustrated that he wouldn't have a solitary moment to himself before having to return home. He took off his clothes with a little aggression, strolled out to the sweet patio and jumped into the swimming pool, relishing the warm feel of the heated water as he swam to the bottom. Much later, dressed in a three-piece suit, he headed to the dining deck, ignoring the guards trailing him from a distance. Upon reaching the dining deck, he paused at the entrance to scan the expansive room. The place was dimly lit, with indistinct murmurs and laughter mingling with soft classical music in the background. "Mr. Hawthorne?" A waiter in uniform approached him with a smile. "Yes," he replied, raising an eyebrow. "The Fishers are seated at table 3 and eagerly await your arrival. If you could kindly follow me, please," she said, her smile radiating warmth and hospitality. He gave her a curt nod and followed her through rows of dining tables towards the one occupied by the Fishers. Before reaching the table, he spotted the older woman sitting with a brunette whom Owen thought was easy on the eyes. She was dressed in a dinner dress that showed off her assets, and expensive jewelry adorned her slim neck. She looked polished and refined. "Not bad," Owen muttered to himself. When the lady saw him, Owen watched as the older woman whispered something to the girl. They stood up, flashing him bright smiles. "Yep, not just a business dinner," Owen thought to himself. "There you are, Mr. Hawthorne," Miss Fisher said. "Please call me Owen, and good evening, Miss Fisher," he replied, taking the older woman's hand and pressing a kiss on her gloved knuckles, while his eyes remained on the younger woman beside her. "Very well, please, Owen. Meet Christina Fisher, my daughter," the woman introduced. "Pleasure to make your acquaintance, Miss Christina," Owen remarked. "Is it? I guess we will see," she replied in a low, sexy tone, turning on her feminine charms full force. Owen almost chuckled out loud. He smiled warmly at the lady. The three settled into their chairs with Owen positioned to face the two ladies. Shortly after, a waitress approached their table. "Good evening and welcome aboard Royal Caribbean. I'm Amelia Jones, and I'm delighted to be your server tonight." Owen, who was about to drink water from a glass, froze. The voice, coupled with a subtle yet distinct scent of vanilla infused with an exotic floral aroma, triggered a rush of memories from a few years ago at Harvard, reminding him of a particular girl. His heart raced at the thought of the girl being their server. He turned his head to face her, and his eyes met the familiar hazel eyes that had haunted him for months. It was her, his diner girl. For a moment, the two appeared suspended in time. But then there seemed to be a subtle shift, and she blinked, and her eyes conveyed a hint of uncertainty before she quickly averted her gaze. "Hey, I'm talking to you. If this is how you intend to begin your service, you might as well summon your superior," Christina was saying, addressing the server. Owen returned his gaze to the other girl as Amelia stuttered an apology. Clearing her throat, she said, "I'm sorry, madam. Please, what's your order?" Owen lowered his gaze, unsure of what to do. She wasn't acting as if she remembered him, and he wondered if she truly had forgotten him. But then, when Christina snapped, "If you ruin the order, I swear you will not have a job by the end of the dinner," Owen's eyes flickered at her. He couldn't tell whether Christina thought she was impressing him with her rude behavior, but Owen was very close to telling her off. Again, Amelia apologized, and Christina scoffed. Owen gritted his teeth in annoyance. "Excuse me," Amelia uttered before hurrying away. Owen took a deep breath, remembering the last time he'd let her walk away, and then she had vanished. "Please give me a minute," he interjected, pushing back from the chair. He disregarded the puzzled expression on Ms. Fisher's face and the panicked gleam in Pristina Fisher's eyes as he stood without awaiting a response. Following Amelia's trail, he reached a corridor he figured must lead to the kitchen, where he spotted her at the far end. "Hey, diner girl!" he called out, watching as she paused her strides, glanced back and then fled. A slow smile spread across Owen's face, knowing she indeed remembered him and that they were on a cruise ship, leaving her with nowhere to run. Liam sat in the exclusive section of the prestigious bar La Réserve Élégante, watching from a distance as a redhead was barraged by different men. Liam wasn't quite certain if he could call the girl's hair red. It had a golden shimmer under the dim glow of the bar lighting. The rich curls were packed atop her head in a stylish bun, with a few locks left to fall loosely down the nape of her neck and temple. From where he sat, he could only see her back and side profile when she turned her face away from her latest admirer. He thought she had a perfectly symmetrical profile and wondered if she was that stunning to be creating such a fuss. He looked away to check the time. He had invited his final year project group to meet up at the bar for a Friday night treat as a bribe for his inability to stay back at school for the weekend to take his turn watching their project rats. They were working on an experiment where they infected albino rats with a synthetic strain of Alzheimer's disease by injecting them with a modified amyloid beta protein. The goal was to test the efficacy of two experimental drugs, NeuroClear and Cognipro, in reversing the disease's symptoms. They needed to observe and keep detailed records of the rats' reactions to the drugs administered, noting any changes in behavior, memory retention, and cognitive function. The last thing he wanted to do was spend his weekend babysitting lab rats, even the ones they were planning to euthanize if the treatments proved ineffective. "It's experiments, Liam. That's how medicines are perfected," he muttered to himself in defense. "Nah, it's murder to me," he murmured in response, talking to himself. Taking a sip of his drink, his eyes drifted back to the lady at the bar, the not-quite redhead. He could see now that she was having an altercation with an average-height guy who appeared to be a tad handsy. "None of your business. Stay out of it, Liam," he muttered to himself, sipping his drink. But when he saw the guy lean in as if to kiss the lady and she reared back in evident surprise, Liam didn't realize he had gotten up until he was almost at the bar. "You can't possibly look this hot and not expect attention, beautiful," the man was saying, his words slurred and sluggish, showing he was drunk. "Poor bastard," Liam thought just as he cut in between the two, blocking the guy from the lady, and said, "I'm sorry, baby, our spot is ready. It was a damn mix-up. Come now." The lady looked up into his face, and Liam felt as if everything around him paused. The upbeat background music, the sounds of laughter, and people yelling to be heard above the cacophony. Everything slowed. He discovered her hair color wasn't from a bottle, as he had concluded. Her eyebrows and long, feathery eyelashes were the same color. Adding that to the dark hue of her flawless tan skin and her translucent light brown eyes, he felt his heart stop at how stunning she was. "Oh, of course, darling," she replied. The corners of her lovely lips tweaked in a smile. Liam swallowed at the raspy depth of her low, soft voice. "Shall we?" he heard himself say, his heart beating erratically in his chest as he took hold of the hand she offered him, trying not to dwell on how soft her hand was as he helped her off of the stool. "Hey, you can't just cut in like that!" the man yelled from behind him. Liam didn't bother to look back. "Hey, don't you dare touch him! If you lay a finger on him, you'll have to deal with me. Don't make me throw you out," a deep, familiar voice said from behind him as he ushered the lady towards the exclusive section. "Who is that?" the lady asked, looking behind him to catch a glimpse of the commotion. "Bar security, I presume," he lied, knowing very well that it was one of the Hawthorne guards. The lady wore a backless, understated dress that clung to her upper body and flowed loosely from the waist down. As she walked, the fabric latched to her figure, outlining her hourglass shape. She barely reached his chest, and he guessed her to be about 5 feet 8 inches tall. Upon reaching the veil-like canopied shield, Liam removed the purple velvet rope barring the entrance to let her in before joining her. She let out a sigh as she settled down on the chair. Liam reached for a bottle of Chateau Margaux 2009, uncorked it, and poured some into a glass. The girl caught and held his gaze, and he smiled at her as he handed her the glass of wine. "I hope you know I don't plan on following you home for rescuing me from that drama," she quipped. Liam shrugged. "Fair enough. I think it would be insulting to expect you to do that," he replied. She cocked an eyebrow at him and sipped the wine. Her beautiful eyes gleamed with mischief. Liam noticed the impressed lift of her left eyebrow at the choice of wine. He was well acquainted with its rich taste, featuring notes of blackcurrant, cedar, and a hint of tobacco. This was one of the reasons he had chosen it as part of the bribe for his colleagues. "So, am I supposed to believe I got rescued in a bar like this one by a perfect gentleman who just helped out of the goodness of his heart?" she asked. Her voice was incredibly attractive and had a peculiar depth to it that Liam thought he could listen to her read a book to him, or just talk to him for hours. "It would be the truth," he replied. "I really was handling that and didn't need a man to swoop in and rescue the damsel," she said, with a mix of sarcasm and condescension that Liam caught in her tone. "Why are you here alone?" he asked. "Why? Can't a woman come to a bar just to have fun on her own?" she challenged, her eyes flashing with indignation. Liam sensed there was more to her reaction. "Normally you should. But a woman dressed like you, and looking as you do, would get attention even if you dressed differently. Let's say more like a nun. You'd still attract attention, but of a different kind," Liam explained. "This should be interesting. Please tell me what kind of attention I'd attract," she jeered. "A different kind of jerk who'd think you're weird and saintly and would seek to corrupt you. But I'm certain that whichever way you dress, their motive would still be the same," he said. "And what motive would that be?" she asked. "I'm a gentleman, which is why I intervened," Liam replied. She placed the glass down and sashayed in front of him. Looking up into his face, she said, "So you don't want to take me home with you?" Liam gave her a searching gaze. He could tell she was goading him, but he couldn't quite figure out why. "No, miss. I don't think my brother would let me live it down if I brought home a girl I just met in a bar," he quipped. "And don't get me started on when my mom hears about it. The dragon lady would have my hide for sure," he grinned. "Scarlet," she replied with a smile, looking up into his eyes with a different gleam. "Excuse me," Liam replied. "My name is Scarlet. Calling me Maze makes me feel old," she quipped. Liam chuckled. "Liam," he replied. "So now that we've gotten that out of the way, why are you here alone, Liam, if not to pick up a girl?" she asked. "I'm actually here to offer a bribe," he quipped. "A bribe?" she repeated with a laugh. "I have a feeling you're a peculiar person, Liam," she said. Liam raised his hand to gently cup the side of her face, noticing how his large palm seemed to cover her side profile as he stroked her high cheekbone with his thumb. "I suppose you can say that," he replied, his voice low and husky. "Didn't you just say you helped me out of the goodness of your heart?" she said with a raised eyebrow. "Yes. Why?" Liam asked. "You are not acting like it right now, Liam," she replied. Her voice sounded shaky and tinged with a hint of annoyance. "You're an attractive woman, Scarlet, and it's natural for any man to find you desirable. But that doesn't mean I have to take you home. Just as I admire your beauty without any attached expectations or perceptions, I hope you can see me for more than just appearances. I might look like the typical attractive, superficial jerk who goes after everything that glitters, but I strive to look beyond the surface in my interactions," he stated plainly. Scarlet's eyes widened in utter surprise at his boldness. "You appear quite sure of yourself when it comes to your physical appearance," she teased, cocking an eyebrow at him. Liam smirked at her before reaching behind her neck to gently cup her by the nape. He then made her turn her back to him, and with her back pressed to his front, using one hand to hold her by the hip so she could stay standing against his body, he pointed to a reflective glass as he lowered his face to the nook of her neck. "Look into that glass and tell me I'm not attractive," he challenged in a husky drawl. Liam watched as her playful facade slowly dissolved, her gaze meeting his through the mirror. "I'm not being arrogant or pompous, it's just a fact. When I look at you, Scarlet, I see a beautiful woman, and I wonder, baby, I wonder if every hair on your body is the same golden hue. It's human nature to think that way. I'm sorry if my honesty seems off-putting," he explained. Scarlett's chest rose and fell with each breath, her lips slightly parted as she looked back at him. He gently stroked her hip through the fabric of her dress, which felt as soft and smooth as cashmere. He sensed she was no ordinary girl, likely accustomed to affluence. Her perfume had a subtle, rich blend of floral notes, neither heavy nor too soft, making him want to press his nose to her skin. Though Liam realized their interaction had taken on a provocative tone, he hadn't fully grasped its extent until he felt his fingers under her dress, stroking her, and she didn't make any move to stop him. Instead, she turned to face him, reaching for his face to bring their lips together. Liam was immediately struck by how soft her lips were, the taste of red wine on her tongue quite heady. Without withdrawing his hand from under her dress, he wrapped the other arm around her waist to lift her up, still kissing her as he carried her to the chair and sat on it with her on his lap. A burst of laughter from outside seemed to pierce through the haze of desire the two were drowning in, because, breathing hard, she stopped kissing him back, holding his gaze with dismay before quickly breaking out of his arms. She hastened to rearrange her dress. "Scarlett," Liam called in a deep, husky drawl. She ignored him, picked up her purse, murmuring a thank you, and rushed out. Liam sat there for about a minute, breathing in and out, a tad disoriented at what had just happened. Fortunately, shortly after, his final year project team arrived and managed to help him push the event to the back of his mind. However, there was a deep-seated regret that he had let her slip away. A week after their encounter, Liam's group was scheduled to present their findings on the Alzheimer's disease testing they conducted as part of their biochemistry course. He was selected as one of the speakers tasked with discussing the effects of the experimental drugs on the test rats. Cynthia, another member of his group, was assigned to introduce their team to the school's panel of judges, which included doctors, professors, esteemed scientists, pharmacologists, surgeons, and other medical professionals. By the time they entered the hall, the panel had already evaluated about 4 groups and was seated in ascending rows of seats. Liam consciously avoided direct eye contact with the judges, aiming to control his nerves and maintain focus on his presentation. Instead, he regarded them as a collective audience, choosing not to let their presence disrupt his thought process. When his turn to speak arrived, Liam delivered his presentation confidently, outlining the methodology, results, and implications of their Alzheimer's disease testing. He explained how they infected albino rats with a synthetic strain of the disease and administered experimental drugs to observe their effects on cognitive function and behavior. Despite his initial nerves, Liam maintained a composed demeanor and effectively conveyed the significance of their research to the panel. After concluding his presentation, the panel began to ask Liam questions. One of the panelists, a renowned pharmacologist, inquired, "Can you elaborate on the specific behavioral changes observed in the albino rats following the administration of the experimental drugs?" Liam nodded. "Certainly. We observed significant improvements in cognitive function, such as enhanced spatial memory and reduced disorientation, particularly in the rats treated with drug X. Additionally, there was a notable decrease in anxiety-like behaviors and an increase in social interactions among the treated groups," he replied, balling his hands into fists to prevent them from trembling. "How do you address potential ethical considerations regarding the use of animal models in Alzheimer's disease research, and what steps were taken to ensure humane treatment?" Another panelist, a doctor specializing in neurology, probed. Liam nodded in acknowledgement before responding. "Ensuring the welfare of the animals was a top priority throughout our study. We adhered strictly to ethical guidelines, including proper housing conditions, regular health monitoring, and minimizing discomfort during procedures. Additionally, our research protocol was approved by the Institutional Animal Care and Use Committee to ensure compliance with ethical standards." His voice exuded confidence and poise, concealing the fact that some of his knowledge stemmed from a bribe to his team. He thought he heard Cynthia scoff and pressed his lips together to stifle a laugh, unexpectedly easing some of his tension. What were the primary findings regarding the efficacy of the experimental drugs in mitigating the symptoms of Alzheimer's disease in the rat model? And do these results suggest potential implications for human treatment? The head of the panel, a respected neuroscientist, was inquiring. Our results indicate promising efficacy of the experimental drugs in reducing amyloid plaque accumulation and improving cognitive function in the rat model of Alzheimer's disease. While further research is needed to validate these findings and assess safety profiles, our study offers valuable insights into potential therapeutic strategies for human Alzheimer's disease treatment, he promptly replied, sounding more confident now. After a few more questions, the head of their department initiated a round of applause. "Thank you, Mr. Liam Hawthorne. That was brilliant," the older man commended. Liam nodded and stepped aside. "Dr. McGraw, do you have any questions for Liam Hawthorne?" Liam heard his head of department say, and this time he didn't choose to blur out the faces. His heart pounded hard against the wall of his chest. When the person sitting in front of Dr. McGraw moved, and he saw who it was. It was the lady from the bar, Scarlett. Her hair was in French braids, gold-rimmed glasses framed her face, and her face was bare of makeup. But he would recognize that color of hair and eyes anywhere. "No, thank you. His presentation was remarkable," she said in a soft voice that resonated through him. He noticed she avoided direct eye contact and was holding her pen in an almost death grip. "Next," the head of department called out for the next student for presentation. Then he redirected his gaze toward Liam and said, "Liam, I believe you have robotic-assisted surgery in room 102 with Professor George." Liam nodded and said, "Yes, Professor." The man turned to Scarlett and suggested, "Maybe you'd prefer to go with Mr. Hawthorne. Doctor, he's one of the surgical students leading the research project on robotic-assisted surgery for brain tumors, which you were scheduled to attend as a panelist. Since you're unfamiliar with the area, he can escort you there." Liam observed her evident struggle to respond, almost certain she would opt to wander around campus instead of having him accompany her. "Of course," she said, rising from her seat. Liam left the podium, waiting for her to reach him before turning towards the exit door. He fought the urge to trail his eyes over her body. She wore a white silk shirt over a snug skirt. Liam derived satisfaction from confirming his suspicion that, even in modest attire, she looked breathtaking. Not that her office wear was any less captivating. "Good afternoon, Miss Scarlett." Liam greeted her in a cool, withdrawn tone as they exited the hall, stepping into the long hallway. "It's Professor McGraw to you, Mr. Hawthorne," she replied with a cold, disdainful tone. Liam remained silent, walking beside her until they reached the entrance of the janitor's closet. He grabbed her forearm, pulled open the side door, and ushered her inside before she could protest. Closing the door behind them, he pushed her against it, gripped her by the throat, and silenced her with his lips. Scarlett struggled against his hold, hitting his chest twice before gripping the label of his suit and meeting his fervent kiss with equal vigor, whimpering as he lifted her with one arm wrapped around her hip, pressing hard against her open legs. When Liam stopped kissing her to catch his breath, he peered darkly into her eyes and growled, "I dare you to use that tone with me again." He paused and then added in a slow drawl, "Professor, I..." Scarlett McGraw couldn't quite believe the situation she had found herself in. Ever since she started her little experiments to create believable characters in her books, she never imagined ending up in a predicament like this. Of all the clubs to attempt to embody a femme fatale for her book, she ended up in one where a witness who was somehow entangled in her real life frequented. To make matters worse, he turned out to be a student at the school where she had just been hired as a science professor. And if that wasn't bad enough, he was an attractive, charismatic man with a strong personality that completely knocked her senses out of her. How on earth could she have escaped him at the club only to find herself getting intimate with him in a school supply closet? Her therapist would surely have a field day with this latest experience. It seemed she never learned. She had just survived 2 years in an abusive relationship with a man who thought he owned her, only to land right in this mess. It was general knowledge that professors are not allowed to have sexual relationships with their students, even though this is a university and the students in question are well above the age of consent. It was still deemed improper and unethical, and such acts could lead to serious consequences, even dismissal. Scarlett loved lecturing and imparting knowledge. It was one of the things she enjoyed as much as writing. Adam, her ex, had done everything to keep her from pursuing that dream, wanting to keep her locked in like a prized possession. Now that she had her life back and could live on her own terms, this happened. For someone who had always prided herself on never letting her emotions get the best of her, this was rather alarming. She had so much to lose, yet she couldn't bring herself to stop him. As soon as she saw him in the lineup of students waiting to present their projects, she knew she was in trouble. Even now, away from the club and in this setting, he didn't look like an immature college boy, but a virile man, with his impeccable tailored dark suit, his white undershirt unbuttoned at the neck, his dark brown Italian leather shoes, and his hair styled in a manly man bun. He was quite a sight. He stood out among the other students with his impossibly tall frame and broad, prominent shoulders. When he started to speak, his voice held a certain command that was attention-grabbing and enthralling. There was no doubt he was intelligent, and it was no surprise that the head of the department respected him. She only wished he hadn't made Liam escort her anywhere. Now they were in a closet, and she didn't have the willpower to stop the delicious punishment he had chosen to inflict on her. Hearing him call her professor in that deep, husky tone ignited her passion. She traced her thumb along his lips, their eyes meeting with intense heat before she pressed her lips to his, giving in to the intense longing that had plagued her since their initial meeting. A few minutes later, he held her hand and strolled back into the hallway as if he hadn't just ruined her emotionally, mentally, and physically. Her legs were shaking and she was trembling all over. She was pretty sure anyone who looked at her could tell she had just been thoroughly ravished. She tried to withdraw her hand from his, trying to maintain composure, but he didn't let her until they reached a crowded hallway leading to the surgery theatre. Then, he placed his hand on the small of her back instead. "Dr. McGraw, there you are!" one of the administrative staff called from down the hallway. "Please," Scarlett whispered, her voice not quite sounding like her own, which was fitting since she didn't feel like herself either. Part of her wanted to go back to the closet with him, even though it was pure madness. She heard him emit a low growl before he withdrew his hand from the small of her back. Scarlett hurried away from him, like a delicate creature granted freedom but uncertain if it truly desired it. Liam tried to contain his emotions at the unexpected encounter. He'd let her cold brush-off get to him, and had simply reacted. He knew the rules regarding professors and students and knew they'd just broken them. But in his defense, he hadn't known she was a professor when they met at the club, and had never met a professor that had provoked him enough to have them in the closet during a project presentation. But gosh, she was beautiful. He dipped his hands in his pockets to hide his restless energy, watching as she hurried away from him. "Liam!" one of his professors called from the doorway to the theatre. Liam looked at him, drawing a blank for a second. "Robotic-assisted surgery?" the man said, frowning at him. "Shit." Liam cursed internally. He couldn't believe he'd momentarily forgotten about that. He hurried forward, entering the sterile theatre with the man. "Liam!" one of his coursemates called to him from a corner of the room, where 3 other medical students stood. He hurried over and got in line with them. "Where the hell were you, man?" the one standing beside him asked under his breath. "If I tell you, I'm going to have to kill you, Chad," he replied in a low tone, a smirk tugging at the corners of his lips. "You almost missed your turn," came the reply. Liam replied, thinking it would be damn worth it. As if he could feel eyes on him, he looked in that direction and saw her again, sitting among the other panel of judges in a glass shield on the other side of the wall. Their eyes met for about a moment before she quickly averted her gaze. "Liam, are you ready?" the professor supervising the research called out. A minute, Professor," Liam replied. He stepped forward, hurrying to the side wall where a stainless steel sink was mounted for cleaning. He took off his suit and tossed it to one of the other students, causing a ripple of laughter. The professor shook his head knowingly. Liam rolled up his sleeves and washed his hands thoroughly before donning a surgical robe over his shirt. He wore latex gloves and a surgical mask before heading to the area where a human cadaver, a donor for medical research, was laid out under the bright lights. The robotic surgical system loomed beside the bed, its arms poised and ready. The research lab buzzed with a mix of excitement and tension. "Let's begin," Liam said, his voice steady despite the flutter of nerves in his stomach. He tried very hard not to look in the direction of the panelists and focused on his task. Taking a deep, calming breath, he began by checking the detailed MRI scans displayed on the monitor, providing a precise map of the brain and the tumor's location. He started a monologue explaining what he was doing and the reasons behind it as he calibrated the navigation system, ensuring the imaging data integrated seamlessly. Though their patient was a cadaver, Liam and the department-selected team treated the procedure with the utmost respect and realism. The head was positioned securely to allow optimal access to the tumor. Liam made a small incision in the scalp with a steady hand, then performed a craniotomy, removing a small portion of the skull to access the brain. The robotic arm was positioned and calibrated, with Liam ensuring all connections were secure and the instruments correctly attached. Taking a deep breath, he grasped the joysticks that would guide the robotic arms with unmatched precision. At this stage, he'd succeeded in zoning everything and everyone out of his head, except for catching the occasional whiff of Scarlett's perfume that still clung to his skin. He reveled in the scent rather than letting it distract him. Looking through the microscope, he saw it provided a clear, magnified view of the surgical site. He began using the robotic arms to carefully dissect and remove the tumor. The system responded to his slightest movements with perfect accuracy. Real-time imaging appeared on the screens, guiding him to avoid critical brain structures and ensuring he removed the tumor completely. Controlling the bleeding using electrocoagulation, Liam meticulously checked for any signs of residual tumor tissue. He repositioned the removed portion of the skull and secured it, then performed the final suturing of the scalp with precision, restoring the cadaver to its initial state. Although there was no recovery process for the cadaver, Liam simulated the post-operative monitoring, reviewing the MRI scans to evaluate the procedure's success. The professor stepped in then, and a round of applause resounded in the room, breaking Liam's concentration. "Excellent work, Liam," he said, patting him on the back. "You handled the robotic system with great skill. This experience will be invaluable when you operate on living patients." Liam smiled under his mask and couldn't resist looking in the direction of the panelists. It was as if he was looking straight into her eyes. But then she lowered her gaze to scribble something on a paper like the rest of the panelists, and to his dismay, she got up and headed out. Liam's eyes darted about the theatre, silently counting how many other students must go through the process before they were allowed to leave. "Damn it," he cursed internally. "Frank? Your turn," the professor was saying. Liam let out a sigh as he walked back to the corner to join the rest of the students. "Well done, Hawthorne," a girl in the lineup said to him, giving him a flirtatious smile. Liam gave a nod of gratitude before standing in line, wishing he was running after Professor McGraw instead. Perhaps they could speak of repeating what happened in the supply closet. Liam didn't get a moment of free time until about 7 p.m. He headed out with his colleagues, each sharing their experiences. "My God, I almost botched the procedure. I made the mistake of looking at the panelists and froze. Christ in heaven, I thought I was done for sure," one of the students was saying while the others laughed. "I sure didn't make that mistake. It's best to imagine you are alone unless you are a great actor like Liam. Stick to what you know," another chimed in. "I wasn't acting," Liam protested, prompting everyone to start replying at once, causing a noisy ruckus and laughter. "Of course you were playing up to the audience with your 'I'm going to start now, and that, folks, is the end of the procedure,'" one of them mimicked. Liam laughed. "First, I do not sound like that," he protested. "Second, you all have a complex," he said, making the three guys rush him playfully. He laughed, fending off their hits. When they got outside to the parking lot, Liam shook hands with his colleagues and bid them goodnight. "We should celebrate, Hawthorne," a girl called out to him from beside a car. "Yeah, but not today. I'm beat. Night, Ashley," he replied, blowing her a kiss before heading toward the section where he'd parked. He thought he saw a familiar redhead between cars a few meters away, and then heard a yell. His brows furrowed as he headed in that direction. "Liam!" one of his bodyguards called to him, bemused, probably wondering where he was going. "A minute, please," he called back, quickening his steps. Upon reaching the row of cars, he saw a hefty man in an impeccable suit cornering Scarlett against the side of a black Prado. "Hey!" he called out, anger surging inside him as he advanced toward the couple. "Step back from her now!" he ordered. The man turned around to face him, giving Liam the chance to see the professor properly. He saw an obvious crimson tear on her upper lip, her eyes red, and her hair in disarray. "What the hell?" he cursed internally. "Did you hit her?" he growled out loud in indignation. "Liam, no! Liam, walk away!" Scarlett warned with evident distress as Liam continued to advance. "You should listen to her," was all Liam let the man say before smacking him in the face and dragging him by the label of his expensive suit out between the cars to the open. "Liam, no!" Scarlett hurried after them, trying to stop Liam, but he was beyond angry. Few things could quickly disrupt his good-natured demeanor, but at the top of the list were macho jerks who thought they could manhandle women whenever they pleased. Liam shoved the guy to the ground and stood a few meters from him. "How much do you weigh?" Liam taunted. "I'm guessing at least 180 pounds, and you're picking on a woman? If there's ever a definition of pathetic, it's you," Liam goaded. "You little shit!" the man spat, seemingly recovering from the shock of being manhandled. "Is this the reason you wanted to be a professor, Scarlett?" he bellowed. "Could you please stop? This is a campus, for heaven's sake!" Scarlett begged, her face reddened with embarrassment as she glanced nervously around, hoping they wouldn't attract attention. She just started working here, damn it, she thought, feeling both frustrated and helpless. Liam deduced that the two knew each other, but what right did the man have to hit her? "Get up!" Liam yelled, taking off his suit jacket. The man did and rushed at Liam with a primal growl, aiming to ram him with his shoulder. Liam sidestepped, then pressed the sole of his shoe on the man's back to shove him to the ground again. The man got up, enraged now, and tightened his fist, rushing at Liam. "Please stop it, both of you!" Scarlett cried pleadingly. They ignored her. The man threw a punch at Liam, who dodged it, grabbed the man by the fist, and landed 2 blows to his face, ensuring he broke his nose before burying one in the man's gut. He then pushed him down onto his knees, holding him by the neck. He growled, "Apologize." His voice was almost primal. "Sorry," the man croaked. Liam let go of him, letting him fall to the ground. He straightened up as 2 of his guards hurried to the scene, their mouths hanging open in dismay. "Liam, for the love of God!" one of them exclaimed upon seeing the other man. "Where is your car, Professor McGraw?" Liam asked. Scarlett gingerly pointed to the Prado Jeep. "Can you drive, or should I take you home?" he probed, his eyes dark and intense. "You are not going anywhere with my wife," the man croaked, spitting out blood as he stood unsteadily. "You're what?" Liam repeated, stunned. Present time. "Dr. Hawthorne!" someone called from behind him. Liam halted his strides and glanced over his shoulder, half expecting to see his mother in the hallway with some hospital personnel running after her. But there was no one there except an intern hurrying down the hallway toward him. "What's your name again?" Liam asked as he continued walking, making the intern run to catch up. "Dr. Cooper," she replied breathlessly. "Oh, of course, Dr. Cooper, the intern who administered the wrong dosage of antibiotics on her first day. If I remember correctly, it nearly caused a severe allergic reaction in a patient," Liam teased, recalling how he'd found the girl frozen in place beside the patient's hospital bed, while a nurse quickly administered epinephrine to counteract the reaction. "That incident was blown out of proportion, Dr. Hawthorne," she said with an embarrassed laugh, trying to play it off as nothing serious. "Was it, though?" he responded with an arched eyebrow, needling her. "Let's focus on getting things right today, okay?" he said with a weary sigh. "And could you please refrain from calling me Dr. Hawthorne? Half of the time I expect my mother to be bearing down on me when you do," Liam said. "Okay, doctor," she replied. "Liam, just Liam. If you want to stick to being professional, Dr. Liam would suffice," Liam advised as she handed him a file. "Yes, of course, Dr. Liam," she said hesitantly, nodding with a sheepish smile. "What am I looking at?" Liam asked as he opened the folder. "An accident victim was brought in. There was no identification on her, so we don't know who she is," Cooper quickly responded. "Don't you know the procedure?" Liam probed, raising his eyes to make eye contact. He watched as the girl opened her mouth to speak, but no words came out as she stared into his eyes. "Earth to Cooper," Liam quipped. She blinked, nodded, cleared her throat, and said, "I do, Doctor. I have to report to security, then security will report to the police, which I have done. But the patient is bleeding internally and has multiple broken bones. If we don't treat her, she will die. And since we don't have her identification, we can't tell if she has insurance, and without insurance, we can't treat her. You are the only person who can authorize us to go ahead with the treatment in the absence of Dr. Mrs. Hawthorne," she promptly responded. "So my mum is not in the building?" he asked. "She is not in her office," she promptly answered. Liam's brows furrowed as he swiftly signed the form. If his mother was not available, it meant he needed to attend to the patient himself. The case sounded serious and required a surgeon, and he couldn't possibly leave it to an intern who had already caused a problem on her first day. "Where is the patient?" he asked, noting that the report indicated she was a hit-and-run victim. "In the emergency department," Cooper replied. Liam nodded. "Take me to her," he ordered, and quickly turned on his heel, breaking into a jog, while Cooper hurried to keep up. Shortly after, he arrived in the emergency unit. The expansive hall was jammed with patients as usual, with attending doctors and interns moving swiftly, triaging patients like they were picking out the ripest fruits at a market. Cooper, out of breath, drew back a privacy curtain on a side wall, while Liam grabbed the patient's medical chart to review what had been administered before his gaze then fell on the patient in the bed. He froze, taking a sharp breath upon seeing the unmistakable hair color, one he could never forget. The patient's face was severely swollen, her eyes were shut tight, and she was immobilized with a neck brace. But he would know her anywhere, he could almost feel her. Despite being hooked up to oxygen, her breathing was shallow. A deep pain surged through Liam's heart. "Scarlett? What?" he gasped in utter shock before immediately springing into action. "Doctor, do you know the woman?" Cooper asked. "Yes, now find an operating room that's free for me right now," he yelled. Cooper startled backward as Liam pulled the gurney out of its position and out of the emergency ward, heading down the corridor toward the operating room. "Jesus, Scarlett, who did this to you?" Liam growled in anger, silently praying they weren't too late. His mind raced as he wheeled Scarlett down the pristine hallway, his heart beating erratically in his chest. The familiar surroundings of Evergreen Memorial Hospital blurred as his focus narrowed solely on saving her life. Cooper, trailing closely behind, was already on her phone, coordinating with the surgical team. "Clear operating room 4 now. Dr. Hawthorne is on his way," Cooper barked into the phone, her earlier nervousness replaced by a determined professionalism. Soon enough, they burst into the operating room. Liam wasted no time as he barked out orders. "Get me blood tests and 4 units of O-negative blood." Turning to a nurse, he added, "I need an X-ray here now, and let radiology know we'll need a CT scan immediately after we stabilize her." The team sprang into action, moving with practiced efficiency. The anesthesiologist arrived, prepping Scarlett for intubation. Liam grabbed the ultrasound probe, quickly scanning her abdomen. "She's got internal bleeding, likely from her liver. We need to get control of the bleeding first," he announced. The X-ray technician stepped forward. Liam directed him to take images of Scarlett's chest and pelvis. Within moments, the images popped up on the screen. He saw multiple rib fractures and a fractured pelvis, likely causing the internal bleeding. The operating room door swung open, and an additional surgical team joined them. "Start prepping for surgery," Liam ordered. "We need to find and stop the source of the bleeding," he added, his deep voice lined with urgency. The anesthesiologist confirmed Scarlett was stable under anesthesia. Liam made a swift but precise incision into her abdomen, his hands steady despite the emotional turmoil inside him. How did she end up like this? Where was she going? Has she been in New York all this while? His mind raced with questions. "Rib spreaders," he ordered, his voice calm but urgent. The sight of the internal damage was severe. Liam clenched his jaw tightly. "There's a liver injury. Clamp the bleeders. I need suction here," he yelled. Blood pooled into the suction catheter as Liam worked quickly to control the hemorrhage. "Pads," he called, using them to pack the area around the liver. "We've got to stabilize her before we move on." Once the bleeding was under control, Liam moved to repair the damage. His hands moved deftly, repairing the torn liver tissue and checking for any other sources of bleeding. The atmosphere in the operating room was tense, the team working in perfect synergy. "Okay, she's stable for now," Liam finally said, his voice laced with relief. "Get her ready for the CT scan. We need to check for any additional injuries." As they transferred Scarlett to the CT scanner, Liam stayed close, monitoring her vital signs. The scan revealed a broken thigh bone and several other minor fractures, but no additional life-threatening injuries. "We need to stabilize those fractures. We'll start with the thigh. Get Josh in here now," Liam ordered. Soon enough, Dr. Josh, an orthopedic surgeon, joined them, scrubbing in as Liam briefed him. "Her thigh bone is broken. We'll need to insert a rod to stabilize it." Dr. Josh nodded. "We'll need traction to align the bone. Let's get the X-ray machine in here for imaging." Under Liam's supervision, the team worked to align Scarlett's thigh bone. The live X-ray images allowed them to ensure the bone was correctly aligned. Dr. Josh inserted the guide wire, followed by the rod, securing the fracture. "The thigh bone's stable," he announced. "Now let's move on to the pelvis." Liam directed his attention to the pelvic fractures. "We'll need an external fixator to stabilize the pelvis temporarily." As they worked to place the external fixator, Liam couldn't help but feel a surge of hope. "Pelvis is stable," Liam confirmed, relief evident in his voice. "Let's check the ribs next." They swiftly addressed the rib fractures, inserting chest tubes to prevent any potential lung issues and stabilizing the fractured ribs with plates. "Ribs are set," Liam finally announced with evident relief. "Good work, everyone. Let's get her to the intensive care unit." As they carefully transferred Scarlett onto a gurney, Liam ensured all the monitors and lines were securely in place. "The intensive care unit is ready for her, Dr. Liam," Cooper said, her voice steady. Liam nodded, guiding the gurney out of the operating room and down the corridor to the intensive care unit. The intensive care unit team took over, helping to move Scarlett into a bed and connecting her to the necessary monitors and equipment. "Dr. Liam," the head nurse called, catching his attention as he glanced at her. "Dr. Cooper mentioned that you know the patient. Could you provide her name so we can verify her insurance information?" she asked. "Scarlett McGraw," Liam promptly provided absent-mindedly. "All right, thank you, doctor," the woman replied. Hours passed, and Liam finally allowed himself a moment to breathe. Scarlett was stable now, but the road to recovery was another matter entirely. His heart ached for her. He looked down at her, her face still bruised and swollen, and whispered, "Hang in there, Scarlett. Please." As he stepped out of the intensive care unit, he glanced back at Cooper, who was hovering nearby like some guardian angel. "You did well today, Dr. Cooper." "Thank you," Liam said, a note of gratitude in his deep voice. She nodded. "Thank you, Dr. Liam. Your quick response saved her life. I'll keep an eye on her." Liam gave her a curt nod, and throwing a look at Scarlett said, "When she wakes up, I want to be the first to know." "All right, Doctor," Cooper replied. As Liam walked back to his office, he allowed himself to fully feel the shock and pain of seeing Scarlett in such a condition. He exhaled shakily, his chest rising and falling, his brows furrowed in concern. The question that had plagued him earlier echoed in his mind. Who did this? Images of the last time he'd seen her flashed through his mind, her trembling in his arms as he loved her over and over, both angry and utterly overwhelmed with desire for her. Discovering she was married had messed him up, and he hated even more how she tried to act like nothing had happened between them. None of that had stopped them, though. Their passion was like a wildfire. Once ignited, it burned intensely, except that she refused to let him into her life. Their separation had left him with a sense of incompleteness, as if there was an unwritten chapter in their story that remained unfinished. She had disappeared from his life without a trace, and now, finding her in this condition, what if she had died? A surge of simmering anger ignited within him. He clenched his jaw and tightened his fists, determined to uncover the truth. He vowed to find the driver responsible for hitting her and ensure they faced justice. Something inside him reminded him that this should be her husband's responsibility, or even a family member's. But he pushed the thought away. The reminder of her being taken made him irate all over again. As he neared his office door, he noticed the same nurse who had inquired about Scarlett earlier hurrying to catch up with him. "Dr. Liam Hawthorne, I need to ask, are you sure the name you provided was correct?" Maybe she changed her name, married or something? She asked. Liam stopped, his brow furrowing as he focused on her. What do you mean? He asked. Well, first there was no Scarlett McGraw in the system. The closest match was Scarlett McGraw Scott, and the person was listed as deceased by her husband about a year ago, she said with a puzzled frown. What? Liam exclaimed in utter shock. The shock of learning that Scarlett McGraw was listed as deceased left Liam reeling. The idea that someone with her name had been dead for a year was inconceivable. He felt an icy grip of confusion and worry tightening around his chest. The woman he had just operated on was very much alive. The need for answers welled up inside him. Are you sure there's no mistake? Liam asked, trying to keep his voice steady. The nurse nodded solemnly. I've double-checked. The system lists her as deceased and the details match up with the name you provided. It seems there might be some kind of mix-up, but I don't know what. Liam's mind raced. A troubling thought formed in his head. The scene in the parking lot back at Harvard replayed in his head. Although Scarlett had avoided speaking to him about it, acting as though it was none of his business, Liam had had his concerns about the entire situation. He had wanted to do a thorough background check on her and her so-called husband, but had held back at the last minute, hating the feeling it stirred up in him, almost making him feel desperate. Scarlett's dismissive attitude, as if what they'd shared never happened, made it even worse. It had chipped away at his ego. That inaction, however, had led to another sexual encounter between them in her office, and it became a pattern of him seeking her out, having her anywhere and everywhere, even in the school library. It was as if she had opened up a gateway in him that could never be shut, a need that could not be quenched. In his arms she had been helpless, vulnerable, and passionate. His fingers curled into fists by his sides. He wished he had done that background check, or forced her to talk to him instead of treating him like some young stallion she only allowed close when she felt pushed to the wall and vulnerable. Liam resolved not to make the same mistake again. I need to see the records for Scarlett McGraw Scott, he said, trying to keep his voice neutral and mild, wanting to appear just as concerned and curious as Scarlett's doctor or acquaintance, thinking he needed to find out what was going on. The nurse nodded and led Liam to the hospital's records department. As they walked, his mind was a storm of concern and anger, overwhelmed with relentless questions. Why would Scarlett's name be listed as deceased? Was this just a clerical error or something more sinister? In the records room, Liam stood back and listened as the nurse asked the person in charge to pull up the medical records for Scarlett McGraw Scott. The man quickly sat down at his computer and started typing. Moments later, the information appeared on the screen. Liam stepped forward, examining the details displayed for Scarlett McGraw Scott. The records confirmed everything: a death certificate, a husband's name, and a date of death from about a year ago. There was also a brief note about a fatal accident, eerily similar to the circumstances of the patient he had just treated. His thoughts raced. This doesn't make any sense, Liam thought, struggling to connect the dots. If Scarlett McGraw Scott is truly deceased, then who is the woman in the ICU? Straightening up, he said aloud, Maybe I'm mistaken. I could have sworn she was the Scarlett McGraw I knew. He lied, noticing the nurse's brows furrow in confusion. Thanks for your help. Nurse Caldwell, can I speak with you outside? Liam said, patting the records clerk on the back before turning to leave. Dr. Liam, are you sure this isn't a mistake? Or maybe we should call the cops? She asked. We don't need the cops. We just have to wait for her to wake up and solve the mystery. Meanwhile, put her bill on me, Liam replied, not wanting the nurse to dwell on the case. She hesitated for a moment before shrugging and saying, All right, doctor, but you really should cut back on covering the costs for your economically challenged patients. Even you don't have an endless supply of money. She teased. Liam chuckled. Is that your way of saying I shouldn't get personally involved with patients? He teased. The nurse rolled her eyes and walked away, muttering about him being a freaking bleeding heart. Once her back was turned, Liam's smile faded. He turned and headed back to Scarlett's hospital room. Seeing Dr. Cooper still there checking her vitals, he asked, Hi, how's it going? Dr. Cooper turned to face him and shrugged. Same as a few minutes ago. "She's still breathing," she replied. "Okay, give me a few minutes to relieve you so you can head home," Liam said. Dr. Cooper looked surprised and quickly responded, I don't mind at all. I'd really like to." 30 minutes, Liam insisted before leaving. Taking quick strides to his office, he sat down at his desk and typed in Adam Scott. He quickly opened another tab and typed in Scarlett McGraw-Scott. A theory was already forming in his mind, but he needed to determine whether there had been a recent mix-up or if someone had stolen Scarlett's identity. After reviewing the results for Scarlett McGraw, Liam found that the search, which he hoped would provide answers, only deepened the mystery. The records once again confirmed that Scarlett had been killed in a hit-and-run accident a year ago. He switched to Adam Scott's tab and discovered that not only was Adam recently engaged, but his wedding was also scheduled for this weekend, and he was running for mayor of his town. There was a link to a MeTube channel on the page with a caption that read, "Meet Adam Scott, your future mayor. Watch his latest town hall address as he shares his vision for a better tomorrow." Curious, Liam clicked the link and watched as Adam Scott stood before a packed town hall, addressing an eager crowd. "Thank you all for being here tonight," Adam began, his voice steady and confident. "As many of you know, I'm not a career politician. I'm a father, a husband-to-be, and a lifelong resident of this great town." Liam felt as if someone had just sucker-punched him in the gut. Did he say he is a father? Did Scarlett have a child with this try-hard? He thought with displeasure. "I've seen firsthand the challenges we face. Rising crime rates, struggling schools and businesses closing their doors. But I believe we can turn things around. Together," Adam continued. The crowd murmured in agreement, with a few clapping in support. "Running for mayor isn't about politics for me. It's about our community. It's about ensuring our children have a safe place to grow up and that our seniors can live with the dignity and respect they deserve. I want to work for you, the people, to create a town we're all proud to call home." There was a round of applause and Adam smiled, waiting for it to die down before continuing. "I promise to listen to your concerns, to be a mayor who is accessible and accountable. I believe in transparency and honesty, and I will always put the needs of our community first. Together, we can make our town a better place for everyone." The crowd erupted into cheers, and Adam raised his hand to acknowledge them, his expression earnest and determined. Thank you all. Let's make this town the best it can be." With that, the video ended, leaving Liam with a lingering sense of dread. For a minute, he stared at the paused video, his anger simmering. He then played the video again, this time not solely focused on Adam. At the 2-minute mark, as Adam shifted, Liam caught a flash of red hair in the background. A woman standing just behind Adam's bulky frame. Narrowing his eyes and frowning, Liam leaned forward and zoomed in on the video. His heart sank as he scrutinized the woman's face. Though the woman wasn't Scarlett, she could almost pass for her body double. She had red hair, but Liam could easily tell it wasn't the exact shade of Scarlett's. This color seemed to come from a bottle, although the woman must have made quite an effort to get the exact hue. Her face was a similar shape, but she was definitely not Scarlett. Liam thought she looked like a cheap imitation. He then shifted his gaze back to Adam Scott. If he had any doubts before, they were gone now. His suspicions about the man were confirmed beyond a shadow of a doubt. Leaning back in his chair, Liam picked up his phone and called his uncle, Andrew McLeod. Uncle Andrew, like about 200 of his dad's security operatives, had been part of his life for as long as he could remember. The man was the head of the Hawthorne security team, and everyone working with him had become like family over time. One could even say they were one big Hawthorne family with countless uncles and cousins. Andrew was married to Aunt Anita, his mother's best friend turned sister. If there was anyone Liam could trust with the situation regarding Scarlett, it was definitely him. Although somewhat retired, Uncle Andrew was still the head of the Hawthorne Guards, overseeing new recruits while the older members remained in service, including Liam's uncle Jake Darfield. Uncle Jake was now more involved in infiltrating companies as a front for his dad than being on active duty. Liam considered calling Uncle Jake too, but he wanted to wait until he had a solid plan in mind. He listened as the phone rang twice before his Uncle Andrew's familiar deep tone filtered through the line. "Please don't tell me you accidentally killed someone as a daring prank," was Uncle Andrew's first response. "Wait, what? How could you even think I'm capable of something like that?" Liam's voice was high-pitched, causing his uncle to respond with a chuckle. "Uh-huh. If no one's dead, what are you planning that I need to talk you out of?" Uncle Andrew asked. "You know, I'm genuinely hurt by this reaction. I'm a grown, responsible adult now," Liam protested. "Uh-huh. What's the issue then?" "It's 11 p.m., kid," the older man said. "Why can't I call my favorite uncle anytime I want?" Liam said with a smirk. He heard a feminine chuckle on the other end. "Good evening, Aunt Anita," he added. "Good evening, darling. How's it going filling your mum's shoes?" she joked. "Ha ha, very funny. As if I could. I'm just trying to manage her legacy," Liam replied. "Nonsense. You're just as good, if not better. Don't let that self-doubt she battled consume you too," his aunt said. "Thanks, Auntie," Liam said, his voice warm with affection. "I'm handing the phone back to your uncle. Please take care," she replied, and Uncle Andrew's deep voice returned to the line. "All right, out with it," he said. Liam proceeded to explain the situation with Scarlett McGraw-Scott, omitting the fact that she was once his lover in school, but providing full details about her and her husband. "I take it you don't like this husband and suspect him?" Uncle Andrew asked. "I don't suspect him just because I don't like him. I just have this feeling he might be behind it," Liam replied, sounding a bit defensive. "Okay, I'll have someone look into it. Meanwhile, if your theory proves correct, I'd appreciate it if you could move this woman to a private ward. You know what I mean?" Uncle Andrew suggested. "Yes, Uncle. I'll have her moved to the private patient's ward," Liam said. The private care unit at Evergreen Memorial is located on the top floor of the building and is restricted to authorized medical personnel only, which includes his mom, Dr. Rowan, Dr. Sterling, and Dr. Yen. The patient's medical records are removed from the general pool, so unless one of the authorized doctors provides otherwise, no one, even the hospital staff, will know the patient is in the building. That way, no one will know where she is. It will give us time to gather information about her situation and what's going on. Alternatively, she might wake up and be in a position to defend herself," Uncle Andrew said. Liam had a different solution in mind, but was certain Uncle Andrew wouldn't approve, so he decided to keep it to himself. "You're so quiet on that end, and your silence terrifies me, Liam," Uncle Andrew said. "Don't worry, I'll handle it," Liam replied. "That's exactly what I'm worried about. Liam, listen carefully. Someone who's cold and calculating enough to pull off something like this, and a politician at that, will go to great lengths to keep it under wraps. Don't make your bodyguard's job any harder than it needs to be," Uncle Andrew warned. "Yes, I know. Thank you, Uncle Andrew," Liam said. Andrew let out a sigh. "I'll call you tomorrow with more information," he said. "Thank you, Uncle Andrew. Good night," Liam replied, and ended the call. With his mind made up, Liam picked up his phone and called in his personal security. The four men arrived a few minutes later. "Boss," the leader of the group greeted, "I need your help with something. No questions asked and no reporting to Uncle Andrew or my dad," Liam said, standing with his arms folded across his chest. The men exchanged knowing glances. "I hate to spoil the mystery, but Andrew just called us," one of the guards said. "He instructed us to follow your orders if it would ensure your safety," another added. Liam was slightly irritated by how predictable he was, but was also impressed that his uncle was always ahead of him. "All right then, I need to get someone out of this hospital without anyone seeing us. How do we pull it off?" he asked. "Is this person still alive?" one of the guards asked hesitantly. Liam raised an eyebrow, puzzled by why everyone thought he might be capable of killing a patient and covering it up. Nonetheless, the question sparked an idea in his mind. Owen didn't bother hurrying down the hallway. There was no need to. Unless Amelia planned to jump off the ship, he figured their paths would cross one way or another. The sound of the dull echo of his Italian shoes resonated through the hallway. Upon reaching the end, he stopped and looked left and right. Seeing that Amelia had disappeared, he glanced at the custom-made gold wristwatch around his wrist, silently noting that the helicopter would soon return for him. He decided to take the left turn, walking leisurely down the empty hallway. He figured if the helicopter arrived, they would have to wait a bit for him, as he had no intention of leaving the cruise ship without Amelia. Soon, he discovered that his instincts had been correct. The left turn led him straight to another hallway that went to the ship's kitchen. As he approached, the sounds of a loud shouting match reached his ears. One of the voices sounded quite familiar. "Got you," Owen muttered to himself with satisfaction, a semblance of a smile playing on his face. But as he got closer, he quickly realized this wasn't just some employees squabbling. Someone was accusing someone else of stealing a diamond necklace. Owen reached the entrance of the kitchen and found the door left ajar. Peering inside, he saw Amelia standing on one side as straight as a rod, her fists clenched by her sides and her chin raised high in a somewhat haughty stance. However, the trembling of her lips and stormy eyes indicated she was only keeping a brave front. Owen leaned his shoulder against the doorframe, taking in the rest of the group gathered in front of Amelia. One of them was a man of average height in a white uniform, and given the authoritative way he was speaking, Owen guessed he was either the ship's captain or the chief chef, possibly Amelia's boss. Another girl, dressed similarly to Amelia but taller with short, stylish cropped hair dyed blonde, stood on the other side. The roots of her hair revealed her natural brunette color. She stood with her hands held behind her back, watching Amelia with a sly gaze and a subtle tweak of her lips. Owen studied her quietly, noting there was something more going on. Owen's attention then turned to the fourth person in the kitchen, a woman dressed elegantly in a sophisticated gown. She wore a pearl necklace, and her hair was styled in a chic knot. A gold watch and a bracelet adorned her wrist, and her shoes had striking red soles. Though Owen found her familiar, he couldn't quite recall where he had seen her before. "I've had enough of this. The jewelry stolen is an heirloom that's part of the collection for auction tonight. It was supposed to be on display. Get the police to retrieve this thing's belongings and produce my diamond necklace this instant," the woman said in a low, forceful tone. Owen took out his phone and did a quick search for an auction scheduled aboard the cruise ship that evening. The search results confirmed that the woman was Isabella De Luca, a jeweler from Italy. She came from a prominent family dealing in rare gems, and was hosting an auction that night to showcase and sell some rare jewelry and gems, one of which was now missing. Owen recalled why the woman looked familiar. He had attended an auction she organized with his brother and father about 5 years ago, before his parents' 15th-year wedding anniversary. His father had wanted to get a unique gift for their mother, and decided to go to her auction. Owen and his brother Liam had tagged along, hoping to find something for their parents. But alas, the auction had turned into a competition between him and Liam. The little rascal had decided to bid against him on nearly everything he showed interest in, and their father had only watched, amused, as they ended up paying far more than the jewelry was worth. Afterward, Isabella De Luca had approached them, ostensibly to personally thank them for attending. However, Owen interpreted her gratitude as a subtle acknowledgement of how much they had enriched her financially. The memory stirred a surge of anger towards Liam. "Amelia, if you don't come clean, I'll have to involve the police," the man in white said. "But Captain Langford, I've already told you I don't know what happened to the necklace. I only went there to restock the suite's refrigerator after L'Oreal asked me to," Amelia replied. Owen looked at the blonde and realized she must be L'Oreal. "Yes, I asked you to restock the refrigerator because I was feeling sick." "That's hardly a crime," L'Oreal retorted. Owen wasn't a professional at detecting lies, but he thought he heard a slight tremor in L'Oreal's voice. He suspected Amelia had been set up and wondered how he could prove it. "You're all wasting my time. I need this resolved immediately," Isabella De Luca snapped. "All right, you leave me no choice," Captain Langford said. He took out his cell phone and Owen noticed L'Oreal casting a furtive glance at him while fidgeting. "Hold on, Captain," she said quickly. To Amelia, she added, "Come on, Amelia. If you confess and return the necklace, there will be no need for the police. I know you're in financial trouble and need the money. You're practically homeless, owe your landlord 2 months' rent, and can barely feed yourself since all your money goes to support your father back home. Stealing something so valuable won't end well for you. The temptation might be strong, but this could lead to jail time. Owen smiled, thinking that if there was ever a master manipulator, this L'Oreal girl was a prime example. I swear, L'Oreal, I didn't take the jewelry. I'm poor, not a thief, Amelia insisted, her voice trembling. Owen began clapping, drawing everyone's attention. He saw Amelia's face go pale and her posture slump in defeat. The sight cut him deeply, and he hated that his presence seemed to contribute to her despair rather than offer hope. Mr. Hawthorne, Isabella DeLuca exclaimed in surprise. Oh my, what a pleasant surprise. Are you here for the auction? It would be wonderful to have you attend, she said, clearly excited. Owen could almost see the dollar signs in her eyes. He was tempted to decline the invitation and correct the misunderstanding, but was more focused on shutting up the fake blonde. Hello, madam, Owen began, feigning ignorance of her name. Please call me Isabella, she said, straightening her posture and adjusting her hair, though it was already perfectly arranged. Very well, Isabella. It's a pleasure to see you again. I hope you don't mind if I take Amelia away. We need to prepare for the auction, Owen said, watching as Amelia slowly lifted her gaze to meet his. L'Oreal stared at him, and Captain Robert Langford looked visibly uncomfortable. My goodness, how? L'Oreal started, then pressed her lips together with a sneer and added, So, not only are you taking jewelry from customers' rooms, but now you're involved with them personally, she scoffed. Captain Robert Langford appeared as though he wished he could disappear. I'm sorry, Mr. Hawthorne. Our policy prohibits staff from having personal relationships with guests, he said, clearly distressed. I don't understand, Mr. Hawthorne. How did you become involved with this girl? Isabella DeLuca asked. Owen considered his options. He could address the question directly, confront them, or let them draw their own conclusions. Turning to Amelia, he said, This is what happens when you run away from home before we have a chance to talk, babe. He noticed Amelia's eyes darting and her brows furrowing, as if trying to make sense of his cryptic statement. What? You know Amelia Jones, Mr. Hawthorne? Captain Robert Langford asked. I went to Harvard. Her mother's diner was one of my favorite late-night spots, Owen replied. Oh, Isabella DeLuca exclaimed, looking visibly uncomfortable. Owen reached out his hand to Amelia, hoping she would take it and play along. She did, albeit hesitantly, as if he were a rattlesnake. If it's not clear, Captain Robert Langford, Amelia has just resigned, he said over his shoulder as he guided her away. But what about the necklace? L'Oreal exclaimed, clearly frustrated as her plans fell apart. I really doubt Amelia needs to steal anything, considering I plan on attending the auction to purchase the very best Isabella DeLuca has on display for her, Owen replied. Upon reaching the door, he paused for effect and added, If I were you, Isabella, I'd have Miss L'Oreal thoroughly interrogated. If I hear even a whisper of gossip about Amelia taking a necklace, you'll be hearing from my lawyer. L'Oreal blanched and recoiled as Isabella shot her a cold glance. Call the police, Captain Robert Langford. Perhaps they can help Miss L'Oreal jog her memory, Isabella said. Owen led Amelia away, feeling her tremble. Once they were in the hallway, she tried to pull her hand from his grip, but he wouldn't let go. She glanced back quickly, checking to see if anyone was following, then leaned in, looking up at him intently. Why are you helping me? And how do you know the diner was my mother's? She asked, her curiosity and suspicion evident. Owen didn't pause his strides until they reached another hallway that intersected the one leading to the kitchen. There, he stopped to study her face, noting how tired and lean she looked compared to the last time he'd seen her. Even if he hadn't overheard the fake blonde talking about her failed attempt at independence over the past months, her appearance alone revealed that things hadn't improved since she left home. He wondered why she was still sending money to her father. Or was that just a pitiful ruse she'd cooked up to garner sympathy from her co-workers? Owen knew very well that her father was well cared for. He didn't like how tightly her hair was pulled back, exposing the veins on her temple. She was evidently stressed, and Owen felt a surge of protectiveness, feeling the urge to make her let her hair down and bring some kind of happy gleam back into her eyes. He shook his head, frowning at his own thoughts. Well, He could offer her a beneficial opportunity that would help solve her financial disaster, which he hoped would alleviate whatever was making her look so gaunt. Anything beyond that was none of his concern. You know, it just occurred to me that you have this habit of throwing my help back in my face. Do you perhaps lack the basic manners to say thank you when someone saves you from possible jail time? If I recall correctly, this was exactly the reaction I got the last time I rescued you from being mugged, he said. She glared at him, but when she heard the sound of voices and footsteps from where they had come, her scowl faltered. On second thought, why don't we go back and let Captain Robert Langford, Isabella DeLuca and your blonde friend know you're better off handling things on your own? Owen suggested, taunting her. She was mannerless, and someone needed to teach her a few lessons. When he made to turn back, she grabbed his forearm. Owen lowered his eyes to her hand, holding on to him before meeting her gaze. Fine, I'm sorry and thank you, she said through gritted teeth, not sounding sorry at all. You know what? I have a proposition for you, he began, even though the voices and footsteps were getting closer. No doubt Captain Robert Langford, Isabella DeLuca, the blonde, and more people he couldn't place, likely security personnel. I'm in need of an assistant, more like a personal brand manager. I think you have the personality for it, and I believe you could do very well. Of course, the job comes with accommodation, food, and... He let his eyes drift down to her cheap outfit and worn-out sandals before adding, a wardrobe, among other things. Agree, and I'll accept your half-baked apology and gratitude. And of course, I'll save you from the sharks still circling you. In case you don't catch my meaning, your fake blonde friend doesn't look like she'd let you off the hook so easily, and without me, you have no protection and certainly no lawyer that can match Isabella DeLuca's legal team. Refuse and I'll walk away, Owen proposed, watching as she gave him a frustrated, searching gaze, her eyes darting from him to the direction the voices were coming from. Tick-tock, Owen teased. Why are you doing this? You don't even like me, Amelia said, somewhat bemused. I'm asking you to work for me, Amelia, not date me. Don't overprice your worth, he jeered. I really don't think I can, Owen, she started to say. All right then, Owen replied, pointedly looking at the hand she still had on him. She hesitated before slowly letting go. It was a pleasure seeing you again, Dinah girl, he rasped, turning and starting to walk away. He only stopped when he reached a turn, certain she couldn't still see him, and waited to see if she would come after him. Shortly after, he heard a shriek from the hallway he had just left. It sounded like the fake blonde L'Oreal saying, "That's her! That's the thief! She must have put it in my things. I swear, I don't know how it got there." Then the voice faded away. Owen wondered where she had disappeared to and recalled that there were other hallways connected to the kitchen entrances, as well as doors labelled staff only. Perhaps they had taken her through one of those. He chuckled at the pathetic girl. Did she really think anyone would believe that nonsense? He mused. Then again, perhaps they would, especially if the accused was defenseless like Amelia. He scowled. Miss Amelia, there you are. Miss L'Oreal is making some serious allegations against you, so I think you should come with us to write down a statement. Owen heard a male voice say, I'm sorry, I already told Captain Robert Langford that I don't know anything about the missing jewellery, Amelia began, but the man cut her off forcefully. But you were there and could shed more light on what really happened. It's quite unusual for a thief to hide stolen goods in her own things, knowing they could be found there, don't you think? The voice said. Owen could hear the accusatory tone in the man's voice, and despite intending to walk away, he couldn't stomach the nonsense. It was clear that the man was intent on blaming Amelia. As Amelia began to falter, Owen peered from the intersecting hallway and saw her standing with a lone uniformed guard, whom he recognized as the chief security officer of the cruise ship. The guard was standing unusually close to Amelia in a tense, predatory manner, stirring an unsettling emotion in Owen. The forceful way the man was speaking raised the question of whether he had a personal investment in the fake blonde and the stolen necklace, or if there was some underlying grudge at play. Amy, Owen called, watching her look his way with a mix of bewilderment, hope, and relief. His heart tightened at the sight. Are you going to stand there or come over here? he asked, his voice low and authoritative. "Oh, Mr. Hawthorne," the CSO said, just as Owen's security team appeared, framing him. He immediately stepped back from Amelia. "The helicopter is here. Shall we leave now, Mr. Hawthorne?" one of Owen's bodyguards asked. Owen gave Amelia a pointed look, silently urging her to decide. She sighed and quickly moved toward him. As she reached him, Owen extended his hand, silently asking for her cooperation, and she promptly placed her hand in his. He then glanced at the guard, noting his rigid stance and clenched hands. "I've already spoken with Captain Robert Langford and Isabella DeLuca. Amelia is not involved with the stolen jewelry taken by the blonde girl and has no reason to be," Owen said firmly. "I would appreciate it if you didn't discuss this with her again." "But Mr. Hawthorne, as a staff member, the man began to protest. "I'm still speaking," Owen interrupted sharply. The man fell silent, his anger visible but concealed by his lowered head. "Amelia is no longer part of the staff here. If you want to discuss the jewelry further, have your lawyer contact me," Owen continued. "Yes, Mr. Hawthorne. My apologies, I'm sure there's been some mistake, as you said," the man replied. Owen had already turned away, guiding Amelia and his bodyguards with him. Owen felt Amelia's nails digging into his palm and sensed her fear, which caused him to frown with concern. He wondered if she felt threatened by the CSO and what might have happened if he had indeed walked away. "Is there a boutique on this ship?" Owen asked her. After a moment, she nodded nervously. "Lead us to it," he ordered. She nodded again. Though Owen appreciated her compliance, he could see that her fear was affecting her behavior, and he didn't like seeing her spirit crushed. They arrived at the boutique after navigating several hallways to reach the commercial section. Owen recognized the name immediately, Luxe Verve Couture. Known for its high-end clientele, it seemed perfect for their needs. He took the lead, and Amelia paused at the entrance. Owen kept hold of her hand as she stepped back, staring at the boutique's name with growing horror. This is, a women's boutique. I'm sorry, what exactly do you need?" she stammered. One of the boutique staff, noticing Amelia standing by the doorway in her uniform, emerged with a scowl. But when she saw Owen, she froze and stared. You're Hawthorne," she stammered. "Great, a simpleton," Owen muttered to himself. Amelia glared at him. "You can't talk to her like that," she said sharply. The girl looked at Amelia as if she were being absurd. "Oh, yes, he can talk to me like that," she squeaked in a high-pitched voice. Amelia frowned in confusion. "Do you think you can handle a quick makeover for my girlfriend here?" Owen asked. The girl stared at him, clearly shocked, and Amelia couldn't tell who was more surprised, herself or the salesgirl. "What?" Amelia whispered in disbelief. Mr. Hawthorne, the helicopter," one of his bodyguards reminded him. "Can you ask them to land and give me 2 hours? I have something I need to do before we leave," Owen instructed the guard. He nodded in acknowledgement and immediately left. "Owen, Amelia started to say, but Owen interrupted by producing his black MasterCard and handing it to the girl. "Get her a makeover in 30 minutes and I'll make you the salesperson of the year," Owen said. The girl eagerly grabbed the card and, like a toad snapping at a fly, quickly pulled Amelia inside the boutique. Owen grinned. If someone had told Amelia a few days ago, when the recruitment agency's truck had brought her and 2 other girls, Mary and Josie, to the port of Miami, popularly known as the cruise capital of the world, that her life was about to take a turn for the worse, she wouldn't have been nearly as excited to join the crew. She was pretty sure her bad luck began the moment Neil Reed, the chief security officer, started showing interest in her. The way he gawped at her, giving her a once-over with that widening smile, should have been warning enough. In hindsight, Amelia thought she should have jumped straight into the water and taken her chances then and there, but she didn't. She ignored the warning signs and let herself be drawn in by the crew's friendly smiles. They had welcomed her warmly, and for 2 nights they all enjoyed a sense of camaraderie, gathering late at night after the last guests aboard had drifted off to their cabins, succumbing to nature's call to slumber. Amelia had been swept away by the allure of being at sea. She had imagined it as a place far from land, surrounded by nothingness, a space where she could entertain the feeling of being invisible, perhaps even existing in another dimension where Amelia Jones had no past and no future to worry about, just pure, unadulterated nothingness. Leaving her home had been difficult, but it wasn't because she couldn't find a job. Finding work had always been easy for her. Years of cleaning up after her family and working herself to the bone at the diner and nightclub had paid off. The real problem was that she wanted more, and she had surprisingly longed to catch a glimpse of Owen Everly again. She couldn't tell if time had dulled the memory of what had happened between them, but her anger toward him eventually faded. Somehow her mind twisted the stories in her head, and every night when she was bone-tired, she thought of him and how things might have turned out differently. She imagined him falling for her, giving her the Cinderella experience and whisking her away from all her troubles. These fantasies became her safe haven during moments of deep despair, when she feared she might never escape the cycle of working just to pay off debts and constant bills. The guilt of leaving her father behind ate at her, so she began saving money to send home. She hid the cash inside astrophysics books addressed to him, knowing that was the only way it might safely reach him. The cruise ship gig was supposed to be a break for her, a working vacation, but it quickly turned into a nightmare. When Neil first started showing interest in her, Amelia hadn't given it much thought. She assumed Neil reserving seats for her beside him whenever they had sit-outs with the other cruise staff or get-togethers was just his way of helping her integrate. But when she began hearing malicious whispers about how she was hooking up with him and how she was overly friendly with all the male staff, she started to keep to herself. Even that didn't help. She quickly discovered that the person spreading the lies was L'Oreal. When Amelia confronted her, L'Oreal denied it, saying that if she wasn't hooking up with Neil, she shouldn't be bothered. Amelia later found out that L'Oreal was Neil's ex, and suddenly the jealousy made sense. She tried to speak to her, wanting L'Oreal to know she wasn't interested in Neil, but the girl only became more vicious. Since they had to work together, Amelia felt trapped. She should have known L'Oreal was setting her up for trouble when she asked her to restock the refrigerator in Isabella De Luca's private suite. L'Oreal was never one to let a newcomer like Amelia serve high-end customers like the wealthy elite. She should have seen it coming. Stumbling upon Owen in the dining hall must have been the highlight of her day. She was stunned, to say the least. At first, she thought she must be hallucinating, convinced she had somehow gone mad and turned her nightly daydreams into reality out of desperation. It had taken the lady at his table yelling at her to snap her out of it. But even then, he was still there, proving he wasn't just a figment of her imagination. Her first instinct was to run. She dashed toward the kitchen, hoping to find Mary or Josie so they could take over and she could retreat to a dark corner to hide. But instead, he followed her, calling her Diner Girl, a term he had coined just for her, both condescending and endearing. It had stung that he hadn't acknowledged her in front of his dinner companions, waiting until they were alone to do so. Amelia hadn't run because she was afraid of him. She ran because she had to escape the cruel reality he represented, one that threatened to shatter the comforting illusion she had clung to for so long. The last thing she expected was to run into Captain Robert Langford and Isabella De Luca, accompanied by L'Oreal, who wanted to speak to her about a missing diamond necklace. "What?" she replied in utter shock, paralyzed by fear. "You do know Miss Isabella De Luca, right, Miss Jones?" Captain Robert Langford inquired. Yes, she replied, stuttering and petrified. "This can't be," she screamed internally. "A diamond necklace? How had she gotten caught up in something like this? What kind of terrible luck is this?" she mused, feeling scared and utterly alone, with the creeping sense of defeat slowly overtaking her. "I don't know anything about any necklace," she kept repeating, praying for some external intervention as emotions flared, anger simmered, and the accusatory tone of their voices made it clear they had already surmised she was a thief. The weight of having no one in the world to support her pressed down on her. If they pinned this on her, it would be the end. "Please, I don't know anything about any necklace," she said again, her voice tinged with desperation. The tide continued to turn against her. especially with L'Oreal trying to make a case against her by using her own words. Words she had shared with the crew in confidence, believing they were her friends. "Come on, Amelia. If you confess and return the necklace, we can avoid involving the police. I know you're in financial trouble and need the money. You're practically homeless, owe your landlord 2 months' rent, and can barely feed yourself since all your money goes to support your father back home. Stealing something so valuable won't end well for you. The temptation might be strong, but this could lead to jail time," L'Oreal said, adopting a deceptively concerned tone. Amelia saw through it, but she felt helpless, as if she were bleeding out with no knowledge of how to survive. "I swear, L'Oreal, I didn't take the jewelry. I'm poor, not a thief," Amelia cried, her pain and anguish evident in her tone. It took all her willpower not to break down and cry. She felt defeated and trapped. Just when she was certain she was done for, she heard Owen's voice. The sight of him crushed her soul. This was the man who had once mistaken her for an adult entertainer. Now, seeing him as she was being accused of theft was almost too much for her heart to bear. But instead of joining her accusers and crushing her further, every word he spoke was aimed at saving her. She was stunned. When he mentioned her mother's diner, something she had never discussed with him, suspicion crept in. She wondered just how much he knew about her. On edge about what he might say next, his perception of her, and what he might have deduced from the entire scene, she grew angry when he began to insult her, reminding her of the Owen from that awful night. The illusion she had of him shattered, and she didn't like it. Then he unexpectedly brought up a job offer, which surprised her. Fear gripped her as she worried that he might be offering it just to repeat that night she had spent with him, causing her to react poorly and anger him enough for him to walk away. Her heart felt shattered that he could leave her so easily. Just as Owen walked away, Neil appeared with 3 other security guards, taking L'Oreal away in cuffs. Her heart raced at the sight, especially as L'Oreal threw more accusations at her while being led through the personnel door to the security section. However, Neil stayed behind. "Miss Amelia, there you are," Neil said as he approached her, his face etched with seriousness and his demeanor cold. "Miss L'Oreal has made some serious allegations against you," he continued, gripping her wrist tightly. "I think you should come with us to give a statement," he added. Amelia couldn't shake the feeling that Neil's icy demeanor suggested he held a grudge against her for previous brush-offs, and must believe she had deliberately implicated his ex. She worried that as a newcomer she wouldn't be treated fairly compared to L'Oreal, an established employee. It seemed likely they would side with L'Oreal and ensure she was punished for something she knew nothing about. The situation became even more unsettling when Neil began brushing his thumb against her skin in a slow, suggestive manner. "I've already told Captain Robert Langford that I don't know anything about the missing jewelry," Amelia said, her heart pounding. Tears threatened to spill as she felt overwhelmed and defeated, unable to escape the sinking feeling of her predicament. "But you were present and might be able to clarify what happened. It's unusual for a thief to hide stolen goods in her own belongings, knowing they could be discovered, don't you think?" Neil said. Amelia nodded, acknowledging the point. "Amy?" Owen's voice calling her name felt like someone pulling her out from an endless pool of water just when she was running out of air. Her heart raced at the sight of him, and it took all her willpower not to break down. He reached out his hand, offering a lifeline, and she grasped it eagerly. At that moment, she would have accepted anything Owen offered rather than face the harsh consequences she knew would follow if she stayed behind. As she held on to his hand, she became lost in her thoughts, replaying the events since she had boarded the ship. Her reverie was interrupted when the shimmering Lux Verve couture sign brought her back to the present. She vaguely recalled that Owen had asked for a boutique, but it occurred to her that she hadn't clarified whether he needed a men's or women's boutique. That was when the snobbish salesgirl appeared. The girl had always been condescending and annoying, never allowing them to window shop or even step into the boutique. Amelia was certain she was about to be shooed away, just as usual, before she saw Owen. Amelia sighed when she saw that even the girl had immediately recognized Owen as a Hawthorne. However, she had been somewhat dense in that regard. She only discovered that Owen had lied when he claimed to be Owen Everly after seeing his picture, or rather 3 versions of him, on the cover of a business magazine in New York. This happened while she was waiting for an interview for a front desk position at a prestigious hotel. She quickly realized that Owen had not wanted her to know he was actually Owen Hawthorne, the twin brother of Dr. Liam Hawthorne, the child of the renowned surgeon Dr. Everly Hawthorne, and the wealthy pharmaceutical executive Nathaniel Hawthorne. The caption read, "Generations of Excellence." Amelia's eyes blurred with tears as she read the article, which featured Nathaniel Hawthorne with his 2 sons, Owen and Liam. The article also mentioned another set of triplets, Owen and Liam's younger siblings, 2 boys and a girl. The author described Nathaniel Hawthorne as blessed. Amelia had furtively glanced around before tucking the magazine into her clothes, then left without waiting for her interview and took the next bus out of New York. The last thing she wanted was to run into Owen, who would remind her just how far out of her league he was. "Oh, Amelia," she had said to herself, silently noting how delusional she was for ever imagining that Owen might want her. And now, here they were, running into each other at sea. "Do you think you can handle a quick makeover for my girlfriend here?" Owen asked. "What?" Amelia whispered in disbelief. Did Owen Hawthorne just refer to her as his girlfriend? Amelia silently panicked as she and the salesgirl gawked at him. Mr. Hawthorne, the helicopter," a tall, muscular man about 6 feet 3 inches said from behind them. "Can you ask them to land and give me 2 hours? I have something I need to do before we leave," Owen replied smoothly. The man left. "Owen, you—" Amelia started to say, but he interrupted by producing his black MasterCard and handing it to the Lux Verve Couture salesgirl. "Get her a makeover in 30 minutes and I'll make you Salesperson of the Year," he added. The girl eagerly accepted the card, practically dragging Amelia into the boutique as if her life depended on it. Then she did the most bizarre thing. She dropped to her knees and started to bow, saying, "Teach me thy ways, O greatness." Amelia peered through the glass doors, spotting Owen standing there with his men, watching the spectacle unfold. "They can see you," she muttered through gritted teeth. The girl beside her awkwardly stood up, glanced back, waved, then hurried Amelia toward the back of the shop. Amelia looked over her shoulder just in time to see Owen step back and take a seat on the bench directly in front of the boutique. She exhaled shakily, an irrational fear tightening in her chest. What if he changes his mind about the job offer and leaves? Her heart fluttered and her eyes blurred with tears. If that happened, she wasn't sure she'd survive it. "Wait," she called out, making the Lux Verve Couture girl pause mid-step. "Can I just stay here?" she asked, avoiding eye contact. "Anything you want, madam," the girl replied in a cheerful tone, which prompted Amelia to look up, one eyebrow raised at the absurdity of the girl's enthusiasm. "What?" the girl responded defensively, holding up the black card as if to prove a point. "You really have no idea what this commands, do you? Maybe I'm clueless, or maybe I just don't worship money," Amelia shot back. "You're not a nice person," she added. The girl rolled her eyes and began helping Amelia out of her clothes, holding the uniform dress as if it was something filthy and covered with maggots. "You're too sensitive, that's one of your downfalls," she muttered before deliberately walking over to a trash can and tossing the dress inside. "If you're planning to stick with that chunk of heaven out there, you'd better toughen up. Rich people don't care about hurting your little feelings, and I don't care as long as I get paid," she delivered bluntly. "Whatever," Amelia said, though the girl's words stung because she knew there was some truth in them. Her time serving wealthy clients on the cruise ship, like the woman at Owen's table earlier, had taught her enough. The Lux Verve Couture girl kept chattering away, pulling out underwear and a dress for Amelia to change into. Each time Amelia stepped behind the curtain to change, she hurried back out to glance through the glass doors, ensuring Owen was still there, waiting for her. She wasn't paying much attention to the girl's actions, but noticed her dragging her around, making her sit as she loosened Amelia's hair, grumbling about what she did for money while styling it. Amelia's thoughts, however, were on Owen. How striking he looked in his immaculate suit. She recalled she hadn't seen him in one before. The first time they met, he'd worn a formal long-sleeved shirt with tailored pants. but his sleeves had been rolled up, and a few buttons were undone, revealing his beautiful tan skin dusted with hair. She let herself remember how he had loved her, and her breathing became ragged at the thought. "Are you okay?" the Lux Verve couture girl asked, snapping Amelia out of her reverie. "Yeah," Amelia mumbled, lowering her gaze. When she risked a glance in Owen's direction again, her heart lurched in panic as she saw him stand up, check his wristwatch, and then walk out of her view. "Owen," she whispered in horror. She jumped to her feet then and rushed to the door, throwing it open as she stepped outside. "Owen!" she called again, her voice trembling. He stopped, turned back, and their eyes locked for a moment before he glanced down at her body, raising an eyebrow as he strode back toward her. Amelia stood frozen, fear swirling in her mind. "I get that you're eager to show off your new lingerie, babe, but you could have just called me inside," he teased, taking off his suit jacket and draping it over her shoulders. His scent enveloped her like a comforting warmth. "What?" Amelia murmured, dazed. She lowered her gaze and realized she was standing there in a complete set of sheer lingerie, sexy, revealing, and paired with heels. It felt as if she were looking at someone else's body. "Oh," she muttered, mortified. I didn't. She stammered, then groaned in frustration. "Where were you going?" Owen gave her a thoughtful look before replying. "The restroom." Amelia felt utterly embarrassed. "The restroom." "Of course," she mumbled, nodding in acknowledgement. Owen raised a hand as if to touch her face, but stopped halfway, letting it fall back to his side. "Finish up. We need to get to the auction before we leave," he said, turning and heading toward the restroom, the lemon-yellow sign marking its location. Amelia stood there, rooted to the spot, replaying his words in her mind. "He wasn't leaving me," she realized with a sigh of relief. The Lux Verve couture girl came out, dragging her back inside while grumbling about Amelia making her life difficult. Amelia glanced toward the entrance and saw two of Owen's men still stationed there, waiting. She groaned, imagining they must think she was an airhead. The girl had Amelia take off Owen's jacket and carefully draped it over a coat rack. Then she brought out an evening dress she'd set aside and helped her into it. She guided Amelia in front of the mirror, zipping up the back with ease. As Amelia looked at her reflection, her jaw dropped. The woman staring back at her was stunning. The transformation both shocked and unsettled her. The dress, a masterpiece of haute couture, hugged every curve of her body, sculpting her silhouette with precision. The bodice, intricately embroidered with delicate silver thread, accentuated her chest, tastefully revealing just enough cleavage to be both seductive and elegant. The fabric, a rich midnight blue silk, was soft and luxurious against her skin, with a slight shimmer that caught the light at every angle. The material flowed seamlessly down her frame, skimming her hips before cascading into a graceful floor-length train. The faint scent of Owen's cologne still lingered on her from his jacket, mixing with the scent of the dress, making her feel slightly heady. It was as if the Lux Verve couture girl had waved a magic wand, transforming her into a vision of refined beauty, someone she barely recognized. "You're welcome," the girl said, smirking behind her. Amelia watched as she carried several bags outside and handed them to Owen's bodyguards. When the girl returned, Amelia blurted, "What was that? I'm only taking one dress." The girl face-palmed dramatically. "I get why men go crazy over you, even one of the Hawthorne heirs. But for someone so gorgeous, you can be a bit dense," she said with a teasing smile. Then, with a flourish, she added, "Madam, your prince awaits." Amelia glared at the girl as she reached for Owen's jacket and held it carefully against her front. "Hand over the card," she demanded, holding out her hand. The girl glanced down at the card longingly, and when Amelia reached for it, she stepped back, clutching it to her chest. "Really?" Amelia asked, her irritation growing. "Just give me a few more seconds to hold on to greatness, will you?" the girl replied with a wistful stare. "Sorry, but we don't exactly have time to indulge your nonsense," Amelia shot back, her tone sharp. "Fine," the girl said, finally holding the card out. But as Amelia reached for it, the girl tightened her grip, forcing Amelia to snatch it from her hand. The Lux Verve couture girl glared at her, eyes narrowed. "Enjoy him while it lasts," she hissed. "I intend to," Amelia replied with a forced smile. Just then, the front door of the boutique swung open, and Owen peered in. "Ready?" he rasped. Amelia nodded as the Luxe Verve couture girl rushed forward, fawning over him like a starstruck fan. Amelia felt the heat of Owen's gaze on her, his intense eyes never leaving her as they slowly travelled down the length of her body, sending a warm shiver through her. Feeling suddenly self-conscious, she lowered her gaze, only for her eyes to land on his left hand. His knuckles were wrapped in a white handkerchief, faintly stained with blood. Sitting in the hallway in front of Luxe Verve Couture, Owen was intrigued by Amelia's decision to remain in his line of sight inside the boutique, where he could observe almost everything the salesgirl was doing to her. Once or twice, he had caught Amelia staring in his direction, as if she thought he might disappear like some mirage. Owen likened her to a diamond in the rough as he watched the salesgirl chip away at her exterior, revealing her exquisite beauty. He chuckled when the salesgirl snatched and dragged Amelia around as if she were a doll. When Amelia glanced his way, he quickly lowered his head to avoid being caught watching her. Something at the end of the hallway caught his attention then. Someone was lurking behind a large plant at the far end. Owen waited, keeping his face lowered, watching for the person to make a move that might reveal their identity. He pulled out his phone, pretending to check something, then discreetly tilted it toward the plant, zooming in and pressing record. Acting as though he was searching for a signal, he raised the phone, stood, and faced the direction of the plant before sitting back down. The person moved then, and Owen saw who it was: Neil Reed, the CSO. Earlier, when Owen had seen Neil standing bizarrely close to Amelia in the hallway, he had sensed that something was off. Beyond the fake blonde trying to pin the theft of Isabella De Luca's diamond necklace on Amelia. Now, seeing the man lurking nearby as though he were tailing them or waiting for an opportunity for something, Owen was certain something was going on. But he wondered if he might be jumping the gun. He stood, wanting to give Neil the chance to make his move. Perhaps he felt slighted for being denied the opportunity to interrogate Amelia earlier, and was planning to try again. Or maybe he was investigating something else. Owen decided to give him the benefit of the doubt, waiting for proof beyond a reasonable doubt before drawing his conclusions. Owen decided to head to the restroom and call his bodyguards to leave their post at the entrance of Luxe Verve Couture, allowing him to observe what Neil would do. But he had barely taken a few steps when Amelia rushed out of the shop, calling his name. He found himself momentarily lost, captivated by how stunning and elegant she looked in the sexy lingerie. With the right outfit, he thought, she could easily pass for someone from the upper class, a perfect disguise for the role he envisioned her playing. As he stepped closer, his gaze locked on her mesmerizing hazel eyes, just as they had back in the car outside her mother's diner. He raised his hand, wanting to touch her, to remind himself she was real and that destiny had brought them back together in such an unlikely place. But he stopped himself before he could go through with it, silently admonishing himself for his lack of control. Yes, she was beautiful, stunning even. But Owen wasn't the type to sleep with women on a whim. He was always conscious of the possibility that any encounter could lead to pregnancy. The last thing he wanted was to accidentally impregnate a woman who would be a terrible match for him. And Amelia was exactly the kind of girl he should never be caught frolicking with. He forced himself not to dwell on her shapely form, on how perfectly curved she was, remembering that he had once held her in his arms with nothing between them but their birthday suits. But then he became aware that he wasn't the only one who could see her. A surge of possessiveness swelled within him, and he realized he didn't like the idea of any other man seeing her half-dressed. "I get that you're eager to show off your new lingerie, babe, but you could have just called me inside," he teased, maintaining the act he had adopted earlier when he called her his girlfriend. He knew that was one way to shock her into going along with his plan. He was surprised she hadn't immediately refuted the claim. Owen deduced that his strategy had worked far better than he had anticipated. He took off his suit jacket and draped it over her delicate shoulders, fighting hard not to lower his gaze to the full swell of her chest. Luckily, the salesgirl had come to assist him in dragging Amelia back inside. Now, Neil Reed knew exactly where she was. Walking toward the bathroom, Owen's brows furrowed in thought at Amelia's bizarre behavior. She seemed agitated and anxious, likely unnerved by the whole theft situation. When he reached the restroom, he entered without any intention of using it. He waited for about 2 minutes before pulling out his phone to call one of the guards to put his plan in motion. Just as he was about to make the call, he heard footsteps approaching. Quickly pocketing the phone, he pretended to wash his hands. Then came the sound of a key turning in the lock. Owen glanced toward the door and saw Reed standing there, blocking the entrance, holding a baseball bat. The way he brandished the bat made it clear he meant him harm. In that moment, Owen realized Reed hadn't been targeting Amelia. He was after him. Reed must have reasoned that eliminating Owen would make getting to Amelia much easier. Even though Reed knew exactly who Owen was and understood the suicidal risk of his plan, Owen quickly grasped that Reed intended to ensure he wouldn't leave the restroom alive. Owen grinned. "You rich assholes think you can just waltz in and take whatever you want, huh? Well, this is the end of the road for you, Hawthorne," Reed taunted as he began advancing. "Come on, kid, don't be shy. What, cat got your tongue now that your bodyguards aren't here to save you, pretty boy?" Owen didn't startle or show any emotion, which seemed to enrage Reed. The man lunged at him in a blind rage, baseball bat raised and ready to strike. At the last second, Owen ducked, causing the bat to smash into the ceramic sink, shattering it to bits. Owen didn't give Reed the chance to step back and swing again. The expected move would have been for Owen to retreat and go on the defensive. After all, it's natural to run from danger, especially when faced with someone as imposing as Reed. At about 6'2", Reed was a brute, but Owen stood at 6'3". While Reed was bulkier, with a solid muscular frame, Owen had a lean, athletic build with a physique that featured a lean, well-defined six-pack and a broad, muscular upper torso, which combined strength with agility and endurance. And despite Reed's training as an ex-military man, Owen had grown up surrounded by ex-Marines trained by the very best, the top 3 men under his father's command. Owen charged at Reed, catching him off guard as he grabbed the bat in a firm grip right in the middle. As he leaped and simultaneously landed 2 heavy blows to the side of Reed's neck with his left hand. Reed staggered from the impact, shocked and dazed. Seizing the advantage, Owen yanked Reed closer by the bat and delivered 3 quick jabs to his throat, his hands moving so fast they seemed almost ghostly. Reed croaked, releasing the bat to clutch his throat. Owen tossed the bat under a toilet stall, watching it roll to the far end. He then started to remove his shirt, unhurried, before hanging it on a hook embedded in the stall door. Rolling his shoulders to prepare for the fight, Owen tightened his fists and held them up, advancing on Reed, who was still dazed from the blows to his neck and throat. Reed, despite his disorientation, managed to recover slightly and threw a wild punch. Owen dodged it with ease and countered with a series of sharp, powerful jabs. The 2 men exchanged blows, with Reed trying to regain control and swinging aggressively. However, Owen's calculated moves and speed allowed him to evade and retaliate deftly. Each punch Owen threw pushed Reed further off balance. And Owen wasn't just swinging his hands, he was targeting specific areas for maximum pain. The ribs to weaken Reed's breathing, the solar plexus to knock the wind out of him, and the kidneys to cause sharp, excruciating pain. Reed, undoubtedly irate, began to hurl more insults. Owen silenced him with a heavy blow to Reed's chest. Staggering backward, Reed's eyes widened in shock and pain. Owen seized him by the sleeve and then pounded his face with relentless strikes. Reed floundered helplessly, but Owen didn't stop until Reed's face was thoroughly battered. Only then did Owen allow him to collapse to the ground. "I must say, you really messed with the wrong rich asshole today, Mr. Reed," Owen said, bending over the older man with a grin, his expression shifting from serious to playful. Reed groaned in pain. "You bastard," he muttered weakly. "Ah, quit your whining," Owen taunted, stepping over the broken shards of ceramic on the floor as he moved to a different hand-washing basin that wasn't already damaged. "Don't go playing the victim now. If your swing had gotten me, I'd be dead," Owen said calmly. I have 3 brothers and a sister, and I take their protection very seriously, bodyguards or not. Your first mistake was underestimating me, and you're too slow. You might want to work on that, if you ever get the chance again," Owen added, rinsing his hands. He barely flinched as the cold water stung his bruised knuckles. He then pulled out a handkerchief, wrapping it around his hand before retrieving his shirt from the hook and hurriedly buttoning it back up. As he finished, his phone rang. Owen answered and walked over Reed's body, causing him to groan in agony. "I'll be right out," Owen said in response to his guard's inquiry about his whereabouts. He unlocked the restroom door and stepped outside where 2 of his bodyguards were waiting. "Why did you take so long?" the first bodyguard asked. "What happened?" the second one inquired, his concern evident as he noticed Owen's bruised knuckles. "Reed was trying to teach me a lesson." "No, actually, he'd wanted to kill me," Owen replied casually. "What?" the first bodyguard asked with a scowl. "Is he still alive?" the second one added with a raised brow. "Take a look for yourself," Owen said, "and please, I'm interested in hearing what exactly he wanted with Amelia. I'll make a dash to Isabella De Luca's auction, then we can leave." With that, Owen walked back to the Luxe Verve couture boutique, intending to hurry the ladies along. He had requested a 2-hour reprieve, and time was running short. As he opened the door, he asked, "Ready?" His gaze then settled on Amelia, and his heart skipped a beat at the sight of her in the exquisite dress. He took a moment to appreciate her stunning transformation before the Luxe Verve couture salesgirl hurried over to him. "Thank you so much for shopping here, Mr. Hawthorne. It would be a pleasure to have you visit again whenever you come on board. You've saved this poor downtrodden girl today. I will be forever grateful. Would you mind if I took a picture with you, sir? And of course, with your lovely girlfriend, so I can say a Hawthorne shop here," she exclaimed with delight. "No," Owen replied simply. His tone was neither harsh nor sharp, but the authoritative firmness and the look that followed made the girl flinch. Blinking, she nodded awkwardly and stepped back. "Amy, shall we?" Owen said, prompting Amelia to hurry out and join him. "Your card," she said, as he guided her out of the boutique and down the hallway. "Hold on to it," he replied. Amelia couldn't resist glancing at his left hand again. She wanted to ask about his injury, but didn't want to do so with his guards present. "Do you know where the auction is happening?" Owen asked, sounding a bit rushed. "Yes," Amelia replied, her eyes darting to his profile as she tried to gauge his mood. "Lead us there," he instructed. Amelia noticed that the aloof Owen had returned. She couldn't discern his thoughts or predict his next move, which was somewhat disconcerting. "Owen, we really don't need to attend the auction to prove anything. I'd prefer if we just discussed the job offer," Amelia suggested, trying to dissuade him. She wasn't sure she was ready to face Isabella De Luca after being called a thing and a thief. She was also nervous about seeing Reed again, and there was the woman Owen had been with earlier. "Oh God," Amelia thought, panicking internally. What if that woman was also attending the auction? Wealthy people were expected to. It had been the talk among the ship's crew for days. The men discussed security and joked about heists, while the women daydreamed about wearing such expensive jewelry. Amelia suddenly realized that her co-workers would also be there, serving guests and attending to tables. Feeling overwhelmed with anxiety, Amelia was about to turn away when she saw 3 of Reed's men at the entrance. However, Owen held onto her forearm. As they entered the auction arena, Owen took in the impressive setup. Tables with long stands were arranged in a U-shape around the stage, filled with guests. Uniformed ship crew members circulated with trays of expensive drinks, while a side podium housed the auctioneer, who presided over the event. The jewelry for auction was displayed in glass cases carried by models in bikinis and lace masks. The models strutted around the stage, holding the cases high for guests to view the jewels. Owen watched as one item already up for bidding was removed from its case. The model displaying it donned the piece and paraded around the stage, allowing attendees to inspect it up close. Owen noticed the Fishers at one of the tables. When Christina Fisher seemed to sense his presence, she looked in his direction with interest. Ms. Fisher then waved at him. Owen responded with a brief nod and saw Christina's brows furrow as her gaze shifted to Amelia. Owen, thinking he'd rather jump off the ship into the water than get caught in another conversation with Pristina Fisher, leaned close to Amelia's ear and whispered, "Remember that job I offered? Consider this your interview. Your role is to handle any unnecessary interactions with finesse and class." Amelia's heart tightened as she pulled away to meet his gaze. She was still confused about why he had claimed she was his girlfriend to the Lux Veuve couture girl, but she figured whatever his reasons were, that pretense was over, and this was the reality. Pushing aside her feelings, she composed herself and asked, "Who shall we tell people I am?" Her voice was strained. "Why, my assistant, of course," he replied. Amelia nodded, feeling her heart tighten. "Of course, Mr. Hawthorne," she said, managing a strained smile. Owen had no idea what was going through Amelia's mind. He was focused on the 3 hurdles he faced: obtaining at least 1 diamond necklace for Amelia to prove she had no motive to steal, maintaining a cordial business relationship with Miss Fisher without getting trapped by her daughter, and making it to the helicopter before his time ran out. However, he did notice Amelia calling him Mr. Hawthorne with that familiar fake smile, one he now recognized as a mask for her exasperation. He still found her cute, though. Her sour mood didn't bother him. He knew it was all an act, a facade covering the downtrodden diner girl from Massachusetts with a terribly awful family. A voice in his head questioned why he was going to so much trouble to make Amelia his assistant when he could easily hire any competent social assistant. But he pushed the thought away. He wanted Amelia to fill the role, and that was that. Perhaps it was because he knew the hell she had been through and thought she deserved a break. He was certain his motive was purely altruistic, nothing more. "But a diamond, bro," he admonished himself quietly, shaking his head again. From the corner of his eye, he saw Pristina Fisher start heading toward their table. But then the auctioneer announced the start of the main event. That seemed to capture Pristina's attention. She stopped, reached for the paddle on the tall table in front of her, then glanced in Owen's direction again. "Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to present the crown jewel of today's auction. Drum roll, please." The auctioneer's voice rang out, and the room erupted in a crescendo of excitement as the rhythmic pounding of the drum echoed throughout the cabin. Isabella De Luca strode onto the runway wearing nothing but a cat-girl costume, a black leather bodysuit that hugged every curve of her body. The bodysuit was sleeveless with a princess-cut neckline, and a bold, glamorous diamond necklace adorned her slim neck, sparkling as the spotlight followed her strut across the stage in impossibly high heels, her smile bold and confident. "Today, we have the honor of presenting a truly extraordinary piece, this exquisite diamond necklace. This necklace dates back to ancient times and was once owned by the legendary courtesan Isabelle Courtisayan, who was renowned for her beauty and grace in 18th century France. The story goes that this magnificent diamond was a gift from one of her most ardent admirers, a wealthy and powerful nobleman who spared no expense in securing this jewel to show his devotion. The necklace features a stunning 10-carat diamond, celebrated for its exceptional clarity and brilliance. The diamond's historical origins and its association with the opulence of French high society make this piece an unparalleled treasure. Set in a timeless platinum design, the necklace captures the elegance of a bygone era. Let's begin with an opening bid of $100,000 for this magnificent piece, the auctioneer was saying. "That's the diamond necklace your blonde friend stole," Owen whispered into Amelia's ear. She looked at him, fire in her eyes, still smarting from his earlier behavior, but managed to respond. "How do you know? You didn't even see the necklace," she challenged. Owen scoffed. "You really need to start paying attention to details. That's part of the job requirement," he quipped. Before she could fire back, he added, "Notice how every other piece of jewelry is encased in glass and carried by models. Isabella De Luca chose to parade this one around herself. That, my dear newly hired assistant, is how you pick up on the clues." Amelia bristled at the implication that she wasn't smart enough to catch such details, glaring at him. "If you keep frowning like that, you'll have wrinkles before you turn 30, Owen teased. Amelia briefly shut her eyes, and when she opened them, their gazes locked. He smiled, his rare and disarming smirk, which was one of the reasons she'd lost her head over him months ago. It had a way of transforming his entire face, almost unnervingly so. His cold, piercing grey eyes softened, dimming with an intense, hooded gaze that pinned you in place, making it seem as if you were the sole focus of his attention. The smile faded as he shifted his gaze to the podium where the bidding was already happening. Amelia watched him, her thoughts lingering on his rare smile. "If I'm going to be around him, he needs to stop smiling at me like that," she mused. She swallowed softly and turned to face the podium. But as if sensing someone watching her, she looked in that direction and saw the woman who had been at Owen's table earlier, glaring at her with an unsettling intensity. "What the?" she thought. "Is she his girlfriend or something?" The thought stung, especially when she realized as his assistant she would encounter many women interested in Owen. Or worse, the ones he was interested in. She wondered if he had a serious relationship. Her line of thinking left her staring into space, feeling despondent. 100,000? A voice called out, cutting through the expansive hall and catching Owen's attention. He turned to see a bidder in the back raising his paddle. "Thank you, sir. 100,000. "Do I hear 125,000? The auctioneer continued. Christina Fisher's paddle shot up. 125,000? She called out, and then looked in Owen's direction with a coy smile. "Thank you, Miss Fisher. 125,000. "Do I hear 150,000? The auctioneer prompted. A well-dressed man in the middle of the room raised his paddle. 150,000, he bid. "Thank you. 150,000. "Do I hear 175,000? Christina Fisher raised her paddle again. 175,000, she said with a smile. The auctioneer scanned the room for more bids. 175,000. Going once? Going twice? Owen gave Amelia a sidelong glance, intending to tell her to pick up the bidding paddle and buy the necklace. He then noticed her distant expression and assumed she was still preoccupied with the earlier incident involving her co-workers. He decided to expedite the process and leave. He was running out of time anyway. "Multiply the highest bid by 3 and place it so we can leave," he murmured close to her ear. Amelia's eyes widened as she turned to him, but he had already looked away. "Owen, that's ridiculously high," she said through gritted teeth, mindful of the nearby crowd. He looked down at her with that familiar uppity lift of his left eyebrow. "If you're going to be my assistant, you need to stop questioning my decisions," he reprimanded. Feeling affronted, Amelia turned away, raised the paddle, and announced a bid that sent gasps spreading through the crowd. The auctioneer's eyes widened, and Isabella De Luca grinned. The auctioneer, stunned by the dramatic increase, hesitated before speaking. $1 million. Going once, going twice? Christina Fisher hesitated, then called out, 1,050,000. Her voice sounded like a croak. $3 million, Amelia declared. Christina Fisher threw a withering glance in her direction, visibly frustrated, before leaning over to speak to her mother. The room went still. The auctioneer looked around, seeing no further bids. "Sold!" The auctioneer's gavel came down with finality. Isabella made her way down the runway, gracefully descending the side stairs as she drew the attention of everyone and the spotlights, heading straight for Owen. Owen, disinterested in the display, turned away and walked out, leaving Amelia behind. What is he doing? Amelia thought to herself as she watched, feeling uneasy about the situation Owen had created for her. However, one of his bodyguards standing behind her gave her a sliver of confidence as he stepped forward as if to let her know he was there. Amelia then realized that it wasn't just Isabella De Luca approaching. Christina Fisher was nearly upon them as well. Isabella De Luca's face clearly reflected her disappointment over Owen's sudden departure. Mr. Hawthorne must be in quite a rush, skipping the chance to accept the gift he just obviously purchased for someone special, Christina Fisher remarked as she joined Amelia, her face etched with a tight smile. He also forgot to leave the check, Isabella De Luca added, her teeth clenched in a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. Christina Fisher giggled, her gaze trailing down Amelia's dress. Amelia's heart raced, and her skin flushed, feeling as though she had been thrown into a den of vicious predators. But then the bodyguard handed her a check and said, Are you still interested in buying the jewelry, Miss Jones? Amelia immediately understood that the bodyguard was making it clear that the purchase was now her decision. She quickly locked eyes with him, wanting to be sure she'd read the situation right. Yes, thank you, she slowly replied, her eyes reflecting her gratitude. Turning to Isabella De Luca and ignoring Christina Fisher, she instructed, "Please remove it and pack it up. We're in a bit of a hurry." Her voice was firm and confident, contrasting sharply with the turmoil she felt inside. Isabella De Luca's smile returned as she accepted the check and snapped her fingers, summoning a tall man in a suit with a small briefcase. "I believe it will complement your outfit nicely, Miss Jones," the bodyguard subtly suggested. Amelia pretended to consider the suggestion, then turned her back to Isabella De Luca and said, "I hope you don't mind." Amelia stifled a laugh at the pause before the woman responded, "Not at all." Under the watchful eye of Hawthorne security, Isabella De Luca carefully placed the necklace around Amelia's neck. Amelia felt the cold, heavy weight, and her heart skipped a beat at the thought of wearing something so delicate and expensive. Christina Fisher hissed in frustration and stormed away. "What are you looking at?" she snapped at a man nearby who had been observing the scene. "Miss Jones, shall we?" the bodyguard prompted. Amelia nodded and began to leave, but hesitated, noticing the untouched, expensive drinks still on the table. She decided she deserved a small taste of the luxury she had been serving on the cruise ship before making her exit. Picking up the glass of sparkling wine, she walked out, sipping it as she went. Her heart raced, ready to burst, overwhelmed by everything that had happened. Outside, she saw Owen on the phone. "We're leaving now and I'll call you when we get home. A date?" He paused, scoffing as if the idea were ridiculous, then added, "No, just my new assistant." Amelia stopped to finish the wine, feeling the adrenaline drain from her as reality set in. "He only bought the necklace to protect your dignity. Don't let it go to your head, Amelia," she reminded herself sternly. Owen ended the call and frowned at her as she drank the last of the wine. He approached, took the glass from her, and signaled a crew member to take it away. He then grabbed her by the upper arm and guided her toward the upper deck. "I know things have been a bit hectic, but please do not embarrass me by drinking like that in public," Owen said in a low, stern tone. Amelia felt tears welling up. "I'm sorry, Mr. Hawthorne," she replied. Owen sighed. "Get it together, Amelia. He's your boss. He's your boss," she repeated to herself. Soon they were in the helicopter, with Amelia's backpack containing all her belongings. Once they were airborne, Amelia felt as though she were in some kind of dream and might wake up soon, unable to fully grasp that the events of the past few hours had actually happened to her. With a sigh, she turned her gaze to Owen, who was engrossed in typing on his phone. She wondered what could be occupying his full attention. When she made to remove the necklace, Owen said, "Leave it on." She glanced at him and replied, "I probably shouldn't wear something this exquisite or I might start getting ideas," she joked. "Let your ideas run wild, it's yours," he said dismissively, as if he were merely offering her a sandwich. "What?" she asked, stunned. "Owen! I mean Mr. Hawthorne. This is worth over $1 million. She began to protest, utterly shocked. "It's yours, Amelia. I bought it for you. And stop with the Mr. Hawthorne. Otherwise this arrangement might become unbearable. You'll be accompanying me to social events, so something like this will come in handy. Keep it along with the dresses and other items the Lux Verve couture girl packed for you as an upfront wardrobe allowance or something," he said, turning his attention back to his tablet, signaling that the discussion was over and she was dismissed. Amelia swallowed hard. So then, it was all just a costume for a role she was about to play? "God, help me. I don't know if I can do this," she thought. Could she really take on the role of his assistant when her heart raced at the sight of him? Could she endure being by his side while he lived his life and was involved with other women, all the while struggling with her own desires? Liam's mind raced with a plan as it took shape, and he wondered if he could pull it off with Nurse Caldwell already aware of Scarlett's uncanny situation and Dr. Cooper's interest in her case. "All right, I need to brief you on the patient's status. I think we should make it appear as if her body is being taken away for cremation," Liam said, a grin playing on his lips. But keep in mind the patient just underwent major surgery, so we must be extremely cautious when moving her," he added quickly before briefing the security team on Scarlett's delicate situation. "The same Adam Scott, the politician?" one of his guards asked. Liam nodded. "The very one," he replied. The guards shared a concerned look. It didn't surprise him that they'd already heard about the sneeze ball. The Hawthorne guards were always well informed. "Where are we taking the patient?" another of the guards asked. "Home," Liam answered, his voice firm and resolute. "Understood," his head guard replied, stepping back as he pulled out his phone. "We'll need a transport van," he said into the phone. Liam hurried out of his office and returned to Scarlett's room, where Dr. Cooper sat hunched over on a nearby couch, dozing off. A pang of guilt hit Liam for the deception he was about to pull, but for Scarlett's safety it was necessary. He strode to the bedside and carefully injected esmolol, a beta blocker, into her IV line. The drug was to slow her heart rate and mimic the appearance of a deteriorating cardiac condition, just enough to stage the illusion of death without causing any real harm. Pocketing the syringe, he turned and walked over to wake Dr. Cooper. The young intern jerked awake, blinking groggily. "I'm awake," she muttered. Liam chuckled softly. "You can go home now. We've done everything we can. It's up to her now to fight the rest of the battle." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the heart monitor started to beep in a loud, ominous chime. Dr. Cooper's gaze snapped toward the bed. "Her vitals are crashing," she said, rushing to Scarlett's side. Liam said nothing, grabbing the defibrillator paddles and applying them to Scarlett's chest in a routine attempt to simulate resuscitation. Dr. Cooper managed the settings while Liam pressed the paddles to her skin, but the heart monitor soon flatlined. The low, continuous tone of the monitor filled the room, and Dr. Cooper stumbled back, her breathing ragged. Liam felt a knot of guilt tightening in his chest. "Time of death, 11:30 p.m., Liam stated calmly, pulling the white sheet over Scarlett's still form. He disconnected her IV line and exhaled softly. "Go home, Cooper. Tomorrow's another day," he said, his tone steady and authoritative. "How do you do it? How do you just switch off your emotions like that?" Dr. Cooper asked, her voice low and a tad emotional. "Don't worry, you'll learn to handle it in time," Liam replied, watching as she visibly struggled to contain her emotions before nodding and walking away, her steps slow and mechanical. After waiting a few minutes to ensure she was gone, Liam reconnected Scarlett's IV line and administered the antidote to the esmolol, restoring her normal heart rhythm. He then contacted the head of security, his voice steady as he said, "It's time." As Liam stood by Scarlett's bedside, the soft hum of the machines resonated in the room. He looked at Scarlett's pale face, her breathing shallow but steady now that the antidote had taken effect. The image of her seductive smile lighting up her face as he kissed her awake replayed in his mind. Her head rested on his white pillow, her hair fanned out in a wild tangle against the soft fabric. He had peppered her face with kisses, making her giggle, a sound that now echoed hauntingly in his memory. Liam remembered it vividly. She had shown up unexpectedly at the apartment he shared with Owen in Back Bay, Boston, and ended up spending the night with him. Liam wondered if that had been one of her ways of saying goodbye. She had seemed more relaxed with him, even hinting at the possibility of more time together. He clenched his jaw, pulling his gaze away from her face, trying to suppress his emotions and focus on the present. A soft knock at the door jolted him back to reality. Liam turned to see his security team enter, dressed as mortuary staff and wearing full medical masks. They approached the bed with a stretcher and a body bag in hand. Liam moved toward the foot of the bed, where the paperwork was neatly tucked in the paper carriage attached to the bed. He signed the death certificate, noting the official time of death, and then handed the paperwork to one of the men. The man tucked the papers into a folder, while two others began transferring Scarlett's body into the body bag. Liam watched as they carefully moved her, mindful of her recent surgery. Once the body bag was zipped closed, they lifted her onto the stretcher. One of the men then pulled a sheet over the bag to maintain a respectful appearance. Securing the stretcher, they wheeled Scarlett out of the room, the sound of the wheels faintly echoing in the hallway. Liam followed them, but upon reaching the intersection leading to his office, he took a different turn, heading toward his office. A few minutes later, he clocked out and headed outside, where 2 of his bodyguards were waiting for him. Liam wasn't always pleased with the idea of being followed by bodyguards, but even he could admit that there were times when they came in handy, and today was one of those times. With Scarlett now under the protection of the Hawthorne Guards, some of the best-trained ex-servicemen in the world, Liam wasn't worried about her safety. However, he knew they needed to hurry up to catch up, so he would be there when the men got to the Hawthorne estate. The Hawthorne estate, situated on the Upper East Side, one of the most affluent areas in New York, was just a few minutes away from Evergreen Memorial. It didn't take long for him to reach the estate's gate. The Hawthorne estate had been transformed into a grand luxury compound, a small city within a city. The Hawthornes were incredibly wealthy and wielded immense power, often tested by the challenges of maintaining their wealth and security, built a fortress-like estate, which included basic amenities like a fully equipped clinic located in the northern part of the grounds, previously a temporary medical facility. Liam smiled, remembering that the makeshift hospital was where his younger brothers, Landon and Mason, along with the princess of the Hawthorne Empire, Esme Isabella Hawthorne, were born. The thought of his sister brought a smile to his face. He was certain she would sock him if she ever heard him refer to her as a princess. He chuckled, amused by the thought that, in their efforts to ensure their sister was well protected and capable of defending herself, they had turned her into a deceptively sweet-looking hellhound. A smile tugged at his lips. His father had transformed the former concierge medical unit into a mini-hospital for their mother to operate within the confines of their safe haven. Nathaniel Hawthorne was a man who did not joke about family security, and at the top of that list was his dear wife. Upon driving through the iron-wrought gate, he saw the van that had carried Scarlett waiting at the curb. "Flash the light to let them know to follow us," he instructed. The driver complied, and they drove past the van. They passed the building where his parents lived and headed down the same lane to a set of duplex units lined up on the left. Each of his siblings had their own duplex now that they were young adults, unlike before, when they all stayed in the same building with their parents. Liam was grateful for that arrangement. Otherwise, how would he have been able to hide bringing Scarlett into their home, especially with Owen in the adjoining room? The driver pulled into his driveway, and the van carrying Scarlett parked beside his. Liam hurried ahead of the guards carrying Scarlett, leading them into his house and up to the guest room. He quickly set up the bed for her, using the headboard as a makeshift IV stand. The guards helped him carefully lift Scarlett out of the body bag and onto the bed. Liam swiftly reattached her IV line, injecting her with a pain management drug just in case. Then he proceeded to check her vitals. Seeing that everything was stable, he let out a relieved sigh. "Do you need an IV stand?" one of the guards, still standing by, asked. "Yes, thanks," Liam replied absent-mindedly. The man started to move, but Liam suddenly remembered that his mum might notice if an IV stand went missing. "Wait," he called. The guard chuckled knowingly. "Don't worry, I'll get one from the reserves," he replied before striding away. "Well, we might as well stock up on some supplies from her stash. Pain meds, antibiotics, anything to keep her stable," Liam called after him with a chuckle. "And maybe some sedatives too, just in case. If you get caught." "It was nice knowing you, buddy." The echo of the guard chuckling resounded in the hallway. "Thanks again," he added. Now left alone, with Scarlett safe and stable, he figured he could focus on investigating what the hell Adam Scott was up to. Liam's apartment, like all the others, was a 3-bedroom ensuite, with the bedrooms upstairs and the kitchen, living room, and laundry room downstairs. He had turned the 3rd bedroom upstairs into a man cave gym where he could unwind after long days at the hospital. After leaving the guest room where Scarlett lay, he headed into his own bedroom, letting out a tired sigh as he moved toward the adjoining bathroom. Stripping off his clothes, he tossed them into the laundry basket before stepping into the shower for a hot bath. Afterward, he threw on his pajamas and left his room with the intent of joining his guards downstairs. In the hallway, he noticed that the guest room door he'd closed earlier was now ajar. Peering inside, he saw medical supplies neatly packed on the coffee table in a corner. He chuckled to himself. As he descended the stairs, he could see the kitchen from the landing. On the marble countertop was an array of sumptuous dishes. Lobster thermidor, filet mignon, and a selection of fine cheeses and pâtés were on display. It was clear that the kitchen staff at his parents' house had been informed of his return. He was certain that someone had also notified his parents. Liam aimed to keep Scarlett's presence on the estate a secret for as long as he could. He joined his guards at the table and said, "Thanks, Ralph. Saw the medical supplies." The guard nodded in acknowledgement, chuckling. "You are welcome," he replied. "Is Owen back?" Liam inquired while reaching for a plate to serve himself. "Doesn't look like it. All his lights are off and Mark isn't on the estate," one of the guards replied. Mark was Owen's head of security, and although Owen resented the idea of having a shadow, he was stuck with the Hawthorne security team regardless. Owen worked with their father at Farmer Hawthorne and was just as work-focused as him. He was rarely around, which Liam figured would work to his advantage. Also, with his brothers, Landon and Mason, and his sister Esme away at school, it seemed even more plausible to maintain the secrecy. He knew his guards wouldn't go out of their way to inform his father unless it became a security issue, and Liam was confident that his Uncle Andrew would handle anything that arose. Liam didn't get to sleep until 1 a.m. But sometime in the night, he was startled awake by the pitiful sound of someone calling for help in a heart-wrenching, broken cry. It was Scarlett. With her heart racing and palms growing sweaty, Scarlett McGraw stood behind her father's large mahogany desk. The room, once a symbol of grandeur, now felt like a shadow of itself. The air was heavy with the scent of old leather and dust, remnants of a vibrant life now silenced by tragedy. As she flipped through the folder Adam had handed her, each page struck her like a punch to the gut. Lists of debts, legal notices, tax evasion claims, and failed investments. She couldn't believe it. Her father had always been careful with his investments. How could this have happened? She mused to herself. I'm sorry, Scarlett. I was equally shocked when I overheard your uncle discussing it and his plans with my boss. I know the reports are bad, but still it's outrageous for him to claim you're too young to manage your father's estate. Your father passed barely a year now. You needed time to grieve and learn how to take over. Your uncle's decision to contest your inheritance in court is hardly a solution if he had any good intentions. Adam's voice resounded in the room, forcing her out of the horror in her head. He stood across the room from her, and Scarlett tried not to look directly in his direction, feeling a pang of embarrassment. Her father had been gone barely a year, and already everything seemed to be falling apart. I wish I could protect you from all this. Just bringing this to your attention could cost me my job, he said. Scarlett sighed and finally gathered the courage to look at him. There he stood, seemingly out of place in the room. His tailored suit, polished shoes, and neatly groomed appearance stood in stark contrast to the deteriorating state of the Home Office. As the assistant to her father's estate manager, Adam had frequently visited with messages and documents for her father to sign. Although their interactions had begun formally, they had evolved into a sort of friendship. Adam, about 7 years her senior, had a rugged charm that some might find appealing. Scarlett found him enigmatic. He was reserved yet consistently endearing. Thank you for this. I don't even know what to feel right now, Scarlett said, her mind spinning from the shock. What am I supposed to do now? She wondered. I know this is overwhelming, Scarlett, Adam said, his voice smooth and comforting, but it's crucial that you understand the seriousness of the situation. Scarlett looked up from the documents, her hazel eyes wide with confusion and fear. I understand, but I don't see how this happened. How could my father's estate be in such disarray? It's unbelievable. And now my uncle is scheming with the estate manager to take my inheritance. Adam moved closer, his eyes filled with genuine concern. You need to act quickly to stop your uncle. You can't let him take what is rightfully yours. I can't believe he's doing this to me. I need to call him, she said, reaching for her phone. Adam hurried across the room and placed his hand over hers, halting her actions. "You can't do that, Scarlett. It would be a huge mistake," Adam said, his expression grave. "If you alert him now, my job will be at risk, and you might lose everything. If he succeeds, he could become your legal guardian and control your assets however he wants. He might even convince the government to seize everything until you turn 25, or worse. He could also exploit the situation in more dangerous ways." Scarlett's mind spun. The thought of losing her home, her father's legacy, and her future was almost too much to bear. The rumors about her uncle's ruthlessness had just been confirmed, but she was his family. She supposed even that didn't matter. She had trusted him and her father's estate manager to manage the business affairs, but they'd let it all go to hell, and now they wanted to use it against her. Adam's tone softened as he said, "I don't want to alarm you, but you need to grasp the seriousness of this situation. Your home, your father's employees, everything is at risk. You could end up with nothing." Scarlett's breath caught in her throat. The combined weight of her father's loss and this new threat felt crushing. Her gaze returned to the documents, her mind a whirlwind of fear and uncertainty. Adam took a deep breath and leaned in, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "I have a solution," he said, making Scarlett look into his eyes. "If you marry someone of good standing, someone who can legally support you and protect you from your uncle's claims, it could make him back off. It would show the court that you have a stable support system." Scarlett's heart raced at the thought of marriage. She was only 18. "Marriage?" she echoed, disbelief evident in her voice as if she hadn't heard him correctly. "Perhaps not a real marriage," Adam said softly, his voice low and gentle. "More like a business arrangement, just to keep the wolves at bay," he suggested. "And you're suggesting?" Scarlett's voice trailed off. Adam's gaze was steady and unwavering as he met her eyes. "I don't know if you have anyone you can trust to do that, but I'm willing to help if you want. Your father was incredibly good to me, and you and I are friends. I would hate myself if I stood by and did nothing while you lost everything," he said. "You would do that?" Scarlett asked, her interest piqued and a frown creasing her brow. "Why not? I'd be willing to marry you to protect your assets until you're old enough to manage them yourself. It's not a perfect solution, but it's the best option given the circumstances." Scarlett stared at him, her mind racing. She had known Adam for a few months, and he seemed well regarded and trustworthy. A solid choice to counter her uncle's schemes. Perhaps his plan could work. After a long pause, she nodded slowly. "All right. If this is the only way to protect everything my parents built, I'll do it. I'll marry you." Adam's expression softened and he gave her a reassuring smile. Scarlett had secretly married Adam, and afterward she never heard from her father's estate manager again. Even her uncle had suddenly disappeared. She supposed she would have found out what truly happened sooner if Adam had allowed her to continue her schooling in the United States. Instead, he encouraged her to accept an admission offer from Oxford. He hadn't tried to pursue anything romantic with her, though she'd caught him giving her a few longing looks whenever he visited her in England. Despite them being married, they slept in separate rooms. The fact that he clearly wanted her but never made a move, coupled with his support for her education, made it easy for Scarlett to develop feelings for him. She thought him noble, a true gentleman, and figured she couldn't do any better. When she completed her bachelor's degree and expressed her desire to continue her studies, Adam had encouraged her to follow her heart. Scarlett ended up spending 7 years in England, with Adam frequently visiting and providing positive updates about her father's estate, always bringing evidence of its stable condition. It seemed only logical that she would want their marriage to become real. So when she finally returned home as a professor of science, and Adam greeted her on her father's porch with a searing kiss, Scarlett had gladly submitted. To her, he was the man who had pulled her out of disaster and had literally helped her achieve her dreams. The first few months Scarlett spent back home felt like she was walking on clouds. She had a husband who, as she believed, loved her completely. She had a promising career in educational studies to look forward to, and she was a budding writer. Using her scientific knowledge, she created highly intelligent female characters in her stories, feminists who navigated life with boldness and risk. What more could she ask for? The problems, however, started when Scarlett noticed that Adam didn't want to entertain the idea of her working. As their relationship grew more intimate, he became uncannily possessive. He started dictating what she should wear, who she should speak with, and whom she could befriend. The McGraw family staff were gradually dismissed, replaced by people who answered only to him. Her home became a gilded cage, and he constantly pressured her to start a family. Each month, when she got her period, Adam would grow furious, shouting at the top of his lungs and accusing her of not wanting to get pregnant. He claimed she only wanted to show off her body and avoided pregnancy for superficial reasons. Desperate to appease him, Scarlett gave up her plans to work and focused on her writing. But no matter what she sacrificed, it was never enough. One night, after she had gone to the mall to buy a gift for his birthday, she returned home to find Adam waiting in a rage. He accused her of running off to be with another man. His anger escalated, and that night, he physically and sexually assaulted her. From that point on, the abuse became a regular occurrence, until Scarlett realized it was time to save herself. She filed for divorce. Scarlett sat beside her lawyer, trying to keep her nerves in check. Across the table, Adam sat brooding, his jaw clenched. His lawyer, an older gentleman in a tailored suit, flipped through the legal papers in front of him as Scarlett's lawyer addressed them. As stated in the original will and confirmed by our investigation into the estate, the McGraw assets remain solely in my client's name, she explained, her tone calm and measured. Adam's lawyer leaned forward, his expression intent. I've reviewed the documents you provided, and it's clear that your client was the designated sole beneficiary of her father's estate. However, we need to consider all the implications before moving forward with the divorce. Are you suggesting there are no grounds for any financial compensation for my client? Yes, Scarlett's lawyer responded. The terms of the will specifically indicate that the McGraw fortune remains within the family bloodline. As my client has no children with Mr. Scott has no legal claim to the assets in question. The estate and all associated funds remain hers. Adam's lawyer adjusted his glasses, flipping through a few more papers as if searching for a loophole. The lawyers debated back and forth for about a minute, arguing over Adam's stance regarding the McGraw inheritance. However, it was clear from the documents that Scarlett was the sole owner of the McGraw fortune. The will explicitly stated that the fortune was to remain within her bloodline and could not be transferred through marriage or otherwise. Adam Scott had been more of a manager of the estate, drawing a monthly salary which he had generously assigned to himself. The discussion then shifted to addressing whether there were any joint pension plans, retirement accounts, and other long-term savings. They also reviewed if there were any shared debts or liabilities, including loans, credit card debt, and mortgages. When Adam's lawyer brought up the possibility of joint accounts, Scarlett's lawyer immediately responded. As I earlier mentioned, there were no significant joint assets created during their time together. My client has made it clear she isn't seeking any financial support, nor does she require it. The marriage was a business arrangement to begin with which your client fully agreed to. Adam shifted uncomfortably in his chair, his knuckles tightening as the conversation continued. The discussion obviously gnawed at him. His grip on the armrests grew tighter and his face darkened. Scarlett's lawyer turned to her, her voice softening. Mrs. McGraw, is there anything else you would like to address or add that we may have missed? Scarlett shook her head immediately. No, I just want the divorce finalized, she replied, her voice low but firm. Adam, who had remained silent throughout the legal discussion, could no longer contain his rage. He slammed his hand down on the table, causing the documents to scatter. No, he growled, his voice filled with fury. I will not give her a divorce. She's my wife, and I refuse to let her walk away from this marriage. His lawyer, clearly caught off guard by the outburst, quickly stood, placing a hand on Adam's shoulder. Mr. Scott, I urge you to remain calm. We can discuss the terms further, but this is not the time or place for this kind of reaction. But Adam wasn't listening. His eyes were locked on Scarlett, who sat frozen in her chair. His expression was one of pure possessiveness. You're mine, Scarlett. I gave you everything. supported you through school, kept the estate safe, and this is how you repay me? Scarlett's lawyer leaned forward, unfazed, her voice steady despite the rising tension. Mr. Scott, legally, you cannot prevent Ms. McGraw from pursuing a divorce. If she wishes to end this marriage, she is well within her rights. Adam's lawyer quickly interjected, trying to regain control. Adam, I strongly advise you to reconsider your stance here. Refusing to cooperate could severely harm your position in these proceedings. Adam's voice dropped to a low, menacing growl with his eyes still locked on Scarlett. I don't care, she promised me. She's mine and I'm not letting her go. Scarlett's heart raced, but she forced herself to stay composed, her gaze unwavering as she met his eyes, refusing to let him intimidate her. Adam's lawyer, sensing the rising tension, spoke again, trying to diffuse the situation. I recommend we take a break for now and reconvene when my client has had time to consider his options. Scarlett's lawyer gave a slight nod. That would be wise, she agreed. Adam's face flushed with fury, but his lawyer managed to steer him toward the door. Adam turned back, his eyes narrowing at Scarlett. You are my wife, Scarlett, he spat as he left the room. I will not give in to a divorce. When you're done with your nonsense, you can come home. Once the door closed, Scarlett exhaled deeply, the weight of the confrontation pressing down on her. She had been so scared that she might not have the courage to face him, but she felt a surge of pride for having done it. Her hands trembled as she kept them in her lap under the table. Her lawyer gave her a reassuring nod. You're doing the right thing. We'll proceed with the paperwork. It won't be easy, but we'll see this through. Scarlett nodded slowly, her mind racing with thoughts of Adam's threat. Would he really refuse to set her free? Her lawyer must have noticed how much her marriage to Adam had affected her emotionally and mentally, as she recommended a therapist, Pamela Gray. Pamela helped Scarlett gradually piece her life back together and start living again after the years with Adam had put her life on hold. She sought employment at a higher institution and was soon appointed as a professor of biomedical sciences, specializing in surgical techniques. It was during this period that she met Liam Hawthorne. Being with Liam was a somewhat guilty pleasure. He seemed like a character from her own books brought to life. Handsome, enigmatic, arrogant, and brilliant. It felt surreal, but the stark reality made being with him impossible. He was 5 years younger than her, a final-year student, and his family was prominent and wealthy. Her situation, particularly with Adam stalking her and becoming her nemesis, made her a dangerous choice for him. She only fully grasped how deranged Adam was when she accidentally met his former boss's wife. Life after Adam was a mixed blessing. While she enjoyed her newfound freedom, it felt incomplete. Although her divorce was finalized, Adam's refusal to accept the outcome meant he continued to follow her. Despite her efforts to conceal her whereabouts, he always managed to track her down. This prompted her to fire all the workers at her childhood home, hire a groundskeeper, and relocate to an apartment in Massachusetts. She enlisted a new estate agency, recommended by her lawyer, to handle her inheritance, and decided to devote herself fully to writing and pursuing a career in education. Before meeting Liam, her stories focused on mystery and adventure, featuring strong women overcoming obstacles in a male-dominated world. However, her encounter with Liam Hawthorne at the club where they first met inspired a dramatic shift in her writing. Motivated by their meeting, she penned a steamy age-gap romance about a professor and a student involved in a passionate affair, using Liam's exact description except for his name. 2 days after she submitted the manuscript, her agent informed her that a major publishing company was interested in the book. Scarlett was both ecstatic and anxious. The book was quite provocative for someone in her profession, and she was worried about revealing her identity behind the pen name. She was also apprehensive that if Liam ever read the book, he would instantly recognize her as the author. The details were that specific, though she had slightly exaggerated the age gap. She wasn't sure how he would react, and was anxious that he might discover her feelings for him. Her agent persistently pressured her about the book deal until she finally relented, when her agent informed her that the publishing company was planning a book signing event. Scarlett considered skipping the country entirely, but ultimately succumbed to the pressure. The book signing was scheduled in New York, and her agent arranged a first-class plane ticket and a luxury pickup from the airport, ensuring her stay at one of Manhattan's top 5-star hotels. Scarlett was astonished by the extent to which the literary company was going to make her feel comfortable and pampered. For the first time in a long while, she felt she could truly breathe. On the day of the event, stepping into the opulent library, Scarlett gazed up at the towering display of books in what felt like a literary paradise. Rows upon rows of books lined the walls of the grand library. Given the nature of her book, she hadn't anticipated such grandeur or that so many readers would attend. She was pleasantly surprised when she entered the hall where the signing was to take place and saw nearly 5,000 people waiting. Every time her readers described her book as poetic and beautiful, she searched their eyes for any hint of sarcasm or hidden meaning. However, as the day progressed, she gradually relaxed and accepted that her book had indeed been a success. She felt she had finally found her tribe. Around 7 p.m., as the event was winding down, Scarlett thought she saw someone familiar in the crowd. A brunette, about 5 feet 2 inches tall, was clutching her book and trying to make her way through the throng of people to reach her. When Scarlett recognized who it was, she quickly turned away, searching for a place to hide. But there was nothing but a backdrop of bookshelves reaching up to the high ceiling. She was trapped. The woman was Lila Montgomery, the wife of her father's estate manager. "Miss?" a voice called from behind her. Scarlett wondered how deranged she would look if she rushed off without responding. But then she thought it was ridiculous to be hiding when she was not in the wrong. Taking a deep breath, she turned around. Her eyes met Lila's, and she froze. It was as if she had seen a ghost. At that moment, Scarlett didn't realize how true the analogy would turn out to be. "You," Lila muttered, her eyes filled with hatred. Scarlett was taken aback. Thankfully, the woman did not make a scene but turned and hurried away. As she watched Lila leave, Scarlett felt a sense of injustice. She was the victim here, the one whom Lila's husband had tried to scam. Why was Lila acting as if she were the devil? Irate, Scarlett followed her through the crowd and out of the hall to the street outside. "Mrs. Montgomery, wait! I want to speak with you," Scarlett called after the woman. But Lila ignored her and kept walking. Undeterred, Scarlett pressed on. As Lila tried to hail a cab, Scarlett reached out and placed a hand on her shoulder. Lila spun around, hissing like an angry cat. Scarlett took a step back, startled. "Haven't you done enough?" Lila snarled. "You and that damn lunatic you call a husband killed my Tommy, ran him over like a dog. I may not be able to prove it, but I know what you two did." The woman continued to rant. Scarlett felt her blood run cold. "What?" Scarlett murmured in disbelief at what the woman had said. "Thompson Montgomery was dead?" Her mind raced, her eyes darting wildly as her heart pounded, this time not from shock, but from sheer horror. Suddenly, hot flashes surged through her, and her stomach felt as if she had swallowed lava. Sweat broke out across her skin and she felt faint. "Tom Montgomery is dead," she managed to whisper, her chest heaving at the very thought that Adam might be behind it. She shut her eyes briefly, wanting to believe he wasn't capable of such a thing, but deep down she just knew what Adam had done. She should have been suspicious when Thompson Montgomery suddenly stopped being a problem. And then there was her uncle. What if he killed her uncle too? Suddenly, breathing became difficult, and she wheezed, struggling to draw breath. Lila Montgomery stopped speaking, and Scarlett was sure she must have seen how the news had affected her. The woman grabbed her by the wrist, forcing her to meet her gaze. There was a searching look in Lila's eyes, and a deep pity as she asked, "You didn't know Tommy died?" Scarlett's lips trembled as she shook her head, tears streaming down her face. Lila let go of her wrist and stepped back. "You're not wearing a ring. You divorced him," Lila remarked. Scarlett nodded, and the pity in the woman's eyes was almost her undoing. "I wish you luck then, but if I were you, I would disappear," Lila said quietly before walking away. Scarlett wanted to scream at her to stop. She had so many questions that needed answers she already knew but desperately needed confirmed. After that encounter, Scarlett went down a rabbit hole. She hired an investigator determined to find out what really happened. She discovered that her father's estate had never been in trouble. Not a single piece of evidence showed any form of distress. No lists of debts, no legal notices, no tax evasion claims, no failed investments. Nothing. It had all been lies. Scarlett gathered the files and went looking for her uncle, only to find an empty house, or what was left of it. The building had burned down, leaving nothing but ashes. And graves. Of course there were graves behind the house. 3 of them. 1 for her uncle, the 2nd for his wife, and the 3rd for her young cousin. Scarlett was inconsolable. With this new discovery, Scarlett knew she couldn't afford to risk Liam's life. Adam was a lunatic, and she had given him free access into her world. Her only fault was that she was young and naive, but now she wasn't going to let him take Liam like he had taken her uncle, his family, and poor Mr. Thompson Montgomery. Determined, she decided to take Lila Montgomery's advice and truly disappear. As a writer, it was surprisingly easy. She just had to put her career in education on hold once again because of Adam. She chose to move to New York, believing it would be easy to get lost in the vast city. Perhaps she had done it to stay close to Liam, knowing that even though they were apart, they were at least breathing the same air. One evening, she took a walk and passed a high-end store. A pair of suede knee-length boots caught her eye. The sight of them reminded her of Liam, their time together and the scandalous things they had done. Just looking at the boots sparked a wave of inspiration, and she decided to buy them, craving to feel alive again. She stepped into the upscale store, the sleek glass doors closing behind her, as cool air enveloped her. The smell of leather and polish filled her senses. She found the boots in her size and admired them as the cashier scanned the box. "That'll be $699, the cashier said, her tone polite but indifferent, as though she was accustomed to such transactions. Scarlett nodded, retrieving her black credit card from her wallet. She swiped it confidently across the reader, but then, nothing. The screen blinked with an error message. The cashier frowned. "Sorry, ma'am, the card didn't go through." "That's odd," Scarlett replied, her voice steady though her heart skipped a beat. "Could you try again?" she asked, keeping her tone polite. As the cashier swiped the card again, Scarlett could feel eyes on her. A woman behind her sighed loudly, crossing her arms as she muttered, "If you can't afford to shop here, maybe you shouldn't be wasting everyone's time." Scarlett stiffened, gripping her purse tightly. She refused to turn around, willing herself to ignore the jab. "It's just a technical glitch," she reassured herself, though the creeping fear in her stomach suggested otherwise. The cashier tried the card again, but the machine beeped once more. She shot Scarlett a look of impatience. "Sorry, ma'am, it's still not working." "One more time, please," Scarlett requested, forcing a smile as she tried to maintain her composure. The woman behind her scoffed louder. "Unbelievable! Some people just can't accept when they're out of their league." Scarlett felt her face flush with embarrassment, but she kept her eyes forward. The cashier tried the card again and again, but the screen blinked with a red error message. "Ma'am, it's declined." The cashier's tone was sharper now, her annoyance barely concealed. She held out the card as if it was something dirty. "You'll need to leave the shoes. If you don't, we'll have to call security." Without a word, Scarlett placed the shoes back on the counter and hurried out. Her mind raced with confusion. Her card had more than enough funds. What is going on? Scarlett found a park bench to sit on and called her lawyer, updating her on what had happened. "Give me a few minutes and I'll get back to you with an answer," her lawyer had promised. Scarlett couldn't tell how long she sat on that bench staring into space. Each time she thought things might settle, something else would go wrong. She let out a shaky breath, feeling utterly alone. When her phone rang about 45 minutes later, she picked it up automatically, holding her breath and hoping she could tackle whatever news awaited her. "Scarlett, you need to sit down for what I'm about to tell you," her lawyer said. "It's Adam, isn't it?" she whispered, a tinge of hopelessness in her voice. "Yes," came the reply. "What did he do now? He couldn't have taken my money. My father had made it nearly impossible for him to do that," Scarlett said. "What he did is far worse, Scarlett. He pronounced you dead. As of right now, you are legally dead," her lawyer informed her. Scarlett was surprised but not shocked by the news. She already knew he was evil incarnate. Of course he would want to erase her to make her life even more unbearable. "How do I overturn this?" Scarlett asked with apprehension. "First, we need to file an emergency petition to reverse the death declaration," her lawyer explained. "It's going to take time, but we'll gather all the necessary documents, your birth certificate, passport, any recent bills or bank statements, to prove you're alive. You'll need to come in so we can submit everything to the court immediately," she added. Scarlett exhaled, her mind racing. "And what about Adam? This is beyond malicious. He can't keep getting away with things like this," Scarlett said, almost in tears now. "He won't," her lawyer assured her. "We'll push for an investigation into his actions. What he did is not just immoral, it's criminal. We can pursue charges for fraud, forgery, and possibly identity theft. I'll be contacting the authorities about this as well. But right now, we need to focus on getting your legal status restored." Scarlett let out a sigh. "What about my accounts? Is there a chance he's already trying to access my money?" She probed with concern. "I've already notified the financial institutions involved and your estate manager," her lawyer said. "We've temporarily frozen your accounts to prevent him from making any withdrawals or accessing your assets. Once we overturn the death declaration, we'll ensure everything is fully restored, but it's important that we act quickly to stop any further damage." Scarlett let out a shaky breath. "So, what do you need me to do?" she inquired. "First, come into the office as soon as you can," her lawyer instructed. "We'll file the petition, and I'll contact the Vital Records office to have the death certificate retracted. After that, we'll work on getting your legal status restored in every area: social security, healthcare, anything else that's been affected. It's a process, but we'll get you back on track." Scarlett swallowed hard. "And Adam? We'll deal with him," her lawyer promised. "Once the legal process starts, he'll have to face the consequences of what he's done." A few days later, on the day Scarlett was scheduled to meet her lawyer in court to present her documents, they arrived together at the courthouse steps. As they started climbing the stairs, her lawyer suddenly remembered she had left her phone in the car. "Gosh, I'm an airhead," she quipped, making Scarlett smile. "Hold this for me and go on inside. I'll grab my phone real quick," she said, hurrying back down the stairs. Scarlett continued up the stairs alone, reaching the top landing. Just as she was about to turn around to see if her lawyer was already coming, she heard a gasp, followed by a scream, and someone shouted, "Duck!" People rushed into the courthouse, and Scarlett instinctively followed. As she reached the entrance door, she glanced back and saw her lawyer lying on the sidewalk, a single gunshot wound to the head, surrounded by a pool of blood. Scarlett stood frozen in shock, struggling to comprehend that the person who had just been talking to her was now lying there dead. Her eyes drifted to another body slump on the flight of stairs, exactly where she had been standing moments before. It hit her then. She could have been killed too. As she let out a shaky breath, the chilling realization dawned on her. When Adam filed the death report, he intended to make sure she stayed dead. Moving mechanically, Scarlett scanned the chaotic scene. Police officers were rushing about, trying to restore order and attend to the victims. She noticed a female lawyer standing by a courtroom door, dressed in an impeccable suit, her stance confident and composed. There was something about the way the woman carried herself, strong, assured and focused, that drew Scarlett in. It wasn't just the professional attire, it was the aura of authority, the no-nonsense air that seemed to command respect. Or perhaps it was the subtle way she observed the scene with calm detachment, or how she didn't flinch despite the chaos surrounding her. Without thinking twice, Scarlett approached her. "I need your help," Scarlett said, her voice trembling. She quickly explained why she was there, and how her lawyer had just been murdered outside the courthouse. It wasn't until the woman placed a reassuring hand on hers, on the files her lawyer had entrusted her with, that Scarlett realized she was shaking. "Calm down, I'll help you," the woman said softly. Her name was Victoria Hayes, a senior partner at a prestigious law firm, and true to her word, Victoria had helped Scarlett overturn Adam's false death report, but she also warned her that to truly achieve justice, solid evidence was essential, something Scarlett didn't have. Even the investigation into her lawyer's murder had hit a dead end with no leads. Adam, a calculating psychopath, thrived on control, and unfortunately, he knew everything about her. Here's what I suggest, Victoria had proposed once Scarlett's death record was officially corrected. Let's not retract the death certificate yet, she'd proposed. How do we do that now that it has been overturned? Scarlett had asked. I know someone that can help us delay the change, but it will not affect you in any way, she'd reassured. Okay, Scarlett had agreed, nodding in agreement. Let's make him believe he's won while we hire a private investigator to dig up dirt on him. There has to be something. There always is with men like him. One mistake is all we need, and we just have to find it. However, months of investigation turned out futile. Not a shred of evidence could be found against Adam Scott. During that time, Scarlett continued writing her books, using the income to sustain herself while keeping a low profile, paying for everything in cash. Then, one day, she saw a newspaper article about Adam. He was now deeply involved in politics and had remarried, the daughter of a prominent senator. Scarlett thought he had finally moved on and forgotten her. The eerie part was how his new wife looked almost exactly like her, a near-perfect double. Still, she decided it was time to stop living like a fugitive and get back to her life. But she couldn't have been more wrong. Present time. Scarlett regained consciousness, her mind racing with fear as fragments of the accident replayed in her head. The blinding beams of headlights had come at her at impossible speed. She didn't have time to react before the car slammed into her, sending her flying into the air before crashing hard onto the asphalt. She could swear she'd heard her bones crack as she hit the ground. There had been screams, the sound of the car's engine stopping, hurried footsteps approaching, then the engine roaring back to life, growing fainter as it sped away. She remembered hearing voices, someone yelling, "Call 911!" And then, oddly, a sense of peace had washed over her just before the darkness took hold. When she opened her eyes, she found herself in a luxurious room that didn't resemble a hospital, nor her idea of heaven or hell. Not that she had ever given much thought to what either would look like, but the dull ache in her entire body suggested she might still be alive. A sudden wave of irrational fear gripped her. What if the driver who hit her had stopped to kidnap her? What if she was in his lair now? "Help!" she cried out weakly, hating the frailty in her voice. If she truly was in the hands of her attacker, she was utterly vulnerable. Liam hurried out of bed and down the corridor, heading toward the guest room where Scarlett's cries were growing louder. Pushing the door open, he rushed to her bedside. "Help! Someone help me!" she cried softly, her voice low and desperate. "Shh! Shh, Scarlett. You're safe. No one is going to hurt you here. You're with me, Liam." "Do you remember me?" Liam rasped, his voice deep and low. He sat on the edge of the bed, leaning into her as he placed a cool hand on her forehead. Her skin felt warmer than before, and he grew worried, thinking about giving her a stronger painkiller. He watched as she blinked several times, her eyes widening in shock. Liam?" she whispered, disbelief evident in her voice. Her eyes darted wildly in their sockets. "In the flesh," he quipped, gently stroking her temple to calm her. "How?" she whispered, her eyes widened in confusion. "You were brought to my hospital, Evergreen Memorial, as an accident victim," he explained, giving her a concerned look. "This is a hospital?" she asked, glancing at the ceiling. "No, this is my home," Liam replied, watching as her lips began to tremble uncontrollably. "I can't stay here. I can't be seen with you. I need to leave," she said hoarsely, tears spilling from the corners of her eyes now. "I doubt you'll be walking, let alone going anywhere on your own anytime soon, Scarlett. You'll need a couple of months to recover," he said, his gaze steady on hers. She trembled as fresh tears streamed down her face, her eyes closing briefly. "Months? He said months," she agonized internally. "That means her injuries must be severe," she thought, overwhelmed with despair. "How am I even alive?" she whispered to herself, then added, "I can't stay here, Liam. You have to take me to another hospital. Please. You have to stay away from me. Please." Liam's brows furrowed. There was something in her voice. She sounded as if she was scared for him. His mind began racing, piecing together her reaction, especially with what he now knew about the scumbag she had married. "I'm not going to do that," he said firmly. "Liam, you don't understand. Please," she pleaded weakly. "I do understand. You're afraid your husband, the one who declared you dead and attacked you, will come after me too. Liam said, watching as her eyes widened in shock. She realized then that he knew the truth. "You found out," she whispered. "You know," she added in defeat. "Uh-huh. You made one mistake before, Scarlet. You forgot who I am, so I will remind you so you don't make that mistake again. I'm Liam Hawthorne, son to Nathaniel Hawthorne. This is my city, and I'm not scared of your little husband. Ponder on that and go to sleep," he said, his voice low and resolute. Scarlet couldn't quite believe her eyes. If she could, she would pinch herself just to be certain she wasn't dreaming, or worse, hallucinating, something her desperate mind had conjured, searching for an anchor or lifeline at this crucial moment. And if that were the case, could she really be blamed? She'd been battling with a lunatic for years and was utterly exhausted, in dire need of a break. Her gaze followed him as he stood to prepare an injection for her IV line, her eyes lingering hungrily on his familiar, handsome features. His declaration still echoing in her mind. Indeed, he was a Hawthorne, a man from a powerful, prominent family. But how could she explain to him that she was dealing with a serial killer? A cold-blooded, murdering bastard. She doubted Liam could even begin to comprehend just how rotten Adam's soul was. But she could hardly get up and leave. She was certain the accident would cause permanent damage. The thought made her squeeze her eyes shut as fresh tears welled up. What if I never walk again? Or even function normally? The despair settled over her like a heavy blanket. God, why didn't I just die? She thought, her mind spiraling. The idea of relying on others to perform basic tasks, unable to care for herself, felt like a crueler fate than death. And what hurt even more was that Liam, of all people, had to see her like this, at her absolute worst. Liam could feel her eyes following his every move. Since she was going to stay awake, he decided to investigate the cause of her temperature. "Your body temperature is rising. I'm going to have to give you a checkup. We need to make sure nothing is causing this fever," he explained, pulling on a fresh pair of gloves. His touch was gentle as he placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, his calm presence offering comfort before he began the examination. Liam began by examining Scarlet's neck and chest, carefully checking the brace for any signs of irritation or swelling around her cervical injury. Finding no redness or tenderness, he moved his stethoscope to her chest, listening intently to her lungs. "Take a deep breath for me," Liam instructed, his eyes focused as he listened for any crackles or wheezing. After a few moments, he nodded in acknowledgement. "Lungs are clear. That's good." He then carefully lifted her gown to expose her stomach. Liam tried to keep his emotions in check as he saw her once beautiful skin now bruised and discolored. He pressed lightly around the area of her incisions, feeling for any swelling or tenderness. "Any pain here?" he asked, his voice deep and soothing. "No, just feels numb," Scarlet replied weakly, shutting her eyes as his cool fingers touched her heated skin. She released a shaky breath, trembling noticeably. "That's the medication working," he reassured her. "No signs of infection or internal issues here." Liam continued by gently palpating her pelvis and thigh. The bandages were clean, and there was no unusual warmth or swelling that would suggest an infection. Finally, he checked her urinary catheter. The area around it looked normal, and the urine collected in the bag was clear, ruling out any immediate signs of a urinary tract infection. Scarlet felt highly uncomfortable and humiliated, wishing Liam hadn't come back into her life at this vulnerable moment. But she quickly reminded herself that without his presence, she might not have made it. After the thorough examination, Liam removed his gloves and placed his hand gently on hers. "Everything seems fine, Scarlet. No signs of infection in your injuries, and your lungs are clear. It's probably just your body's way of adjusting and healing." She gave a small nod, visibly relaxing at his words. "I am going to give you some acetaminophen to help bring the fever down," Liam said, preparing the medication. He filled a syringe and injected it carefully into her IV line, ensuring it would take effect quickly. "This should help with the fever and any discomfort you might still feel." Scarlet's throat felt dry, and her voice came out as a faint whisper as she gathered the courage to ask the question she dreaded. "What's wrong with me?" she rasped. Liam met her gaze, his eyes dark and intense. He hesitated to answer her question. But he knew he must before she decided to do something crazy like try to get up and complicate her already complicated issue. He crouched down to her level. "You've sustained a few serious injuries," he began gently. "You have several fractured ribs, a broken thigh bone, and some fractures in your pelvis. There was also internal bleeding. Your liver was damaged in the accident, but we managed to stop the bleeding and repair the tear." She closed her eyes for a moment, taking it all in, feeling the bandages beneath her hospital gown. She knew it was bad. Her body felt completely numb, and the only thing keeping her from the agony was the medication flooding her system. Scarlett noticed that he hadn't mentioned the neck brace, and fear gripped her. It might mean something terrible that he wasn't ready to share. "The brace, Liam. Why am I wearing one?" she asked, her voice barely more than a whisper. "You injured your neck, Scarlett. We don't know yet if there's any spinal damage, but the scans haven't shown any immediate harm to your spinal cord, which is a positive sign." Her breathing quickened, her mind racing to process his words. "Spinal cord injury," she repeated, her lips quivering. "We were lucky to get to you in time," Liam said gently. "You were in bad shape, but you're stable now. We've set the broken bones and treated the internal injuries. Recovery will take time, but we'll handle it step by step." Scarlett swallowed hard, the weight of his words sinking in. "Will I be okay?" she asked, her voice shaking with fear. "Please, Liam, don't lie to me," she begged. Liam's expression softened as he squeezed her hand gently. "You will, Scarlett. It won't be easy, but you're strong, and we'll get through this. Together, Scar." His voice carried determination, and beneath it was an unspoken vow, a promise to ensure she would make it through. She blinked in acknowledgement, her eyes brimming with tears, noting he had called her Scar, a shortened form of her name that only he used. "Thank you, Liam," she whispered softly. He straightened and stepped back. "Get some rest. We'll talk more tomorrow." When Liam made to adjust the brightness of the bedside lamp, Scarlett must have thought he wanted to turn it off because she quickly said, "Leave it on, please." The tremor in her voice, clear with fear, struck him deeply. Anger surged through him, and he placed his hands on the sides of her face to look down at her. He growled, "Why the hell didn't you tell me, Scarlett? Why did you stay married to him when it was clear you didn't want him? Why did you wait until it got to this before asking for help, huh?" Tears welled up in Scarlett's eyes. Her heart ached at the damaging perception he had of her. "I divorced him," she whispered shakily. "What?" he rasped, disbelief evident in his voice. "When I met you, I was divorced. I wasn't married to him. He just didn't leave me alone, and I couldn't, God, Liam, I couldn't drag you into my mess," she said, her voice trembling with emotion. "I couldn't let you know. I couldn't," she repeated, crying silently. "You're telling me that by the time we met, you were already divorced?" Liam asked, just to be sure he had heard correctly. She nodded. "He was stalking me. When that wasn't enough, he tried to erase me," she said, continuing to explain about her lawyer, but omitting that he had killed her uncle, his family, and her father's estate manager. She felt utterly disgusted, dirty, ashamed, and embarrassed that she had been intimate with such a man, and had even considered having his child. Liam drew back and nodded in acknowledgement. "You're on the Hawthorne estate. We have about 50 ex-Marines stationed here and more in reserve. I'm going to be in the room just down the hallway. Please, Scarlett, believe me when I tell you that you are safe," he said. Scarlett blinked in acknowledgement. Liam dimmed the lamp and walked out, all the while wanting nothing more than to hold her and make her feel safe. His fist clenched at his side and his eyes darkened with contained rage. The bastard had no right to her, and he had the audacity to attack her at school, and now tried to kill her. As he reached his room, Liam glanced at the clock, willing time to pass quickly until dawn. "Oh, he is going to pay," Liam vowed under his breath. Liam woke up the following day to the shrill sound of his phone. He opened one eye, feeling as though he hadn't slept a wink. Glancing at the clock on the table, he saw it was 5 a.m. and groaned before reaching for the annoying device. However, upon seeing the caller ID, he sat up, fully awake, and answered the phone. "Uncle Andrew, is everything all right?" Liam asked, his voice laced with concern. "You have the Scarlet Woman with you?" was his uncle's first sentence. Liam's defenses immediately went up, and he replied, "I'm not putting her out or anything like that, Uncle Andrew." His voice was deep, almost growling. "I'm not asking you to, especially since I just found out she's your woman. It's a good thing you took her out of the hospital," Uncle Andrew said. "Why?" Liam asked, tensing up as he swung his legs off the bed, his feet landing on the area rug, his brows furrowed with apprehension. "Dr. Cooper and Nurse Caldwell were attacked in their home last night," Andrew revealed. "What?" Liam exclaimed, standing up. "Someone broke into their house, tied them up, and asked for the body of a Scarlett McGraw-Scott. I think you keeping them in the dark saved their lives. They've been taken to the hospital and are under guard. Security is on high alert, and I need you to be extra careful," Andrew continued. "I need to get this guy, Uncle Andrew," Liam snarled, now furious. "Don't worry, it's not just your fight anymore." He pretended to be a patient in distress, stabbed one of my men who tried to help, and left him tied up in the hospital supply room to bleed to death. He almost died. Looks like he wanted our attention. "Well, he's got it now," Andrew said grimly. "Did you tell my dad?" Liam asked. "You don't want me to," Uncle Andrew replied. Liam let out a sigh. "He's going to find out once Mum does anyway," Liam said, his voice heavy with certainty. "They're not going to order you to kick her out, Liam. You know your mum. She's always rooting for the underdog, especially someone like Scarlett McGraw who's been kicked too many times," Andrew remarked. Liam's brows knitted in confusion. "What do you mean by that?" he probed, his fists clenching in anticipation. "It's not my story to tell." "Do you really want to hear it from me?" his uncle replied. "She's practically roadkill. Help me understand why this guy is so bent on ending her," Liam said, the concern clear in his voice. "I have no idea about his motive, but he has the MO of a controlling psychopath. She was his to manipulate, to mold however he wanted. She was his creation, until she had the audacity to fight back. Now he can't live with the idea of her being happy or with someone else. If she decided to go back to him today, he'd take her back and act like nothing happened. His attempts on her life, the murders, he's doing it all for her," Andrew explained. "Murders in plural?" Liam repeated, astonished. "He was responsible for the deaths of her uncle, his entire family, and her late father's estate manager and her former lawyer, and who knows who else has been his victim. Scarlett McGraw isn't just your ex-lover or your professor, she's a successful writer and an heiress. She succeeded in spite of him. He won't stop until she's dead, and he'll take down anyone who's close to her or tries to help her. The guy's running for mayor, backed by a powerful senator. Your dad needs to know, Liam, so he's prepared for what's coming," Andrew warned. Liam sat down, stunned by the information. Adam Scott was a madman, and Scarlett had survived that. And what was this about her being an heiress and a writer? "Don't hate me, but I'm putting more security on you. The bastard knows you have a history with Scarlett. He believes she's dead and still wants her body, so please, be extra careful," Andrew cautioned. "Damn it, I hope he doesn't try to go after my mum," Liam said in frustration. Andrew chuckled. "That would be suicidal. I don't think he's ready to die yet. Warn Owen, though. He's your twin, after all. Don't worry about Esme, Landon, and Mason. I'll handle that," Andrew reassured him. "Thanks, Uncle Andrew." "I appreciate it," Liam said, his tone tinged with gratitude. "How is she, by the way? Will she make it?" Andrew asked, a hint of curiosity in his voice. "It's only day 1 after her surgery. I'm just hoping for the best," Liam replied truthfully. "All right. If you need Aunt Anita, let me know," Andrew offered. "Thanks, Uncle Andrew," Liam said. He ended the call and sat there for a few minutes, still processing the information. He couldn't believe that bastard Adam Scott had the audacity to attack staff at Evergreen Memorial and a Hawthorne Guard. And he had killed many people just to get to Scarlett. No wonder she hadn't wanted Liam close. That must be one of the reasons she kept pushing him away. It was either that she was done with men altogether, or she was trying to protect him. And judging by her reaction when she woke up earlier and saw him, he was pretty sure it was the latter. Liam got up, knowing there was no chance of falling back asleep. He figured he might as well start the day early, so he decided to help Scarlett clean up before heading to take his own shower. Liam entered the guest room as quietly as possible, his footsteps barely making a sound as he approached her bedside. He carried a basin of warm water and a clean cloth, setting them down on the small table nearby. His gaze quickly fell on the now empty blood transfusion bags, as well as the parenteral nutrition IV that had been sustaining her. He carefully disconnected the used blood bags and disposed of them, then turned his attention to replacing the intravenous drip for her nutrition. As he checked the IV line to ensure the fluid was flowing properly, he noticed blood backing up into the line, an indication that the catheter had become occluded. His heart sank. He knew this procedure would be uncomfortable for her. With a soft sigh, Liam prepared to flush the line to clear the occlusion. He paused for a moment, dreading the discomfort it would likely cause her. Gently removing the IV catheter from her arm, he flushed the line with a saline solution to clear the blockage. As the catheter came out, Scarlett flinched slightly, and her eyes fluttered open. "Morning, Scar," Liam said softly, his voice low and soothing. "I'm sorry, I had to flush the line, it was blocked," he explained, his tone apologetic but reassuring as he worked quickly to minimize her discomfort. Scarlett blinked up at him, trying to adjust to the lamplight cascading over her face. Her body felt heavy with exhaustion. Every inch of her felt stiff and sore, while the neck brace around her throat kept her head in place, reminding her just how restricted she was. "Tell me how you're feeling," he said softly, trying to keep the conversation going while avoiding the noticeable change in her expression. The absence of fear in her eyes suggested that his pep talk from earlier had finally reached her, or perhaps she was simply too exhausted to show much emotion. The day after surgery was often the most painful, as the body began to process the trauma it had endured. Liam wanted to avoid giving her a strong painkiller to prevent her from becoming overly dependent on it. "Like I was hit by a truck. Literally," she whispered in jest. Liam chuckled at her attempt at humor. It tugged at his heart, not just because of how accurate her description was, but because he was relieved to see her starting to relax and trust him. "Fair enough," he said, meeting her eyes with a smirk. "I asked a dumb question and got a perfect answer." "No, I'm grateful, Liam," she whispered softly. "I know, baby," he replied, giving her a wink. He thought he saw a faint hint of a smile at the corner of her lips and felt a deep sense of gratitude. Scarlett watched as Liam approached the coffee table carrying a bowl of warm water and a clean white cloth. Her heart raced at the realization of what that meant. "Oh, no," she thought to herself, dreading the idea of Liam cleaning her up. She could feel her face and neck heating up, and it was definitely not from her injury. "I know you can't move much right now, so I thought I'd help you clean up a bit," he said, his voice low and husky. Scarlett's gaze met his, and she managed a small blink, signaling her awareness of his intentions. Liam nodded in acknowledgement, donning a fresh pair of gloves. He dipped the towel into the warm water and wrung it out. "Let me know if anything hurts," he said as he moved closer. Scarlett tensed up in response. Liam began by wiping her face, carefully cleaning her forehead and cheeks. His touch was gentle, taking care not to irritate the bruised areas from the accident. "Let me know if anything hurts, okay?" he murmured. Scarlett blinked in response, locking eyes with him. He smiled, that infuriatingly charming smile that never failed to make her heart race and stirred an intense longing within her. She was certain he knew what he was doing to her. Liam continued by wiping her arms with delicate strokes, mindful not to disturb the catheter or the IV, working around the equipment skillfully. She winced slightly as he approached her neck, the brace pressing into her skin. "I'm sorry, I'll be more careful," he promised, his voice soothing as he worked around the brace, ensuring he caused no further discomfort. After finishing with her face and upper body, Liam turned his attention to her lower body. Scarlett shut her eyes, submitting to his torture. When he reached for the urine catheter, she tensed up as he carefully removed the used urine collection bag, disconnected it, and disposed of it. He then attached a new sterile collection bag to the catheter, making sure the connection was secure to prevent leaks. He then placed a clean cloth over the bag for discretion. When he spoke again, Scarlett was certain his voice had grown huskier than usual. Or perhaps she was just hoping it had. It comforted her to think she wasn't the only one feeling out of sorts in the room. "I know you're probably hungry, but you can't eat solid food yet. The IV will keep you nourished for now," "We need to give your body time to heal before starting solid foods," he said. Scarlett couldn't bring herself to look at him. The heat from his touch and the act of changing the urine bag had left her feeling deeply humiliated. "I'm going to work now," he said, pulling fresh blankets over her and adjusting them to her chest. But someone will come to check on you. She's my aunt, and I trust her with my life." Scarlett made a faint sound in acknowledgement, still unable to meet his eyes. Liam silently debated whether to confront her about his discovery, knowing she hadn't told him everything about her ex. He wanted to tell her he was aware of her omissions but decided against it. If she didn't trust him enough to reveal the full truth, so be it. He noticed she was avoiding eye contact, and he understood. He was trying not to view her as the Scarlett he once knew, but as just a patient. The truth was, she was still his Scarlett, and his body remembered her all too well. He left to dispose of the medical waste, took a cold shower and quickly dressed for work. Clad in tailored pants and a long-sleeve shirt with his suit in hand, he returned to the guest room. Scarlett's eyes raked over his tall frame, his cologne filling the room and marking his presence. She remembered how she used to bury her nose against his chest to inhale his masculine scent. When Liam caught her looking, she quickly looked away. Liam leaned over her, compelling her to meet his gaze. "You be a good girl now, Professor," he said. Scarlett's heart raced with intense emotions as memories of their past resurfaced. She recalled discovering he was a student in her new job and insisting he call her Professor. That term had taken on a tender significance during their intimate moments in the supply closet and thereon. Scarlett nodded, tears welling in her eyes at the thought of what she had lost. She blinked in acknowledgement. Liam smirked at her and stepped back. She held back her tears until he had left the room. On his way out of the building, Liam called his Aunt Anita, wanting to know where she was. The older woman was now the head nurse and administrator at the medical unit on the estate, which his father had named after Liam's mother. The concierge medical unit is now referred to by her name. He had considered calling his Aunt Noria for help, but if he was going to pull her out of the clinic, he needed to check with Aunt Anita first. "I'm still at home." "Are you all right, son?" Aunt Anita asked, concern evident in her voice. "I'm fine. I just need to ask Aunt Noria to help me with Professor McGraw, and I wanted to tell you first," Liam replied. "You assume I know who this professor is?" she responded, amusement in her voice. "Absolutely," Liam quipped, making her chuckle. "Don't worry, we'll handle it. I heard about your staff getting targeted. Go on to work. We'll take care of your girl," she reassured him. "It's not like that, Aunt Anita." "She was my girl, but not anymore," Liam quickly clarified, not wanting her to accidentally mention it to his mother. "Yeah, sure," came her skeptical reply. "Aunt Anita, I'm serious." The call abruptly ended. Liam cursed under his breath. He decided he'd talk to her in person later and hoped she wouldn't mention the conversation to his mum. Heading to the building next door, he knocked with the brass knocker and waited for a second before pressing the doorbell. He tapped his foot impatiently on the doormat, waiting. He checked the time to be sure. 6:30 a.m. Owen was definitely up by now. Owen followed a strict regimen for his body and diet. He woke up around 4 a.m. every morning to jog around the estate, training alongside the Hawthorne guards. Liam and their father, Nathaniel Hawthorne, occasionally joined about 3, maybe 4 times a week. But Owen? He never missed a day. Liam didn't like how Owen's routine made him seem lazy, but he refused to let it pressure him into training as if he were preparing to join the army. Liam pressed the doorbell again, this time not letting go until he heard footsteps approaching. The door swung open, but it wasn't Owen standing there. It was a girl, a woman, in Owen Hawthorne's house on the Hawthorne estate. For a guy who acted like he was better than everyone else, this was gold. The girl was pretty, which explained why Owen might have acted out of character. But Liam wasn't about to let this opportunity slip. He pulled out his phone and snapped a picture, making sure to capture not just the girl, but the entryway and the background decor of Owen's living room. No one could accuse him of faking it. It was clearly Owen's house. Amelia, standing there in the doorway, was confused for a moment. Why was Owen standing outside his own house, ringing the doorbell like a madman when he could just walk in? But when the man stepped back, pulled out his phone and smirked with a mischievous gleam in his eyes. Amelia realized something was off. This couldn't be Owen. Owen wasn't the type to smirk like that. Nor would he take out his phone to snap a picture with such a devilish grin. Owen's smile was different, more restrained. And although this person looked exactly like Owen, same hair color, length, height, Amelia could tell it wasn't him. Just to be sure she wasn't jumping to conclusions and risking angering him, she cautiously asked, "Owen?" The man arched an eyebrow. "Don't offend me with that assumption, miss. He might have my face, but I'm the more handsome one." Amelia instantly realized this was Owen's twin. She couldn't help the slow smile that spread across her lips, amazed at how they looked and sounded exactly the same, yet had such completely different personalities. She felt a surge of pride in herself for being able to tell them apart so quickly. "Now your knocking makes sense," Amelia said, her smile widening. "And who might you be, milady?" he asked with an easy grin. Amelia found herself liking him instantly. "I'm Amelia Jones. I'm Owen's," she began, but before she could finish, a deep voice interrupted from behind her. "Assistant, who shouldn't be answering my door." "At least not yet," Owen said, strolling toward them. Amelia quickly stepped aside, and Liam watched in amusement as her eyes trailed down Owen's bare torso with that unmistakable look women get when checking out a guy. "She's Amelia, my new assistant, and Amelia, this is my brother Liam. Now that introductions are out of the way, please hurry up and get ready." "We leave for the office in 30 minutes, Owen said, dismissing her with a glance. Liam didn't miss the flash of hurt and frustration in Amelia's eyes as she nervously tucked her hair behind her ear and glanced in his direction. "Nice to meet you, Liam," she said before walking away. "What do you want?" Owen asked, turning to face his brother. With a slow grin, Liam raised his phone so Owen could see the picture he'd taken of Amelia. Owen arched an eyebrow. Liam began singing in a low, teasing tone. "Owen's got a girlfriend." "Stop!" Owen said, trying to suppress a laugh at Liam's usual antics. "So is she really your assistant, or is that what we're calling hookups now?" Liam teased. Owen took a playful swipe at him, but Liam darted down the porch steps, chuckling. "She is my assistant. She's staying here because she's new to town and doesn't have anywhere else to stay yet," Owen explained, though he knew it wouldn't make a difference. "Uh-huh, of course," Liam said, nodding with mock seriousness. "I wonder why I never thought of that arrangement." "Cut it out." "What do you want?" Owen demanded, pointing at him. "State your business and get off my porch." All right, Liam said, holding up his hands in surrender as he stepped back onto the porch. "Can we go inside? Or am I not allowed anymore?" he added with a wink. Owen let out a resigned sigh and stepped aside to let him in. The room's aesthetic was similar to his own, with a high ceiling and a massive chandelier hanging in the center. A grand single staircase led up to the upper deck. Liam heard the door to the guest room downstairs quietly close, indicating that's where Owen's guest had slept. He was curious about the girl, but work was calling. "Coffee?" Owen offered. "Are you offering me coffee?" Liam asked, genuinely surprised. "No, I'm asking if you want coffee. If you do, go make it yourself," Owen replied dryly. "Wow, you're a lousy host," Liam shot back, making Owen chuckle. "Remember Professor McGraw?" Liam began, watching as Owen tensed and met his gaze. Owen had given him hell for having an affair with a married woman, and Liam couldn't wait to tell him she was divorced now. "What about her, Liam?" Owen probed, using that infuriating tone their dad always used when digging for information he already knew. "Don't be a jerk, just listen, okay?" Liam urged. "I'm all ears," Owen said, folding his arms across his chest. "She's at my house," Liam started. "What?" Owen's instant anger flared. "Listen," Liam snapped before continuing. "She was brought to Evergreen Memorial Hospital yesterday, hit-and-run victim." "What?" This time, Owen's shock was palpable. Liam filled him in on the details about Adam Scott and what their Uncle Andrew had told him. By the time Liam finished, Owen was pacing the room like a caged animal. "So this a-hole is after you now because you're helping Professor McGraw?" Owen asked, trying to piece it all together. "He wants her body," Liam clarified. Owen paused, his brows furrowing in confusion. "I faked her death." Liam confessed, hesitation in his voice. That's illegal, Liam, Owen pointed out, finger raised in admonition. It saved her life. Otherwise, he would have gone in there pretending to be a relative and killed her while she was helpless, Liam defended. Owen nodded, silently absorbing the situation. How is she? He asked, his voice surprisingly gentle. She might have a spinal cord injury, but we won't know for sure until she heals a bit, and we can run more extensive tests. She's got broken bones, internal bleeding we've managed to stop, but... It's bad, Liam said, his voice heavy with concern. Owen clenched his jaw, visibly struggling to contain his anger. You can't leave her alone in your apartment, though, Owen said firmly. Yeah, I already told Aunt Anita she's going to talk to Aunt Noria about helping out, Liam replied. Owen gave a curt nod. I just thought I'd warn you, since we look alike and all, Liam quipped, trying to lighten the mood. Owen scoffed. If he comes after me, that would be his worst nightmare, he said, striding toward the stairs. Yeah, about that. Owen, please don't do anything. Uncle Andrew is handling it, Liam pleaded. Okay, Owen replied over his shoulder as he climbed the stairs. Owen, I'm serious, Liam added, his tone more urgent. I heard you the first time, Liam, Owen called back. And close the door behind you, he added dryly. Liam suddenly wondered if he'd made a mistake telling Owen everything. Owen had a habit of getting overly protective whenever he thought Liam was in trouble. With a resigned sigh, Liam left and hurried to his car. As he pulled out of the driveway, 5 black SUVs followed him closely. Liam chuckled at the sight of the convoy. Just 5. I'm a little offended, he muttered to himself. About 3 minutes later, Owen was ready to leave for the office. As he descended the stairs, he saw Amelia in the living room, dressed in one of her new outfits, waiting for him. She'd tied her hair up again, showing off her beautiful face. Owen thought she looked cute, but he preferred her with her hair down. Without saying a word, he walked up to her, meeting her gaze. He held her eyes as he unclipped her hairpin, letting her hair cascade down her shoulders, framing her face. Better, he rasped before turning and heading toward the exit. Amelia felt utterly lost for a moment before rushing after him. She still hadn't recovered from seeing him shirtless earlier, his tattooed back and long, muscular body on full display. It should be criminal to look that good, she thought. He certainly seemed to know it too, with the way he strode with utter confidence, as if the world itself wouldn't dare move until he was ready. Mark, Miss Jones will be riding with you. I don't want her seen with me, Owen said. It felt like an arrow had pierced Amelia's heart. What the hell does he mean by that? She thought. What's wrong with being seen with me? Reeling, Amelia quickly turned her back to him and headed toward Mark. When Mark moved to open the back door for her, she ignored him and opened the front passenger door instead. Before she could get in, Owen strode over, grabbing her wrist and startling her. He led her back to the open door Mark was holding and said, "Get in!" his tone firm and brooking no argument. Amelia found him utterly confusing. Huffing, she settled into the back seat. Owen shut the door and headed to his own car, slipping behind the wheel. As soon as Owen started the engine, he took off, leaving the estate without waiting for his bodyguards. Once outside, he was nearing the end of the quiet avenue when a car with tinted windows suddenly sped up alongside him. The back window of the car rolled down, just as the driver's window did. Owen watched as the barrels of guns peeked out, and in an instant, bullets began to rain against his windows. For about a minute, the gunfire continued, the men firing relentlessly at his vehicle, but when they stopped, they saw that not a scratch was left on his custom-made Jeep. My turn, Owen muttered. He swerved hard, ramming his car into theirs, forcing the driver to veer into the curb. The men inside started firing again, but Owen didn't stop. He rammed his Jeep repeatedly into their car, ignoring their screams until the car slammed into a palm tree. Owen reversed and rammed it again, crushing the car's doors and smashing in the rear, trapping the men inside. He got out of his Jeep and prowled over to their car. With one powerful movement, he dragged the bloodied driver out through the broken window. "I'm guessing you guys are Adam Scott's thugs sent after my brother," Owen said, holding the man in a chokehold, completely ignoring his helpless flailing. He didn't even flinch as the man's blood stained his shirt. "I'm going to let you go this once, so you can deliver a message. Tell him he's free to come after Liam Hawthorne. He can beat the crap out of him. Half the time I want to pound him to a speck of dust myself, but you know who he can't touch. Owen Hawthorne's brother." Owen tightened his grip on the man's throat as he continued. "Tell Adam Scott I understand how much it must hurt to have a woman walk out on you. I wouldn't know, though. I'm the one who does the walking away. But tell him to learn that when a woman says no, it means no. If he sends more of you idiots after my brother, I'm coming for him, and may God help him when I do." With that, Owen trapped the half-conscious man's arm in the driver's door and slammed it shut, eliciting a cry of agony. He then kicked the door hard against the man's arm, and the man screamed in pain. When he finally passed out, Owen drew back, and without a second glance, Owen walked back to his Jeep and drove off. A few minutes after Owen left the scene where he had been attacked, his entourage sped past the wreckage of the truck he had left there. "Oh my God!" Amelia whispered in shock as she saw the scene, thinking it was a terrible accident. She wondered how the rear and side of the truck were so completely totaled, trying to imagine the force required for it to be thrown off the road and slammed into a tree on the curb. She concluded that the driver must have been drunk or something. Mark, however, exchanged a glance with the other guard in the passenger seat, who quickly sent a message to the security office at the Hawthorne estate, alerting them to conduct a security sweep of the neighborhood for possible stalkers. Upon reaching the Hawthorne office building, they spotted Owen just ahead, stepping out of his car. Amelia noticed he had taken off the shirt he was wearing earlier and was now bare-chested. Fortunately, the Hawthorne private parking space was located at the back of the building on the first floor, with an elevator conveniently placed to lead directly into the office. Mark got out of the car and headed to the back of the Jeep to open the trunk, while the other guard opened the back door for Amelia. "Thank you," she said as she stepped out, distracted by the fact that Owen was shirtless again. By the looks of it, he seemed ready to stride straight into the elevator and the office building without a care. "What's wrong with him?" Amelia thought in exasperation. "Miss!" Mark's voice called, snapping Amelia out of her thoughts. The tall, muscular man smiled indulgently at her and held something out. "You might want to get this to him." Amelia looked down at his hand and saw a neatly folded white shirt inside a transparent plastic bag. "What do you think happened to his shirt?" she asked, intrigued and wondering if Owen's bodyguards always carried extra shirts for him. "Coffee spill, I'm sure," Mark replied with a smirk. "Oh, of course," Amelia responded, feeling like an idiot for not thinking of that possibility. Except there hadn't been any smell of coffee at the house that morning. Her brows pulled together in a frown. "You should hurry," the second guard urged, and Amelia saw Owen already striding across the parking lot toward the elevator. She quickly snatched up the shirt, held her bag at her side, and rushed to catch up with him, a difficult feat in high heels. She knew heels were supposed to give women a classy air, but for someone used to jobs that required comfortable shoes just to survive, these heels were pure torture. Still, she wasn't about to give Owen any reason to look down his nose at her. Even if, when he did that, she often found herself debating internally whether he'd make the sexiest vampire or werewolf character. He was incredibly good-looking, and someone like that having both looks and brains didn't seem fair. Amelia thought it made him arrogant and overly confident, which often came across as, if she had to find the right word, she'd say jerk. The craziest thing was, it wasn't a turn-off. He was like one of those morally grey characters everyone forgives, despite the mayhem and carnage, simply because of his looks and detached allure. Panting, Amelia rushed into the elevator, shouting, "Hold!" as she made it just in time, holding up the shirt for him. Owen slipped his hands into the pockets of his tailored trousers, meeting and holding her gaze. She couldn't help but notice how his well-formed pectorals bulged impressively, his chiseled abs looking like a masterpiece sculpted by the gods. She tried her best not to lower her eyes and stare like a starved whale. "You walked just across a parking lot and you're winded," he remarked dryly. "Try doing it in heels and see how you like it," she shot back. Owen suppressed a smile. "You'll need to get in shape. As my assistant, you're going to have to keep up with me," he said, turning around and motioning for her to help him put on the shirt. Amelia silently mimicked him behind his back, not realizing he could see her reflection in the elevator walls. "Any time today, Miss Jones," he mocked, and Amelia rolled her eyes before helping him with his shirt. At 5'5", Amelia had never considered herself short. She liked to think she'd escaped that category by at least an inch. But standing next to Owen, who was 6'4", even in her 2-inch heels, she silently admitted she felt downright small. It wasn't a thought she was fond of. What didn't help either was the proximity, her fingers brushing against his skin, his scent enveloping her. Amelia found herself getting lost in the simple task of helping him slip his arms into his sleeves, standing so close that she could hear her own heart pounding in her chest. When Owen turned to face her, she reached up to button his shirt, her focus on his body, close enough to feel his warmth radiating. She breathed through parted lips, her hands moving slowly from button to button, her eyelids growing heavy as she reveled in the intimate moment. "Done," she whispered softly when she finished fastening his cufflinks. She remained close, feeling a jolt of heat as Owen unzipped his trousers to tuck in his shirt. When he zipped back up, holding her gaze, Amelia could feel her skin ignite with a mixture of desire and nerves. Owen placed a finger under her chin, gently tilting her face upward, their eyes burrowing into each other's. Her lips had parted in anticipation, and she looked utterly irresistible. Owen's mind briefly toyed with the idea of kissing her, her lovely eyes, her full, tempting lips drawing him in. It was a moment he could have easily given into if the chime of the elevator hadn't broken the spell. He smoothly stepped back. "Thank you, Miss Jones," he said, as the elevator doors slid open and he strode out. Amelia stood there for a moment, watching him walk down the short hallway, past the receptionist's desk, and through a set of large double doors at the end. She was still standing inside the elevator when the chimes sounded again, signaling the doors were about to close, snapping her back to reality. Hurriedly, she stepped out and followed him down the hallway. Just before she could pass the reception desk, a woman stepped in front of her, blocking her path. Amelia blinked, her focus shifting from Owen to her surroundings. Behind the desk, another girl was staring at her as though she'd lost her mind, while the woman in front stood with her hands on her hips, clearly ready for a confrontation. "Could you please excuse me? You're blocking my way. I'm trying to catch up with..." Amelia began, intending to say Owen, but she caught herself. "Mr. Owen Hawthorne," she corrected, emphasizing his full name to leave no doubt about which Hawthorne she meant. "You need an appointment to see Mr. Hawthorne, or we all get fired," the woman standing in front of Amelia said, eyeing her up and down. Amelia was fairly certain that if her clothes were anything less than couture, this brunette would already have called security. "I don't need an appointment to see him," Amelia began, but the woman interrupted before she could finish. "Oh, and why is that, miss?" she scoffed, giving Amelia a withering stare. "Perhaps if you let me finish a sentence," Amelia started to say, just as the elevator down the hall chimed again. The woman rolled her eyes but then plastered on the most frighteningly fake smile Amelia had ever seen. Her teeth flashed, but her eyes were as lifeless as a corpse's. "Yikes," Amelia thought. "Stand aside, please," the receptionist behind the desk said, as if asking her to make way for royalty. A tall redhead appeared in Amelia's line of sight, with an air of boredom and an aura that screamed wealth. She looked like she'd bathed in gold dust and just stepped out of Chanel. Everything from her perfectly styled hair to her impeccable heels was flawless. Amelia felt small in comparison. "Miss Sloane, good morning," the receptionists greeted her. Miss Sloane made a non-committal sound as she came to stand in front of the desk. "I truly hate this protocol of having to announce myself before I go in. It's just ridiculous," the woman said, her tone dripping with entitlement. Amelia recognized that tone. She'd heard it daily for years. "If you could please follow me to the reception," the receptionist behind the desk said politely. Miss Sloane let out an exasperated sigh and followed her, barely acknowledging anyone else. Amelia wondered if the woman had even noticed her or the receptionist at all. Once Miss Sloane was out of earshot, the woman blocking Amelia's way resumed her glowering. "You're still here?" Amelia glanced up to see Owen appear again at the end of the hall. a frown furrowing his brows as he approached through the automated sliding doors. "I'm pretty sure it wouldn't take you a second to walk down this hallway, Miss Jones," Owen said, his deep voice tinged with irritation. "They're not letting me through," Amelia shot back, annoyed that he thought she was dawdling. Owen didn't respond with words. Instead, he turned his cold gaze toward the receptionist, who immediately began floundering like a fish out of water. "I'm so sorry, sir. I didn't know she was with you. The receptionist stammered, desperately trying to salvage the situation. "Amelia," Owen said simply and turned around. Amelia hurried after him. "Sir, Ms. Sloane is here to see you," the receptionist called out to Owen's retreating back, her voice laced with smug satisfaction as if she took pleasure in delivering the news. "As soon as you let her through, pack your things and go see HR. I don't have room here for idiots," he replied over his shoulder. Amelia couldn't resist glancing back and took guilty satisfaction in seeing the receptionist blanch at Owen's words. Then she felt a pang of sympathy for her. They were working-class women after all, and should stick together. But a small, devilish giggle escaped her. She was secretly happy Owen wasn't rushing to see the perfectly put-together Miss Sloane. Still, she couldn't help but wonder, who is she? An ex, maybe? Following Owen through the bustling environment, Amelia noted how serene the place seemed, with men and women in white lab coats working together in synergy behind the glass office walls. As they reached a large office Amelia assumed was Owen's, they strolled past a sitting area spacious enough to accommodate the entire top floor of one of the bed and breakfast inns where she usually crashed. They entered an even bigger office, equipped with scientific gadgets that made Amelia feel as though she had stepped into a science fiction movie, with its awe-inspiring, futuristic ambience. On one side of the expansive space stood a massive, glass-topped desk, behind which was a tall-backed leather chair. A large bookshelf served as a backdrop, and a 3-seater Chesterfield couch was placed against one wall, with a coffee table in front of it and a standing lamp beside it. A pile of throw pillows on one side suggested that Owen sometimes crashed on the couch. A few books were neatly stacked on the coffee table, the topics far above Amelia's pedigree. "Is this your office?" she asked hesitantly, feeling a tad out of place. "It's our office now," Owen replied, gesturing to an adjoining room in his outer office. "We'll set your table there. You can sit here for today." When she continued to stand there without moving, Owen looked in her direction, a frown forming between his thick brows. "What now, Amelia?" Owen asked, sounding impatient. "I'm not a scientist, Owen," she said in a small, almost pitiful voice. Amelia felt quite small and lost in this setting, burdened by the weight of not having the full education she had once been expected to attain. Owen strode toward her, stopping a few feet away. "I'm not asking you to be one. I'm offering you a new life to grab onto and use to better yourself, to become what you want while you work by my side. Are you going to take it, or am I wasting my time, Amelia?"